Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to WeatherTech Raceway here, Laguna Seca, for another edition of the Velocity Invitational. I'm Kev Harris, and I'm pleased to say that joining me for 2 days of coverage live across the world right now is Taylor Snyder and Johnny Green. And Taylor, we are looking forward to a great weekend's racing.
Absolutely, it's shaping up so far to be quite the lineup. We were here all day yesterday for some racing, and the cars on the track are just exhilarating to see. But Johnny, you've been here before. You're somebody that we know and love to hear. What are you looking forward to most?
Well, first of all, they got me out of the booth. I'm outside, so I've got the hat and everything else. I'm really excited because this is the third iteration of this event, and it's really special. If you're not clear on what this is a history of motor racing in motion and in the most beautiful setting of Laguna Seca, one of the greatest circuits in America. I'm looking forward to the first three groups because we look right through the history, Group 3, Group 2, and there's also the ragtime races, which are my favorites because they're so much fun.
And you have one of the best views sitting out here. You're right on the pre-grid.
I am. I'm right there on the pre-grid. They're not going to stop me. My grin's going to be ear to ear throughout the day.
Absolutely. Well, Kev, I know you have a favorite as well. We have many, but what is one that you're looking forward to?
Well, I have many favorites. Last year, Johnny will know this, I had a lot of fun with those guys in the ragtime races, so I'm really looking forward to going to see those guys again. But also, as well, the Pony Car Wars, the Ford Mustangs, and all the big cars from that era. They are big, they're loud, they're noisy, they're American. And for an Englishman like me, that is really, really exciting. They're based just across the way over there, and when they start up, you'll be hearing them right over there, because that is phenomenal. So I'm looking forward to that. But what about yourself? What are you looking forward to?
I am looking forward to those Trans Am cars. In the 70s, all those American manufacturers were just battling it out. They wanted those wins, and so obviously I'm pretty excited about seeing those. But you know what? I think you have to go and get ready to get those cars lined up on the grid. So we'll see you a little bit later.
I'll be there in the booth. Come join me. See you later.
Wonderful. Well, Kev, tell me a little bit more about what we're going to start off. Tell me a little our schedule.
Yeah, well, Johnny is just running over there because the Group 3 cars are about to go out. Sports cars from 1957 and 1961. They are just lining up across the way. One of the great things about the event here, the Velocity Invitational at Laguna Seca, we've got a wonderful kind of like pre-grid area. It is a beautiful sight. All the cars line up. The folks that have come down here today can walk up and down. They can see the cars. They can see the drivers. It's a beautiful scene. It's a white picket fence, and the attention to detail here is second to none. So Group 3, 1957, 1961, that's what's coming up first. But a little bit later on, Mario Andretti at 11:30, you know, the greatest of all time, the GOAT that is Mario Andretti, he's putting himself in a 2014 hybrid era Formula One car thanks to Zach Brown and McLaren. That is massive. I mean, do you fancy having a go at that, Taylor?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if I'd be prepared in any way for it, but who wouldn't want to get into one of these cars? I mean, any of these cars, really. We're talking about racers. We're talking about car enthusiasts that really have a chance to step back in an era that was just something exhilarating to do. So not only McLaren, we've got old vintage race cars, and we've got hypercars here too.
Yeah, the level of car here is incredible. I mean, this is what makes the Velocity Invitational unique. There are cars from the very first Indianapolis 500 winner. You got like the Marmon Wasp and cars like that from, you know, pre-war era, 1910, 1912. But then you've got these cars that are from the hypercar era. The Czinger, built and designed by Kevin Czinger, is a car that has been completely 3D printed. There's artificial intelligence that has gone into making this car built. And there's one just across the way in the driver's lounge, and there's a couple just around there. They are incredible. They are next level. I'm looking forward to chatting to that man once again.
Absolutely, and something even a little bit different as well this year. We've got Dirtfish. If you're into the rally scene, we've got some awesome cars. Even one of Travis Pastrana's rally cars over there I saw. But we also have some guests coming to maybe show off some rally skills.
Yeah, I think Tanner Faust is going to be across the way just over there. He's going out on track. We've also got Alistair McRae and his son Max McRae. Obviously, the world of rallying is synonymous with the name of McRae. And as you mentioned, Dirtfish Rally, those guys from Seattle run an incredible rally school, which just draws drivers from all around the world, from complete rookies and people who are keen to have a go like me, to professional drivers who go to hone their skills. But you know what? We could talk all day, but we can't, because Johnny is across the way in the booth. Group 3 then, 1957 to 1961 sports cars are getting set to go. Should we go to him?
Absolutely.
Let's go to it. Johnny, let's go to you, mate. Let's go racing.
Let's go racing. Yes, a rather foggy, dull Monterey morning, but that's normal here at Laguna Seca, meaning dry lake, if you were wondering. And that is not the official lake there. That's a man-made one, but that's how we got the name Laguna Seca, and we are just above the hills of Monterey, and as you say, we are getting ready for our first group of racing, which is Group 3, and I'm glad to say this is a great way to start. This is sports racing cars from the 50s and early 60s, and I'm joined in the booth by Andrew Fox, who's going to be part of the event this weekend, and I know probably shares the same enthusiasm for an event like this, because we said it in the top, you know, there's something very special that Chef O'Neill has managed to pull off here, which is what you're seeing here is not cars that look like they were in the day or what. These are the original race cars to the bolt, if you like. You can't be here unless it's an original car.
100%. Yeah. No, it's so exciting to be able to get up. I mean, for the spectator, for the folks joining, to get up close to these cars and to see them as they raced in period, and not only that, to know that these things were raced by, you know, the famous drivers at the time, and see them, to be able to see the history, and it's incredible.
Now, tell me what you're doing here. You're racing, I know, but you're racing a Mini. Now, that's good English stuff.
I'm in a Mini, yes. That's why I had to, because of my accent, right? So
exactly. Well, I'll be cheering you on. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, and that's, you know, I know you commentated on the race last year, and it was a riot. I was watching it from the Sip and Savor Pavilion last time, and it was amazing, just to, like, the energy from everyone cheering on and oohing and ahhing as the cars, like the Minis are swarming around the Mustangs on the corners, and then the Mustangs kill them in the straights.
Well, that's really, you know, I mean, we're about to watch the 50s and early 60s, and in a weird way, Mini versus Mustang is the essence of what American racing, certainly in the late 50s, became, which was the smaller displacement European cars, the smaller roads, obviously, but also the way they built them and the power-to-weight ratio versus the muscle cars, the Mustangs of America. And everybody said, well, those Europeans, they can't hold a candle, surely, to our big V8s. But actually, you will see, as you rightly point out, that the Minis can hold their own.
It's amazing. It's surprising how close the lap times, although I say that in practice yesterday, I think there's some more horses in some of those Mustangs this year round. I don't know what they're doing, but the lap times are surprisingly close. It's just the way those two cars achieve the lap time is different around the circuit, right? There's different points where they're fast and slow, and so that's the fun.
Now, we're hoping that the fog, you know Monterey, the fog will clear. We should have a sunny day. It was absolutely glorious yesterday, but this is the way it starts here at Monterey. I'm sure you're familiar with Laguna Seca. You've been here a few times.
I have, yes. This is the marine layer will burn off. Have faith.
So let's just talk a little bit about what we got here. 1957 to 1961. This is a period post-war where there was a little bit more money. And the scene was, therefore, there was more production cars being made, and that also meant that there was more people racing production cars and sports cars, and also places, 1957, places like Laguna Seca were moving away from racing around the streets. They used to race around Pebble Beach streets, but then places like Watkins Glen, Riverside, and Laguna Seca were built. Sebring, if you think about it, was an airfield, and still is, effectively, but purpose-built tracks were built like Laguna Seca, and that's what really grew this sport.
Yeah, I mean, I guess back in this era in the UK, obviously there was in the post-war era, a lot of the old airfields from the war were converted or were used as racetracks. I mean, that's where Goodwood and, in fact, most of the big racetracks in the UK were adopted from the disused, you know, airfields. And I think the popularity there, as it came over, because we also saw a lot of the British sports cars coming over. I know the Lister sold a few of his cars out here in the States, and, you know, I guess that drove the competitiveness as well, because then you see all the American engine race cars on British chassis, some of them in the early days, and yeah, I guess it's just the momentum's grown from there, right?
Now, Andrew, you're not going to be surprised. We're doing a sort of rolling start here because of the conditions. It's very cold out there, and I would have thought I'd be, if I were you, if I were a driver out there, a little nervous about my pride and joy, because that's a birdcage out there. I see it. There's some rather nice cars out there. A T61 birdcage of Jeffrey O'Neill, who of course is the organizer of the event, but these are precious beasts, and with these cooler temperatures, they really want to give them a chance to get the tyres warm.
100%. There's also, I mean, don't underestimate, like, this fog, the morning fog is wet. So
yes, it is.
So there's you know, it looks like the track is drying out and dried out, but there's under the corkscrew that can still stay damp a little longer, and so there's going to be a few spots for these. I mean, that's part of the benefit maybe of the narrow wheel, is that it's going to move around more, so you don't have those sort of binary snaps like you get in F1, where there's so much grip, and then if it goes, it's like massively different.
I forget sometimes, I know you're a competitor, but do you get a thrill knowing that McLaren are here and that some of the great Formula One cars, Alistair McRae and the rally cars are here? Mario Andretti's here.
100%. I mean, I'm a competitor. I'm not. I'm definitely at the amateur end of the scale. So yeah, this is all. I'm a kid in the candy store at this place for sure.
Well, if you've not ever seen Laguna Seca, this is the famous corkscrew, and look at them almost going 2 by 2 down there. It's some 55 feet from top to bottom, and that's just this section we're watching. It goes a lot further than that. I think in total about five stories from top to bottom, all the way down to the Rainy Curve, and then the last corner coming up now, which is turn 11 here at Laguna Seca. And as you can see, the pace car is coming off, and that will give us our first race. And while these are precious historic cars, we don't put our pieces of art in a museum. We bring them out and we do just this, which is race them. And this is the Group 3 qualifying race for cars from 1957 to 1961. And away we go right from the get-go. It's the Cooper Monaco leading the way. That car driven by Spencer Trenere, who of course is a well-known peddler here in historic racing. Takes the lead nicely into the Andretti curve. I got my trivia out this morning. Did you know that this is the first time I think we've ever had 2 living legends in Wayne Rainey with a corner named after him and Mario Andretti here?
That's true.
We only need Bobby Rahal and we've got the lot.
About that. That's
yeah,
so true,
there you go. What's the tough part about this course as we see them starting to stretch their legs a little bit? Where do you find you've got to be careful?
So, I mean, I think for me, it depends on the car a little bit as well.
Coming in hot there. Who said who were putting on an exhibition? Nobody. That's racing. Go ahead.
But I would say so. Turn 9 as you come out the corkscrew is a corner that takes a bit of time to get to used to, and then for me the biggest one is probably the hairpin, the Andretti turn 2 Andretti hairpin, where you're carrying all that speed, you're braking downhill, and you're just trying to pick your braking point and leave it as long as possible, but not leave it too late that you're out wide. Oh, we've got a spinner in the corkscrew.
Oh, it is. It's the number 36. That Mark 1 Lola, he saved it. He was the one that skidded a moment ago at turn 5. Wow, that was a beautiful pirouette. Scary though. So that was.
And he's off again.
He's off again. Well, I think that's cool tires. I think because he's just pushing.
I don't know
probably
whether
a little
he caught
too
the
hard.
curb on that second one, but he went off the other way, just going through turn 9 there.
Well, he's from Monterey, is Patrick Orozco, but that was the number 36, 1959 Lola Mark 1 that was going slightly awry as we see our leader in the Sadler Mark 4, Greg Meyer from Carmel, just down the road, leading the way in the number 84 here in Group 3, our first group. Excuse me, he's in second place.
Yeah, looks like no one collected the spinner.
Thankfully.
Which is good. Yeah.
Yeah, this is another beautiful car in 84, the Mark IV Sadler. One of 8 original Sadler sports races built by Bill Sadler in 1959. And really a beautiful, like I said, absolutely immaculate piece of kit. Is there anyone you want to pick out from the list of goodness out there?
Well, I mean, I got a soft spot for the Monserrati Special. That's Davey Swig's car. I actually, driving down on Wednesday evening, I passed it. I had my car in the back and I passed him on the way down. So it's kind of fun seeing him out there. It's funny because it looks so different to the rest of the cars here. Like the rest of the cars, I wouldn't say they're aero, but they're low. Basically, the bodywork is, draped around, almost melted over the chassis and the wheels. Whereas, that it looks very retro. It's a '57 Monsteretti Special.
Yeah, and you say that you passed it on the road. That sounds kind of odd because you'd think these things would be flown in. But the truth is, a lot of competitors in the historic scene do what they did in the day, because back in the day there was no trailers, there was no way of ensuring them to get carefully taken to where they needed to go. Most competitors drove these cars on the road. They were production based, and a lot of them actually drove their race cars to the racetrack, either put on a new set of race wheels or kept the ones they were going. I know that several competitors still keep that tradition going to this day, so it's a mighty effort to be able to do that, but that's what they did back in the day. As we take a look at the 356, that's the Porsche Devon Speedster. And you mentioned this at the start, you've got a combination of American and European. You've got things like the Cooper, and then you've got things like the Devon or the Huffaker from California, the Genie. These are cars that were made here to compete and either use parts or get the design factors from European cars that were just a little bit more nimble. And the likes of Maserati, Cooper, Lotus, a Lister Corvette, that sounds like a combo, if ever I heard one. Rob Watson from Scottsdale, Arizona driving that. And Spencer Trenery leading the way at the moment.
So there's David Swig. You can see how different that car looks, right?
yeah, no kidding. Very different. That's the 35. And about fourth place, that's the Monsterati Special.
I think he's in fifth spot at the moment, I think.
Yeah, I hope it does clear up for the fans coming here already. The grandstand starting to fill up, and also the paddock. We've got a great view sitting out here in the paddock of everything. I'm glad we're out here because I know it's a bit of a strange one, but I think it's appropriate. There's our leader again.
Oh, that's actually Jeff in his
Oh, that's
bird
O'Neill,
cage.
yes,
Yeah,
in the birdcage, yeah. Now, what do you know about the birdcage? I know the basics, if you will, which is the trestle framework. That's why it gets that name, the birdcage. And effectively, Maserati designed actually a very strong chassis, stronger than perhaps the standard. And they kind of nicknamed it the birdcage because it was so many different little bits of trestle, effectively, network.
I would encourage everyone to go check it out when it's back under the tent. It's so what's special about it is how light it is, right?
Yes.
Because all the members are so tiny, so fine, and it's almost like a mesh framework that looks, that's where, as you say, where it gets its nickname.
I know that there was a lot of thought that some of the great drivers like Sterling Moss would give a go at it, Dan Gurney. It wasn't that successful. It won the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometers in its day, but it never won Le Mans, and it just had a lot of reliability issues. But as a car, it really is both unique and very, very special. Goodness knows how much it's worth. But a really special car to look out for if you get a chance.
So, I was just saying that was Patrick Orozco in the 36 car.
Yep.
I think he was the one that had a few traction challenges at the start, but he's down 4 spots. But he looks like he's fighting his way back up again. He just passed Jack. So
we're just looking at William Taylor here in the Cooper Monaco from 1962 in the number 57, powering his way up the hill. Beautiful sound that.
Actually wondering if Jeff is in his car. It doesn't look like his normal race suit. Who knows?
He may have chosen that it's a little early. Who knows? He's a busy man.
There's all sorts of tag teaming going on in some of these cars at this point.
Got a quick glimpse there of the number 9 just going through shot.
Jeff took one of the minis out in practice last night. He was going to go for a couple of laps. He loved it so much he stayed out the whole session, and I think he turned in like a 1:51, which is crazy fast. So he knows what he's doing.
So tell me about your Mini. What have you got?
Mine's a 1966. It's actually an American delivered car. It was bought and sold new in Detroit in '67. It's Austin Cooper S. I bought it without knowing how much history it had, and ironically, it was bought and raced drag racing, and it won won his class, and he drove it stock. He just took the air filter off it, the original owner, a guy called Dick Reynolds, and was winning everything. And I acquired the car about a year ago. Fortunately, they found the old logbook, sent it to me, so I put the old livery on it. And I was up here racing in April, and an old guy comes over and goes, "Whose is this car?" And I'm like, "It's mine." He goes, "I know this car. I raced against it in 1975. No. And he managed to track down Dick Reynolds' cell number. And I called him a couple of weeks ago and chatted to him, and he's without conversing on email, he sent me all of these old pictures about the car. So that's the super fun side of this historic racing, is understanding the history and the provenance.
Well, these are the stories we hope to bring you throughout the weekend. Thank you, Andrew. This is Andrew Cox you're listening to, who will be out later. We're looking at the number 14. We just saw the Devin 1958 Nicholas Colonna at the wheel in the number 9. That was one of 15, so gives you an idea of just how many there are in the world. That's how elite, if you will, these cars are. And he's currently in the top 10 in that all-red number 9. And then we just saw the 14 Lister Corvette from 1959, Rob Walton pedaling that, or wheeling that, whichever you prefer. And here's a look at the corkscrew looking up. And there's the 99, the Lotus 17. And if anybody was all about lightweight, it was Colin Chapman. He was a maestro, sometimes pushing in the limits of how light he could get his chassis, but that was one of the things that he was brilliant at doing with Lotus, was to get very lightweight cars. And the Lotus 11, the Lotus 23B, and so on, you'll see quite a lot of iterations. And I'm amazed to see how many Lotuses are actually here in the States.
Yeah, that's the amazing stuff of walking around and seeing the evolution of the cars. It's always finding that balance between performance, lightweight, and reliability, right? And you start to shave one or push the lever on one too much, and you'll start to compromise another area. It's just finding that perfect balance.
How about this? The 1958 Ferrari 250 Testarossa, Anthony Wang, from Huntington, New York, at the wheel. That looks like a handful. Also looks fun, though.
Yeah, and it's beautiful. Yeah.
We've got 2 Ferrari 250 Testarossas here. Both of them 1958, one yellow, one red. And Anthony Wang driving one. Chase Johnson driving the other. And we're watching Group 3. This is our first group action from the 2 days here at Velocity Invitational. There's lots to tell you about as the day goes on. And can't wait to bring you some of these very, very special cars. And we've really got some treats coming up. We've got some of the best world rally cars you'll ever see. We've also got McLaren Formula One about to celebrate their 60th anniversary next year, and they're here in absolute full song with Zach Brown included, the CEO of McLaren, who will be driving. He has a collection of cars himself and loves to get out and about and drive those cars, especially the modern ones, because this is a rare event for him to actually take one of his own race cars out alongside the likes of a Mika Hakkinen.
Spencer Trenoy's just put in a 148 in his Cooper Monaco.
That's pretty handy.
Yeah, leading the way for sure.
Yeah, we don't, as commentators, we don't overemphasize the times, but I know you drivers like to keep an eye on it, because that's what it's all about, isn't it? I mean, you want to take on the track. If you're a racing driver at heart, doesn't matter what you're driving, you want to beat the clock, you want to beat the track, and it doesn't matter what you're in either, because you can gauge where you are. As we look at the Sadler Meyer special coming up the hill here towards us in 1959. And just behind that, that's the 164. That's the Lotus 11 Le Mans, another Lotus iteration. Mark Sange driving that one. It almost looks futuristic, even though it's from the 50s.
Futuristic, yeah, in the 50s or 60s, right?
Yeah, but can you imagine what it must have looked like when they first brought that out? And everybody's like, oh, we're going to go racing with this. I mean, really quite futuristic at the time.
Could have been something in one of those original Flash Gordon movies.
Yeah. So Spencer Trenoy leading the way now in our qualifying race for Group 3. And why we call it a qualifying race is they're going to race again. And so Greg Meyer, John Hill, all in the top 3. And the number 36, Patrick Orozco doing a really good job because, as you say, he spun and has managed to hang on to, 4th place ahead of Gregory Campbell at the moment. So keep an eye out for the 36, cheer him on. And by the way, if you are here today, please get around, get to talk to these guys, come and have a look at that Ferrari you just saw flash by there. These are absolutely beautiful pieces of art and worth more than you and I can afford, perhaps, but well worth a chat with the driver, ask him why he likes to drive this car or what's difficult about it, or why a Ferrari, no less, because that's always an interesting question. A lot of people do have particular marks that they fell in love with as a boy or had a model of or have a history with, and that's, you know, part of this. Certainly in Jeffrey O'Neill's case, he wasn't a car guy as such, but learnt about cars as a kid and saw the model cars and said, if I got to be able, I would buy that car, and he did. He bought a Formula One car, and everybody said he was out of his mind, but from there on in, he's built his collection. All right, coming over the line now in our first group, which is Group 3, number 65. That's now, this is an interesting car, the Echidna from 1959, Michael Silverman. I was looking at this morning, actually. Really interesting car, this. Not well known, certainly not in the same ranks as some of the Lotuses or the Ferraris that we're more familiar with. But the Echidna, Michael Silverman at the wheel, is one of 3 modified Devon-bodied sports racers built and raced in the period starting in 1959 with a 56 Chevy sedan chassis, chopped and narrow. So that's kind of what I was talking about at the start, which is the Americans went, okay, how can we get in this game and kind of do our own thing? And that car is a good example. Car park starting to fill up. I'm sorry about the weather, folks, but it will get better. And wherever you're tuning in around the internet, around the world, we promise you a better day once the sun comes out. We'll see these cars in their full glory. Sadler-Meyer Special from 1959. Like we said, these cars, late 50s, early 60s, at a time where sports car racing was just really getting going, especially here in the States. And Trans Am would be coming along very soon with the smaller displacement. We'll see some of those, as well as the muscle cars. Andrew, alongside me, will be taking those muscle cars on later in his Mini. Looking forward to that. That's always fun. Are you racing at night again, or is it during the day?
So we're a month earlier than last year, so the clocks haven't changed. So I think with the current, I think the fog may come back in again by the time the race is on. But yeah, so last night when we were practicing, we had lights on for fog, but not for the it certainly wasn't the same level as darkness as last year.
Well, last year we were taking bets because as the sun went down, we were like, well, this is it. The Minis have got a better chance now because a lot of the Mustangs had taken the lights out for weight, whereas the Minis had gone, no, we'll keep the lights. So, beautiful sights and sounds of Velocity Invitational. This is the 3rd edition of the event. Welcome, one and all. We hope you have a great weekend here. Please get around the venue. Don't sit in the stands all day long. Come around the paddock. Come and enjoy the food, wine, and the cars. That's what it's all about. Bring the kids, enjoy it. Come and see some Formula One cars up close and some of the history of motor racing. And the beauty of it is, many young people today aren't as car crazy as perhaps you and I were growing up. But I think an event like this can really get that nostalgia going and give people an understanding of the development. You know, if you are at all interested in the progression, the history of how the automobile came to be, and let's face it, whether you like them or love them, we all use them day in, day out. And the combustion engine alone, there's some good examples just behind me here in our commentary booth of illustrations of how they work and showing them in motion close up as we take a look at the number 60
It's
of
Spencer.
the Cooper Monaco of Spencer leading the way. He's
heading up
lead.
for his last time through the corkscrew in the final lap here.
Yep.
And yeah, Patrick definitely found his feet again after the initial spin and has been on a serious run up the league, up the table. He's up into second.
So Spencer on his way to victory. This is only the qualifying race, though. He's got 2 corners to go. Well, 1 now. And he has stolen a march, no question about it, on the rest of the field. But not really a surprise, as he brings that number 60 home to take the checkered flag. The 1961 Cooper Monaco wins here. And the man from Berkeley, California, takes the checkered flag, as he's done many a time before, I may add. But looking forward to seeing him as the weekend goes on. Andrew, also looking forward. When are you out?
5 o'clock today,
good.
yes. So end of the day. Yeah.
Well, come back anytime. Come join us.
Sure.
Feel free. We're here all weekend. And we've placed ourselves right in the middle of everything.
It's
so
a
you
great
can't miss
spot
it.
here, actually, yeah.
It is a good spot. And we've got, if it rains, we've got a little bit of coverage. But if the sun comes out...
There won't be rain.
No, there won't be rain. No, it never rains in Southern California, is what they say. But we're not quite. Are we in Southern? I don't know. It all makes sense. So what are you going to... When you've got a bit of time off, what are you going to have a sniff at? What are you going to have a look at?
Well, the rally cars for sure.
Yes.
The Gonzalez collection of F1 cars is just insane over there. I'll be checking that out again.
Yeah, I had a look at it yesterday, and it's very impressive.
Yeah,
can't have to say, and really looking forward to seeing that.
The modern cars are certainly impressive. I don't know if you've seen the Ferraris at the end.
Yes,
the collection
I have.
Yeah. That 288 GTO is something special. They're all just, those things are amazing. But yeah, no, I'll just be, assuming the car's ready, my car's ready, I'll be snooping around like checking out all the different cars under the tents. And
briefly, I never asked you. So, what brought you here?
To the US?
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to move. I did a couple of years in Singapore, and then I've been out here on the West Coast for 16 years now with work originally.
Sounds like a pilot.
No, I was in technology.
Okay, because I lived in Hong Kong for many years, so I know the lifestyle.
Yeah,
very cool.
Fun times.
Well, listen, welcome. Thanks for coming in. You're always welcome to join us. Really a pleasure to have you, and looking forward now. What number, so we can cheer you on?
Oh, number 58.
Number 58. We'll cheer him on.
The red and gold.
Red and gold mini.
Yeah.
Let's head down to Kev Harris. What have you got, Kev?
Johnny, I have found your favourite and my favourite, the ragtime racers, and my old pal Ed Archer is alongside me. Ed, great to see you here again from the Velocity Invitational. Just give the folks around the world right now a bit of a heads up. Tell us what the ragtime racers are all about.
Well, the ragtime racers are a pre-1920 group of cars, nothing newer than 1920, and we're an exhibition class, so we're not out there competing for any amount of money, but we're out there really putting the foot into that accelerator.
You really are putting the foot in the accelerator. But back in the day, these were the cars that were competing for any amount of money. These were racing cars at the cutting edge of, 1915 in the case of your car here.
The cutting edge. These were on the cutting edge, and you look at these little narrow tires. There's not a lot of traction there, and not much braking ability. You only have 2 rear-wheel brakes and little narrow tires, so you have to drive accordingly.
Absolutely, and around here at Laguna Seca, going down the corkscrew on a slightly damp morning like it is today, it's going to be quite a hairy ride.
It is.
You've got a young man riding alongside you today who's never been in one of these before. What's he got to look forward to?
Well, hang on for dear life.
And just tell us about the car that you're in. I've just said it is a 1915, I believe.
1915 Ford, Model T Ford based race car.
Yeah.
And it's got about 55 horsepower and a top speed of over 100 miles an hour. And so, yeah.
A top speed of over 100 miles an hour, sitting in something that is 100 years old in the open air. I mean, Ed.
Yeah, and on wooden spoke wheels.
On wooden spoke wheels and on skinny rubber tires. I mean, it must take a lot of work, Ed, to keep these cars in the conditions so that they're safe to run.
It is. It really is. Yeah. Yep. It's very challenging sometimes.
Yeah, I can well imagine. Well, I think we got behind you now. There are people putting their arms up in the air, giving us, I think, the 5-minute signal. What we'll do, if you want to get in and get ready, I'll get Sky around here. This young man, this is your passenger, isn't it? Let's get him round here.
Yeah.
I'll stay here. Sky, young man, Sky, give him a tap for me. I'm going to run and get him. Come on in here. We're crossing generations here. This is the young man that's about to go out with Ed. Sky, I was just chatting to you before. Have you any idea what you're about to experience?
Slightly. Never been in a car like this before, especially on a damp surface, so not really knowing what to expect right now.
Tell us how you came to be lucky enough to be getting the hot laps, the passenger lap with Ed today.
Lucky enough to become friends with my man Zach, wherever he is. His father's actually driving the blue 16 right now.
Yeah. There's a whole lot of cars here, and you've ended up sort of hanging out with the ragtime racers. Tell me, are these pre-1920 cars something that you're really interested in?
Not really, but I might be after this. Might be.
But you're a car fan like many of the people who are here today.
Absolutely.
What other cars are you looking forward to seeing? Any particular marques or any particular eras of car that you're looking forward to?
I am super into the Euro scene. I actually love BMWs from the 90s and 80s and 70s.
BMWs from the 90s and 80s. Well, I'm sure there's plenty of them. Let's just hop you in the hot seat then. Let's get Sky set up on here. So yeah, this is really quite something, and the ragtime racers are here all weekend. There's a lady now hitting a whistle, I think, 1, 2 or 3 times. We've probably got about 3 minutes to go on this one, but it does really draw quite the crowd down here at Laguna Seca, because I think there's about sort of 20 odd cars about to go on track, and as Ed has said, they're going to drive them and they're going to start putting their foot to the floor. So the car may be 100 years old, but they're really going to go for it. Looks like we got the 2-minute call on this one now, which is fantastic. And the noise around here is quite something as they rev them up. A lot of these cars, of course, back in the day took a lot of their engineering from the aero industry, which is why you see these long bonnets and the kind of engines that you would have seen in, the flying machines back in the day. And today here at Laguna Seca, these guys are going to fly around the track like nothing that you have seen. I promise you of that. A moment or two ago as well, with the way that the mist is running here, when they start blatting the accelerator, the exhaust fumes and fog, this whole area was covered in a cloud of fog. Taylor is waiting up in Velocity Lane. I think what's going to happen is these guys are going to head on up and go to the Velocity Lane and park up there before they go out on track. So we'll give them a second or two to go out, and then we'll see if she can get a chat with them just before they go live. But they're running today, they're running again tomorrow, and if you are anywhere in the area and you can come on down and see them, I thoroughly recommend it. Looks like we're getting ready to go. So yeah, we're off and rolling. First 2 or 3, they're making their way out to the track. Turn him up, the lady's giving it the finger waggle. Once that finger starts to wiggle, there goes Ed. Good luck, Sky, good luck, Ed. They're off, they're rolling, and away they go then. An incredible sight, an incredible sound here at Laguna Seca. It's only the second of, I don't know how many sessions out on track this weekend at what is arguably the best car show happening anywhere in the world right now. I mean, where can you come to a car show and see 1920s racers or pre-1920s racers like this, still running at over 100 miles an hour, alongside cars that have been designed by a computer and 3D printed in the case of the Czinger, which does 0 to 63 in 1.9 seconds. Think about that for a moment. Right, so the cars have headed on up then to Velocity Road. The last of them just getting set and ready to go now. I wonder if Taylor is up there, and maybe we can get a camera on them up there at Velocity Road. Taylor, are you there?
So as you can see, they're out on track. I think Taylor's gone with them, actually. Anyway, they're out on track now. So away they go. And as they hit the track, I will start to give you a little information as to who we've got there. But let's just start with some basic information. about the actual cars. Now, yes, it's a very nice thing to get a passenger ride. Yes, of course it is. But there's actually method to the madness. This is how they raced back in the day. There were no mirrors. In fact, it was Ray Haroon, the man who won the first ever Indy 500, who, we've got a problem here with the number 2. Now, what's up with that? That's the 1917 Ford racer, Chris Helling, the driver, and he is, as you can see, just behind, or just trying to fettle the wheel as the starter. But that's why they had a passenger, for exactly what you just saw. 2 reasons. One, to start the motor from the front while the driver was able to fettle the throttle. The other was as a spotter. Now, you'll know in NASCAR and IndyCar and generally speaking modern day racing, we all have spotters. Well, they had spotters back then, but they sat alongside and looked back until the mirror was invented. So that is why they have a passenger here in the ragtime races. But what a beautiful sight. I've actually had the opportunity to go out in these cars myself and do a passenger ride. A lot of fun indeed. Starting to fill up here in the paddock. Really delightful to see these cars. There goes the number 19 just getting out. Take a look at that. That's the National Speedway Roadster. That's one of my favorite. Eric Ramos driving that one, just coming out of the paddock now. The car you're looking at on screen, that's the Packard from 1912, and the number 20, that's the National Indy Racer from 1911. Think about that, folks. 1911. Not 2011, 1911. Look at that steering wheel. And the belief was there was no need for safety belts because it was felt that it was less dangerous to just roll out of the car if you got in trouble back in the day. So, yes, it wouldn't be something that we'd necessarily advise. Now, this is the only group that we call an exhibition because, obviously, these guys, skilled as they are, don't really want to break any of these precious cars. They are absolutely priceless. And so really enjoying seeing them in action here at Laguna Seca. And incidentally, these exhibitors, if you will, these ragtime racers, actually do this exhibition around the United States at many of the historic events. I've seen them at Indianapolis, and I've seen them in other places too. And they basically formed in, 2018. And they are 400-year-old race cars traveling as a show across the United States. And yes, a little bit of smoke coming out of that one. Let's see if he makes it. But they do a good job. He'll stay off the line. That's a good, smart move. But it's a great opportunity, and these guys will do 2 or 3 sessions as the weekend goes on. So if you are here at the venue, please come down to the ragtime races and come and take a closer look. They're very welcoming. They'll let you sit. They'll let you take their photograph in a classic for your own edification. Now, which is that car that's smoking? I'm going to try and get the number on that. As we can see it from the drone, he's coming out of turn 10 and heading down. I was going to say it looks as though he might pit, but no. It's number 9, and in fact that's the Locomobile. He may as well be. Sounds like a locomotive right now, and that is the grey Locomobile of Tom Malloy, who's at the wheel, and it's smoking a bit, but then again, that doesn't matter. I think he's just going to go with it. It's a bit of smoke. What the heck? As long as he's not perturbed by it or not worried by it, then... And you can see the 20 is looking across going, are you okay? That's the National Indy Racer in blue. And so on we go. The green flag waves and we are racing. And incidentally, that number 9 now leading despite the smoke. Maybe we'll clear it up. Looks as though Kev's just joined me. And as we look at the number 4, Kev, you took a close look at the Ford Racer, that yellow one, the Ed Archer that we're looking at. Was there any particular favourite you liked?
Well, Johnny, I've just run from the Ragtime Racers workshop, which is just at the entrance to the setup here at Laguna Seca. And it really is quite something. I haven't had a chance to have a full look around the 15 or 20 cars that they've got down there yet. But I chatted to Ed Archer last year, and it was great to see him back again this year. That's a 1915 Ford T racer there. 4-cylinder, 177 cubic inches on that one. And when you stand alongside these cars, you just can't fathom what they're doing. That car is over 100 years old. As Ed said, he's going to be doing 100 miles an hour. It could go 100 miles an hour. I think on a slightly damp track today here at Laguna Seca, if he does 50 or 60 miles an hour, you're going to know all about it. But he did say to me that he's going to put his foot to the floor and go for it on the accelerator. So he's not messing around. And, as he said, on wooden wheels. As well.
Perlman artillery wooden wheels, to be exact, with a frame and chassis made of steel and wood. As we take a look at the number 18, I kid you not, Romano Studevant. Look at that, isn't that a beauty?
Yeah, and that's Brian Blaine who's driving that one there, I think, if I see that correctly.
You're right.
And I think Brian's the chap that's in charge of all of these, and I'm really looking forward to just catching up with him over the course of the weekend, because it's a really good vibe and it's a really good buzz down there when you're sort of in amongst it and you're chatting to them. And what's really good as well is, I mean, let's face it, I'm an older gentleman. Some of these chaps are, kind of a certain age. But there's also a lot of youngsters getting involved down there, getting on the wrenches, getting on the spanners, learning how to tune them, learning how to keep them running. So I think the health of these ragtime racers is in good hands. The younger generation are stepping up to keep them running.
Now, the BF Studevant, as we were just mentioning there, was best known as the world's largest industrial fan manufacturer of all things. There you go. But somehow the Romano Special came out of them making fans. And they made, when the First World War was raging in Europe, the Studevant Aeroplane Company of 1950 to 1980 was formed as a parent company to develop military aircraft. And they used their knowledge of blower technology to build some of the first supercharged engines. And what you're looking at in this number 18 maroon Romano Special is a supercharged 220 brake horsepower engine.
That is incredible. 220 brake horsepower from 1916. That really is. And
That's
supercharged
nuts.
As well. That is nuts. This was, as Ed said there, as I put the question to him, this was cutting edge technology of the day. Really incredible. And it's great that at the Velocity Invitational we're showing these cars alongside what is the cutting edge of technology of today. Some of the supercars and hypercars that we've got here are just mind-bendingly clever in how they're built and how they work.
I think, and it's also part of what Jeffrey O'Neill's vision for this event was and should be, which is exactly that. We're looking at maybe a problem for the 1920 Ford. That's the number 16. Yeah, I don't know what's going on at Stoke Bauer. He seems to be,
We got a little bit of pumping going with the left hand going in there. Is that a fuel pump?
It could well be. That to me looks like he's trying to pump the fuel and get a better mix. All good?
Yeah, I think
very serious look on his face. I like the helmet. I like the juxtaposition between the old style helmet and the brand new helmet of the driver. Love it.
Yeah, and there's some youngsters getting a real treat here today. The lad Sky that was jumping in with Ed Archer in the 1915 yellow number 4 car. I don't know whether he was quite prepared for what was about to happen, but he certainly was looking forward to it.
Now, that is the Packard. Excuse me, I've led you astray. There's two 16s out there.
Okay.
So that's Paya Hidalgo in the Packard from 1912, that.
Well, what I love about that, look at the passenger's position there, Johnny. He's got his feet absolutely locked on the footboard there. He is wedged in position because there is little to nothing holding you in on these cars when you go around the corner. You've got to hang on and press hard and try to stay put on the seat.
Now, if I said to you, you've got drum brakes on your car, you'd say, well, that's a bit old-fashioned. But actually, no, these were the real deal back then. Back in the day, these were the drum rear only, I may add, on this 2012 Packard. Now, who we got now? The 21. Here we go. The Hudson from 1916. Cracking. Now watch him lean. Now he's not doing that for effect.
No.
He's doing that to balance the car.
He's doing that to balance the car for sure. And when you look at a car like that one there, Johnny, you really get a sense of the aero engineering that went into these things. Under that bonnet, under that huge long hood of that 21, there's the cylinders and the mechanics, pumping away and throbbing away that, were the aero engines of the day, as you said there.
Yeah, and one thing that you need to think about when you look at these cars and wonder why they have such a cumbersome look or such a large engine is that motor racing basically developed their engines in the aeroplane world. So basically World War I and World War II were effectively testing grounds for the engines that became the racing car engines. Now, of course, they've got smaller and smaller, and you'll see examples later today of Formula One cars where it's all packed in the same, but even more power into a much smaller space. But when they started out, they just took aeroplane engines, plonked them in there, and said, let's go racing.
Let's see what happens, exactly. And this is what happens. And there was a glorious scene there as well as the number 16 car, the blue one there, when it started to just sort of glide down the corkscrew. It must be an amazing feeling when you start to get, line it up right and point it down a hill like that, because gravity starts to add to your overall speed. It must be a great sense of freedom as well, sitting up that high, with your head flapping in the wind.
This is the National Speed Roadster, Eric Ramos at the wheel of that beautiful number 19.
Look at it. From 1911, that car, Johnny, there. It's getting even older. What is our oldest one? It's, I think, 1911.
1911, I think.
Hang on, no, wait a minute. The number 9 car is in 1908.
A Locomobile.
Look out for that one.
That was the one smoking earlier on.
That was a huge cloud of smoke down there, by the way, at the Ragtime Racers garage earlier.
This was built by the National Motor Vehicle Company, and 1,713 were built in 1911. 4-cylinder, 450 cubic inches and 50 brake horsepower. 3-speed, non-synchro with leather cone clutch.
That is quite remarkable. I'm just as well. Just the chap that owns this is he's got quite a heritage as well.
Yeah, the guy who owns this car is Charles D. Test, the great-great-grandson of the founder and president of the National Car Company. So talk about keeping it in the family and also keeping that history going. That's pretty impressive.
That is really impressive. It's great to have not only all these cars here, but the heritage that goes with them. Here's the number 9 car then. This is that 1908 Locomobile.
Or is it the Franklin Desert Racer?
Could be.
No, it's the Desert Racer. It's the grey. Sean DeLuna at the wheel. Yeah. He's on his own, poor lad. You should join him. Balance him out.
What? Do you know, I actually really would like to have a go at these, John.
I've been out once.
Have you been out once?
Yeah. I went out in that number 16. Oh, it's scary as all heck. But it's great. No, it's really good. They loved, and they talk you all the way through it. They tell you what they're doing and why, and they show you a little bit about the car. And it's so exhilarating. It really is, because you might be doing maybe 60 miles an hour, but it feels like 200.
Yeah. It really would, because you're sitting up so high, and you've got all of the the air and the elements sort of blowing against you as you go around the corners there, and it takes a lot of work. It's very physical to keep these cars going. You'll see them reaching for the brakes that sometimes might be a handbrake, as we saw there. One of the guys just keeping the fuel pumping with by hand as well, the manual fuel pump to keep them running. So it's a really physical thing. I can see some pickup trucks chasing this one down.
Yes, that's a 1911 Ford. No, it's not. So somebody's got conked out, but that's not to our. It's the yellow car that came out first. Actually,
that's a shame.
What a shame.
Yeah,
but we're looking at that number 19, that Hall Scott engine, San Francisco, California manufacturer, a Hall Scott racer from 1917. And again, the Hall Scott Engine Company was primarily an aircraft engine builder with facilities at Emeryville, California, and Indianapolis. So exactly what I was saying, which is, they come from an era where the airplane engine was much used and developed in motor racing, and it went both ways, of course. As the racing cars wanted to go faster and wanted to go smaller, that also helped the air industry as well. I'll tell you what, I'll make you a bet.
Go on.
I'll make you a bet. Mika Hakkinen's here, right?
He is.
Patricia Pato O'Ward's here.
Yeah.
Right? I bet you $1,000 neither one of them would go near one of these machines. They wouldn't.
They might not.
No, I don't believe it.
And I'm sure later on we'll be catching up with them.
I'll lay down the gauntlet.
When I see them later on, and Pato is an excitable young man. If I said to him, look, there's $1,000 on the line here, Pato, do you fancy
probably take it now.
He would probably take it, actually. But on the side, quietly, he might think twice about that one.
Beautiful sights and sounds here at Laguna Seca. It's early morning here on the first day of the Velocity Invitational. Welcome, one and all. We've got some great guests. We've got some fantastic stars of motor racing and the history of motor racing. And there's no question that the real stars, of course, are the cars themselves, and they are in full glory. Still a little smoky on that one car coming down the hill out of the corkscrew down towards Rainy Curve. But I just think he's got a little bit of a mixture problem, but he's all right.
I think so. And for a moment there, Johnny, we were sort of reminded of days of old as those three cars were almost side by side. We had some overtaking action going on there. There was the undercut. Look at this. They're not afraid to put their foot to the floor and get the best out of these cars that they can. What a great scene now then. 2, 4, 5 cars in the one shot.
Did they give you any, I mean, like I said, they exhibit these cars all over the United States. Did they give you any idea just how long it takes to prepare them and work them?
I did chat to Ed about that. He said it takes an awful lot of work. He didn't say how long it takes, but in his instance, as the checkered flag flies, there we go. Look at that.
Sways across the line. Well done. And the ragtime racers, and it is the number 9 who smoked his way at the beginning, and I think that is the 1908 Locomobile.
Yeah.
There's 3 number 9s. Or Paul Stanley Mini. It is. It's the Hall Scott. The 1917 Hall Scott that wins. And that is a California entry. Good deal. Yeah, the Hall Scott. So well done to him. And he started off with Smokey. He ended up Smokey, and he swayed across the line and won it in style. Lovely. I love that tail too, isn't that?
It's super, isn't it?
Space age,
it is
really.
super. And again, once again, coming back to the aero engineering, look at the exhaust pipes just coming out on the left-hand side of the front of that bonnet there. You know, could be the exhaust pipes of a Spitfire or a Hurricane or something else from back in the day. And also shades of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang about that
Yes.
one, I would say there, Johnny.
I'll give you that.
From the classic film.
It's either that or those magnificent men in their flying machines. That's all I can think about. I know that's an airplane reference, but it still works.
Yeah. And there was a chap down there who really did look like Dick Dastardly from the Wacky Races.
I remember the Wacky Races.
He had retro gauntlets that were up to his elbows and a set of leather knee-high boots. Look at the position in that number 20 car the driver's sitting in.
Absolutely.
He's almost
glorious.
laid fully backwards, trying to wedge his feet up against like the foot plate just up by the accelerator there to keep himself in position.
And I'll tell you one thing that, you said, what's it like? I mean, you really do get an understanding of the balance as you go from side to side. You feel yourself leaning because the car is doing that. It's moving underneath you.
Yeah.
And you do want to lean because you feel like it's going to rock over. It doesn't, obviously. But it feels like it's going to do that.
Absolutely. I tell you what, I'm sitting here watching this, Johnny, and I've got a big smile on my face. I am beaming. I can only imagine what it's like for those guys out there on track, in those race helmets right now. The smile must be from ear to ear because you spend all year looking after this thing and keeping it running and making sure it looks nice and it's polished and it's shiny and everything. But then when you get it on track and you actually feel what it's like once again, you get your hand on the steering wheel, it just must be something else. Just must make you smile.
Absolutely. What are you going to go and find next? What's your
I don't know, Johnny. I don't know.
Well, I want to send you over to the Rally Boys because they're ready to go.
Yes, yeah. The
Bring
guys
back
from
Benjamin
Rally.
Pedersen. I bet you he wouldn't. He just signed for AJ Foyt in IndyCars, and he's got a rally pedigree, but as well as an Indy Lights top man for the last couple of years. I bet you he wouldn't get in one of these. Well, listen, Mike, thanks to Kev Harris. He'll be out bebopping about in the next few minutes and for the rest of the day. We'll take a short break here. The Ragtime Racers have been won their first outing. It's won by a Hall Scott racer from California, San Francisco. Well done to him. We'll be right back.
At 225 miles per hour, you do not have time to think about security breaches.
Awesome.
At 225 miles per hour, you cannot concern yourself with ransomware. At 225 miles per hour, the only thing you should be focused on is your business. CrowdStrike. Powering champions.
back to the Velocity Invitational. I'm down here on the pre-grid. We've got some stunning cars from Group 2, but right here I'm with this stunning 49 Jaguar with Chris. Chris, tell me a little bit about this car. You're starting on the lead too. You're running the field.
This car ran in 1955 and 56 for Akira Koss. Did about 25 races. Raced at Le Mans 58. Raced through the 60s. I got it 5 or 6 years ago, and just a pleasure to drive.
And how does it feel out there in the front? You've got, you know, the wind blowing in your helmet, essentially. Is it nice to be back on the track in such a historic car?
It's always fun to come to Laguna Seca. It's always fun to be on a race car on the racetrack. So to start up front is great. You know, I have to watch the mirror, but it's nice to have the open road.
I'm just about to read it.
Exactly. Well, best of luck out there in this beautiful Scottish blue car. Let's head down a little bit. We've got Slim here in this car. Slim, I know you mentioned you love being on the track. 50 years of
What are you
racing.
driving?
What is it like to be out there again?
Always fun, always enjoyable.
Nice.
A little nervous, of course.
Is that yours,
Ready
or
to
is
go.
good for you?
Awesome. Well, best of luck out there. Beautiful car we have here. And let's move on
We'll talk a little bit
down.
about that. Just talk about
Over here
you know,
to
what
John.
you like, what
John,
you don't.
I know you mentioned this is
A little
one
bit
of
about
your
historics.
most favorite cars to run. Why? Tell me a bit about.
Did you do
being
the
out there on
last two
track.
events?
Well, it's probably the one I drive with the most horsepower. And like I said before, it's got the little skinny tires, so it slides around a lot. Just a great old fun car to drive. It's got a lot of history.
Well, excellent. Best of luck out there and have some fun. All these drivers here are going to have an excellent time. As you heard from John, they love sliding around on the track, having a bit of fun out there. And check out this 55. Wes has got his helmet on, so I don't think we'll be able to talk to him. But how about this car right here, the number 15? Talk about some aluminum. Talk about a car. How long have you been racing?
Oh, 25 years.
25 years.
And this is my 4th time in the Manning.
And did you build this car?
I'm from London as well. I flew in.
Well, that's the best of here. We've got America and all the other countries pulled in for racing. How do you feel about racing against the other
Oh,
cars?
it's brilliant. This is a quick car too.
Well, good luck out there. We hope to see you up at the front at the end. All right, let's head up to the booth. These guys are going to get going right away. So back to you, Johnny. Let's get to racing.
Let's do it. Great stuff, Taylor. And we get ready for our Group 2 action coming up very soon. As you can see, they're getting on the pre-grid. That's where Taylor is. That's right in front of me. And they're doing their qualifying race. And I'm joined by Lars Mamstead, who's going to be in action today. But I've dragged him up here. Thank you for waiting, sir, first and foremost. But you're a big fan of these guys. And particularly, I know you said to me, you know a lot of the guys out there and a lot of the cars out there. So tell us a little bit about what we're about to see.
The normal group that I race with, I normally race a XK120 Jaguar, and a lot of the cars out on the grid today are from the Del Monte Trophy group, and They raced in period in Pebble Beach, and some of the cars that are actually on the grid did race exactly in Pebble Beach, and so it's quite amazing that these cars are still running and they're still doing great deeds out here on the track.
Let's talk a little bit about that, because that's where, if you like, the forerunner to Laguna Seca came from, which was they used to race around the forests and streets of Pebble Beach, and if you come into Laguna Seca, you'll see some of the trees painted white, because that's how you went racing back then. And unfortunately, if you hit one of those, it was a little unfortunate. But the likes of Phil Hill, and talking about the Jaguar, Sterling Moss, racing those very cars, came here back in that time and raced around Pebble Beach.
Yep, and Bill Pollock, too, was a racer in that time. And the Parkinson Jaguar, which is one of the specials that's out here, it had wrecked in Pebble Beach, and it was rebodied as this sports special. There's several cars out here that are, I would say, they're like hot rods, basically. The Streets Manning and the Baldwin Special and the Tatum Special. Those are all California specials, and they were built. Hot rodders in the day said, well, I want to go sports car racing. And so they didn't have the wherewithal to buy a European sports car, so they built these cars. Many of them had flathead engines, early American engines in them, and they're quick as sin, really. I mean, it's
quick as sin. I love it.
It's really amazing how fast they are.
Don Parkinson, am I right in saying Parkinson's brother-in-law was Phil Hill?
I believe that is true. I believe that is correct.
There's a crossover. Phil Hill obviously became America's first world champion in Formula One. but we raced here a lot, and obviously it was, I think he won the first ever Pebble Beach race here back in the 50s. So some real great history here. Really looking forward to this group. I mean, Lars, you said that you usually race your XK, your Jaguar here. I know James Older very well. I'm sure you do.
Absolutely.
Why that car? Because it looks, it doesn't look like a race car.
So I'm a big hot rodder. And,
Okay.
And I saw a XK that was black with red interior, and it had some louvers on it. It was sort of hot rodded out. And I thought, man, that's the kind of car I'd like to race. And I like round cars.
Okay.
And the XK 120 is absolutely a round car, and just the opportunity came about that I could buy this car, and it's amazing. And you mentioned James Alder. He actually drives his car from Reno to the track, to every track that he races, and it's amazing. It really is amazing.
And that includes open top across the mountains, play or snow, rain or wind. He's out there, and everybody pips their horn, waves to him. He loves it.
Absolutely. And I also had the opportunity to race the Baldwin one year. My Jaguar had broken in the corkscrew. I blew an engine, and the Baldwin Special was offered up to me to race, and what a gem of a car that is.
If you didn't drive the Jaguar, which one of these would you fancy?
Well, I believe that there is a Maserati out here. And the Maserati, honestly, is my favorite car in the whole paddock. It's just absolutely a gorgeous round. Here it comes, the number 67.
Yes.
And it's round. It's like a 550 Porsche Spider on steroids. It's a beautiful, beautiful machine, and the pilot there is. I've raced against him many times, and he's a great pilot, and all these guys are gentleman drivers to the T. I mean, you could not find a better group of people to race with.
Let's explain that. What is a gentleman driver? Because it's an expression that, if you're familiar with motor racing, everybody knows what that means. But what it basically means is these are very proficient but amateur drivers. But when we get to this level of historic racing with this sort of originality, if you will, and absolute pricelessness in some cases, you've got to know what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is that we have all been racing together most of the time. There's no unknown quantity here.
Right.
And so, if we're dicing it up and it gets a little bit, like maybe somebody's going to get a little close to another person, we just back off and give the guy a little bit of room. Whereas if this was a professional race, we might be going, paint to paint. But these are rare cars, one-of-a-kind cars that cannot be reproduced. So that, you want to make sure that they're maintained and that they're kept safe as much as possible.
Well, as you can see, the pace car has pulled off, which allows us to take a good look at our Group 2 qualifying race for cars from 1948 to 1955, sports car racing cars, as well as 1947 to 1956 production cars. So some are production-based, some are pure racing cars, but the combination is absolutely glorious. The sound, as you can hear, fantastic. Lars Manstead alongside me to enjoy this. And as you say, they know it all well, that Jaguar all white of James Alder, brightly shining in the sunshine. He always tells me that he always has problems with certain parts of the car. There are certain car parts that go wrong, and it almost seems to be the same thing every time.
Yeah, well, I believe that he also daily drives that car.
Yes, he does.
So, wear and tear, just average wear and tear on tires, suspension, and that sort of thing. And he's always wrenching. As soon as he gets into the pit, he's wrenching away. He changes out his tires. He makes sure everything is proper before he goes out on the racetrack, and it's a great time. This Jaguar up front is unbelievably beautiful, and the three sports specials coming up behind are amazing.
Chris McAllister at the wheel, well known in historic circles. Seen him around the world, quite literally, racing. Chris McAllister from Indianapolis, driving that D-type Jaguar. And yes, there was a C-type, a D-type. The XK we know as an E-type, right?
No, the XK...
Sorry, excuse me. Go ahead.
No, the XK was the earlier car to the E-type.
Right.
Mine is a 51, and there was the XK 120, and then the XK 140, and there was various versions of that, and they made race versions that were all aluminum-bodied Jaguars, Mine's just a normal Jaguar, though.
There's nothing normal about Jaguar. We've got quite a few Jaguar XK120s out there. We've also got an OTS XK. Do you know the difference between that? That's how James is describing his, an OTS.
Open top something. Yeah, the other two guys out there, Tim Barnes and Bill. Don't have Bill's last name here. Anyway, Bill Rookledge.
Bill Rookledge. Yeah.
Bill had lost an axle a couple races ago, and he's just gotten this car back together, and he's just absolutely pleased to be out racing. And we were hoping to all get together with all four of us, because we really do give each other a great battle in the mid-pack. We can't keep up with the guys at the very front. Their lightness and horsepower kind of outdo us, but we have a great battle usually in the mid-pack.
Lars, give our audience an insight into how much time, whether you or whoever's working on the car, puts in to each and every event, because I would have thought that there's a fair bit of work to keep these cars running the way that they are in their pristine condition like this.
Yeah, I mean, all of these cars that I've talked to the drivers, they've all been working on their engines, their drivetrain. Racing puts tremendous stress on the vehicles, and it's much, different than what you're doing on the street, because you're hammering the brakes and you're hammering the gas, and you're going into turns with, and so, part of it is thinking ahead of what parts do I need to be worried about that might come loose or break loose later on, and replacing those. So in my Jaguar, we're replacing all the axles this next time around, just for safety reasons. We don't want to have an axle break on us, and they do get brittle and wear out over time. I know that the Tatum that's out right now, they were having problems with the rear main, and it was leaking oil, and so they were wrenching all night last night to get this car on the track today, and that's the case a lot of times. These guys will work all through the night to get their car and to be able to show it here at Laguna Seca.
We just got a glimpse of the number 15 1952 Manning Street Special, one of 3 Manning Specials built to Charles Chuck Manning's plan.
Yeah,
set road straights and period.
He had plans that you could buy, and then you would build the car. And Marcus Bicknell here is racing, and he's come across the pond from England, and he is a true gentleman driver, and he races all kinds of different cars. But the cars are actually owned by Rob Manson, and these are his hot shoes, and so he flies in the hot shoe from England to race that. And Slim is racing the Baldwin Special, and it's another friend of his. When like I said, I had the opportunity to drive that car. What a fabulous car! The Tatum Special is also a car of his, and I got to meet Tatum, and he was a real deal guy. He was in Okinawa, and he was one of the survivors of Okinawa, and then I believe he was one of the guys that developed the Formula V.
Yeah, look out for that 1953 Tatum GMC Special, number 25C, currently in 6 places. We look at the 67 of Ned Spiker coming at you in that Maserati, that distinctive logo.
That's the one for me. That's the one for me.
I actually think in some ways Maserati have won the game a little bit, because they haven't produced as many cars as some of the other Italian manufacturers. I shan't name them. But I think that makes them almost a little bit more special when you start to see them in their 50s and 60s sort of era.
Yeah, Ned Speaker is one of my heroes for sure, and he's a friend of Laguna Seca for sure, and he has had some other events here that I've participated in, and I just always love seeing that car here. It just warms my heart to see it.
And this is live streamed on the internet. Give people a little bit of an intro to why Laguna is so special to the people of California and to Americans and like you say, the traveling Brits and many other Europeans that come here. Why is Laguna so special?
Well, obviously it came out of the Pebble Beach road races, and it was too dangerous to keep racing through there, so they made an agreement with the military. This used to be a big military base, and so they made an agreement to create this track. And it's really quite a unique track. I race several tracks around California, and the elevation changes at this track really make it unique. A lot of tracks that you race at are pretty level playing field and level ground. But climbing up to the corkscrew and coming down the corkscrew and the dive down into turn 2, and there's off-camber turns in this track, make it quite technically challenging. And it's, it's a magnificent track. They changed the configuration of it, I believe, in the 80s. They added the sweeper 3, 4, 5 kind of turn situation. I believe that people were going too fast and it was a little bit dangerous.
Well, this is James Older in that Jaguar we were mentioning. And how about this? Approximately 142 race weekends over the last 37 seasons. That's how committed James is, and he drives to each and every one of them in this car from Reno.
Absolutely, and it's funny because I'll be driving my 1957 Alfa later, and he has raced against my 1957 Alfa for a vast majority of those years when the previous owner owned it.
So okay, so let's talk tactics here. What do you change when you get to a racetrack that you wouldn't necessarily use on the street, or do you just race it as is?
For James, it's mostly the tires. You have to have a special compounded tire in order to race here. We run on the Jaguar's Dunlop tires, and they have to be a special compound. All these cars have to have a spec to the period in which they were raced in originally. They can't have new engines or fancier brakes or any of that kind of stuff. It just has to be the way that it was. And so, one of the things is it's harder and harder to find the parts for these cars.
Right, absolutely.
They're not making them anymore, and that is the reason my Jaguar isn't ready.
So what do you do when you lose? When you lose a suspension arm or something?
You have to find the parts hoarder. The guy that has one in his basement still and is willing to let go of it for you.
But this was something, and you can talk to this, Jeffrey O'Neill, who we've already seen in action, and Ryan Thury, who put this event on, they said, no question, we want this to be authentic. The cars that you see are the real cars. There is nobody scrimping, doing a special part. Yes, okay, the helmets, the hands device, that's different, that's safety. But the cars themselves are original.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can attest to that, having looked at all of the undersides of many of these cars and the engines and talked to the drivers. And, there is a desire to preserve these vehicles as they were. They're timepieces, and we don't want to, they're only original ones, and you can't go back once you destroyed that originality.
Was there a period when historic racing was starting to gain favor again? Because it has. In the last 20 years, it's blown up. But were certain collectors a little more reticent than others to say, I'm not taking it out the museum to go racing with it. No, I'll keep it here, thanks. But now, suddenly, they see them, and now they all want to be a part, right?
Yeah, I think, I watched the historics many years ago, and the thing is that if you hit somebody here, they don't. This is an invitational. You're not invited back if you hit people, right? And so I believe that once you've seen a few races where you realize that there's no contact, everybody's driving safely, and it's okay to bring out your precious, rare, one-of-a-kind car and show it off, because the cars are meant to be shown at speed. You can't really get the whole picture unless you see them really in action, swaying back and forth on the racetrack. As the Jaguar, when you're driving the Jaguar, you're working that wheel all the time. It's just a sawing machine to keep that thing on. It's very heavy. The brakes don't work. These cars, all these cars, I say, they don't stop and they don't turn. So you really have to, you have to be an expert pilot to drive these cars.
So what's your daily? Because that must feel very odd to get yourself into a modern car with a tiny steering wheel after driving that Jaguar.
Yes, well, I'm a big Porsche guy.
Oh, well then, exactly.
I also race a GT3 Cup car in SCCA racing. So, it's completely different. These cars, in many ways, are so much better because it's the visceral feeling, shifting the gears, smelling the fuel, smelling the clutch burning a little bit, and I love these open top cars because you feel the wind in your face and you really feel the speed as you're coming down the hill.
Just looking down the list, one car we haven't mentioned, a 1953 Seata 208. That's an interesting car, and it's a California car from San Francisco.
Yes,
Robert Davis driving.
Yes, I've raced against him many times. A great pilot. Those cars don't have a lot of power, so you really have to work it in order to keep up with the pack and keep in the groove of things.
That was the Elva Mark 1 in the 814 there, the 1955 Elva. There he is. Dennis Adair driving that.
There's that green Jaguar, Bill Rutledge, going up the hill.
And Bill's been a perennial sort of historic man, hasn't he? I've seen his name on many of the entry lists over the years.
I believe he drives maybe a Austin or something also as well. He has another green car similar to this in another group.
Well, I know James will be very pleased, James Older that is, to be in the top 10. He never thinks of it as being competitive, but if he can get round and stay in the top 10, that's a happy day at the race.
Yes, well, he's in the front of all the other Jaguars, and that always makes him happy.
Especially if you've driven it here. Of course, a lot of people do put it on the back of a trailer because, hey, you don't know what's going to be out there.
Yeah, the sports specials are all right up there in the front of the pack, and those guys are always battling with each other, and it's a great thing. And there's a Porsche back there. It's quite interesting.
That's a Glockler?
No, I believe that might be a Devon Porsche, possibly.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful car. I love those. It's so great to see these cars in action. The sawing at the steering wheel, the C-type, and he went off a little bit, little bubble there. It's a beautiful car. He maintains that meticulously.
Yeah, and I really do advise if you're on site, if you're here at Laguna Seca, please come into the paddock, come down to where these cars are parked. They all have little dockets there to explain the cars, the history of the cars. The drivers are always welcoming, and just like Lars, they'll tell you about their cars. But remember, they do have to drive them at some point, so don't hold them there forever unless you're going to buy them a drink. But they are willing to talk to you about them. It is their passion. I can hear it in your voice just talking about these cars. You love this.
Absolutely. So the Pebble Beach Road Racers have a trophy. It's the Phil Hill Cup. And each race that we do, we have a team of people that determine and judge who was the most gentleman driver, and you get your name carved on the Phil Hill trophy.
Well, that's pretty prestigious.
And we have a big to-do about that. And I love, the Ragtime Racers were just up, and they have their display is amazing. And Dick DeLuna, who was racing in that, he's my hero. Like when I grow up, I want to be Dick DeLuna for sure. Absolutely.
We just saw that 1955 Hageman Chrysler special going through.
The Hageman.
Yes, the Hageman,
Yes, absolutely.
The 44.
That's a very special car.
And by the way, they'll be back in action later again. This is the qualifying race, so we'll see them over the weekend one more time.
And Tim Barnes, who's also racing a blue Jaguar out there, his family was related to Lance Reventlow for the Scarabs. I believe it might have been even his uncle was Lance Reventlow.
What have we here?
That
is interesting. Different too. Let's have a look.
54.
That's the Aston Martin DB2 Mark 1.
It's a saloon car.
I didn't recognize it from the front.
It's a beautiful car. It must be very heavy and hard to turn. I see him going wide in turn 2 there.
Well, you don't want to spill your tea.
No. Absolutely. And that's one of the things that I love about coming to this event and events like this. I was walking through the pits today, and I saw a car I'd never seen before, which doesn't happen very often, but there was another Aston Martin down there, 70s of some sort, and it just caught my eye. I had to stop and take a picture of it because it's just a beautiful machine. And, a lot of these cars, they didn't make but a few handfuls of them.
Yeah, I was talking to my producer who's been around motor racing for, most of his life, and he was saying that, the Czinger is absolutely something he would absolutely love, and he's never seen one up close, and there's one right in front of me as we speak. The Hennessey over here from Dallas, Texas. I mean, these are hypercars that do 1 to 60 in 1.9 seconds. Things like that. We're about to hear a little bit about the Zenvo from Denmark, a really interesting car parked right next to my commentary position. And that's the juxtaposition that I like what Jeff O'Neill has done here. He's not said this has to be all historics. He wants people who are interested in historics to look at the technology of what's coming next.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, having the modern cars here brings in the younger crowd and introduces them to the older vintage cars. And I have a buddy that's a young man that's racing in the minis. And he's probably 18 years old, and he's just having a blast at it. And that's the introduction, that's the gateway to this vintage racing.
Well, I know a young couple, they are close to my family, if not they are family, who've driven up in a Fiat 500. She's called Tiffany, and they're here, and they are a couple of youngsters at college, and they've come all the way from San Diego in that little car just to come and see this event. And it just shows you that we can attract some youngsters to these motor racing events. And I hope they're enjoying it, but I'll find them later. I'm sure I'll have to buy them a drink now for outing them about their car. But they brought their little Fiat up.
We're on the final lap here, and the D-Type seems to be out ahead as it has been leading the entire time.
Yes.
Followed by the 3 sports specials, the California sports specials. And they always have a great race. And it looks like the Parkinson Jag is in second place.
So, final lap of our Group 2 qualifying race. My thanks to Lars Marpstead. You'll be in action
at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
Yep.
Are you looking forward to seeing Mario in a modern F1 car?
Absolutely. I had the pleasure of seeing him maybe 10 or 15 years ago here and was amazed at the speed that he is able to pilot those cars around this track. It's in my Cup car, the best I've ever done is a 1:33, and I do in the Jaguar I do a 2-minute. And so these guys in these F1 cars, they get 1:19, 1:18. I mean, it's just amazing the speed that they can go around these tracks.
So the Jaguar making his way to Chris McAllister at the wheel, making his way to the checkered flag. Yes, Mario Andretti is here, folks. Just remember the day you were here. He may be older than most of the cars here, but let me tell you what. He is still licensed and still does 2-seater drives and will pedal a modern Formula One car, an ambition of his that he told Zach Brown about, and Zach said, I can make that happen. And Zach likes to make dreams come true. Ask Daniel Ricciardo, who got his chance to drive a NASCAR. Ask Pato Ward, who got a chance to drive here last year, as well as the modern F1 car for McLaren at Abu Dhabi last year. So Zach making dreams come true, and he's going to do it for Mario. There's the checkered flag then. It's Jaguar who win in our Group 2 for sports and sports racing cars from 1948 to 1956, as well as the production cars. And well done to Chris McAllister, a well-known name in historic circles in that D-Type Jaguar, making it home ahead of the rest of the field.
Wow, what a clean race that they had. No yellow flags, no problems at all. What a great race.
Now time for a bit of lunch, I would say. Well, Lars, thank you so much for coming up. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
What's your number so we can look out for you?
I'm number 257, a red Alfa Romeo Giulietta Monoposto.
Oh, Monoposto Alfa Romeo. I can feel it in my bones already. Lars, good luck with your Alfa Romeo. We'll be watching out. Thank you for joining us, and come back and join us and tell us anything you've got for us if you want.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Lars.
Well, thanks, Johnny. I'm down here with Alberto Solaro of Zenvo Cars. Alberto, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Just give us a little bit of background on Zenvo. We were chatting while all the racing was going on. I am absolutely wowed by these cars, but tell the folks around the world about the brand.
Okay, so yeah, Zenvo Automotive, we're a Danish hypercar brand. The company was formed back in 2008, and this weekend we're showcasing our TSRS. We make two models, the TSR GT, which is a slightly lower downforce model, and the TSRS, which you see behind us, they're the higher downforce models.
Yeah, and when you say lower and higher downforce, it's still both incredible downforce, because the wing on the blue one that you were showing me behind there incredible technology gone into the rear wing alone.
Yeah, so it's more like a aero anti-roll bar, so it actually pitches left to right, opposite to an aeroplane. So when you're cornering, you've got 75 kilos, or a maximum of 75 kilos, sideways force acting on the car, pushing it towards the inside of the corner.
It's incredible engineering, but what I said to you as well when we were chatting just before we went live, I said, so who buys these? Are these kind of track cars that people take out on the weekend? You said, actually, no, Kev, that's not what we're all about.
Yeah, so we've tried to design a car that can be used every day. You know, this is a road car. We haven't adapted a race car for the road. This has been designed as a user-friendly road car that you can use every day. I mean, obviously it's high value, so you probably wouldn't, but the car behind us, the blue one, that's our test drive or development car, and I've personally done 20,000 miles in it. So, you know, it can be done, and we're showing people it can be done in the Zenvo.
You're a very lucky man to have done 20,000 miles around the UK and Europe in that blue one, and you must get an amazing reaction when you stop and, you know, pull up at the garage or whatever. But these cars as well, the guys that buy them, high value item like you said, but with that high value comes high specification, high customization.
That's right.
You sit with the designer and you tell them exactly what you want.
Yes, so there won't be two Zenvos the same. Every car is individual because absolutely everything has to be chosen. The carbon weave, this particular car, it has a special pattern within the weave. You know, the possibilities are endless. We do absolutely everything you see here in-house at Denmark. So all the carbon fibre we do in-house, the carbon fibre wheels we make in-house, the engines, the gearboxes, even the ECU. So, you know, we're a very small team of 30 back at Denmark, but the customisation, you know, it's limitless. You know, the options are limitless.
And when you get into that level of detail, that level of customization, it even goes down to the carbon fibre and how the carbon fibre is made. Everyone, you know, has seen carbon fibre now. Yes. We know the lovely sort of like, you know, the weave.
Yeah.
But within that, you can choose different types of weave.
Yeah, we have different types of weaves. You know, you can have a slightly larger weave. We have fragmented, which is almost like a forged or scattered carbon look. As I said, the pattern, so, you know, if you wanted to, we could put your face within the carbon weave. So real finer details, which nobody really is offering that kind of detail in this sector.
Yeah. And the other question that I had to you as well before, for people who are watching, for sort of laymen, because there's all kinds of cars here, but when does a supercar become a hypercar? Because hypercar is a word that has been thrown around the last few years. You know, we were all talking about supercars about 15 or 20 years ago, but now we have hypercars.
Yeah, the hypercar sector is very strong. So for me, it's a hypercar is a more powerful and more exotic or more expensive supercar. Yeah. That's my take on it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we've got here. If we are going to come down to the Zenvo dealership or get our hands on one of these, how hard are we going to have to work? How much are we going to have to save up? Give us a ballpark figure.
I'll give you some specs first. So the car on pump gas is 1,177 horsepower. On the 85, it's 1,360 horsepower. It's incredible. Yeah, 1,450 kilos, which is, I think, 31.92 pounds, give or take. The starting price is 1.68 million euros. And this particular car, with the options that we've got on it, is around about $2 million, on the road.
Right, like, you know, in that sector, in that hypercar sector, it's a reasonably priced car, isn't it?
Yes, I'm obviously biased, but for the performance, I think we are very fair compared to the competition.
I think you are. I think it's you know, you really are. And for that level of customization, like you said, if you're the kind of guy who wants to put your name in the side on carbon, then you can do that. And how does the process, you know, work? Because if I had a couple of million euros, I'd love to buy one of these, but I wouldn't know how to make a car. I wouldn't know what I've got to choose. Yeah,
so we've got some real good guys back at the factory. You'd come to the factory, we'd do a factory tour, you'd see your car being built, the chassis, you'd sit down with our designers, and we'd just chat and float some ideas, find out what you like. And then it's not a process where you sit down for an hour and it's done. It takes a couple of visits to the factory, you know, over a space of 2, 3, even 6 months. You know, this is an expression of the client, so it's very important that they get what they want, and that's what we're about. It's about smiles per mile, enjoying the car, and you know, you are right. We can do what you want, really. Yeah, we can do, as I say, the customised options are endless.
I think it's absolutely stunning. This one here, you know, the white with the blue, for me, this is bob on. I really like the kind of like the rich dark navy blue of the carbon fibre on the top here. You're going out on the track though in the other blue one behind us.
That's right. So I'll be driving on track at 12:50 today for some demo laps. This one's got a slightly louder exhaust on it, so we'll be putting on a good show for the fans, you know, just so you can see what we're about.
Yeah. Well, we are going to see what you're about. And just give us a heads up as well. You're down here at the Velocity Invitational. I think it's your first time showing here. I know you're on the West Coast and the East Coast showing cars all the time, but just give us a sense of your feeling of the Velocity Invitational this weekend.
Yeah, it's obviously our first time here, but it won't be our last. So, I mean, yesterday it was a slightly quieter day, but today, like, all the fans are turning up now. It's really busy, and I guess when the sun decides to make an appearance, there'll be even more people turning up. But I don't know if the camera can see behind us, but the amount of people here already, and also the quality of cars, you know, classic vehicles. There's some real showstoppers here that even I haven't seen personally. So it's a good event. It's really, really good.
Brilliant. Alberto, thanks ever so much. You're out on track. Great to take the time to talk to us from Zenvo Cars. Johnny, what do you make of that then? We had the ragtime races earlier from pre-1920, and now about these from 2022. What cars?
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. And in fact, I can see that car. That's about 10 yards away from me at the moment. So I'm going to keep an eye on that car throughout the day. The Zenvo from Denmark. And I'll take two, tell him. But coming up next, we have our race Group 1, something I'm really looking forward to. We've got a Lamborghini out on track, just about to do some demo laps. And as you can see, the O'Gara Motorsports on track now. The arrow-painted McLaren colours. Absolutely glorious. Now, sorry for my little quietness there, but I was just getting acquainted with my next guest, who I think is very acquainted with, certainly O'Gara. But do you know a little bit about this car that's on track right now?
I absolutely do. So that's one of our cars.
Mullins, right?
Oh, yeah, Paris Mullins, yes.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
What do we got here?
So this is a Lamborghini Super Trofeo. It is part of their one-make series that competes all around the world. Our car competes in North America, obviously, but our team is actually headed to the World Finals in a month. So, but anyway, yeah, we brought the car out here to kind of show off and show our presence in the series.
O'Gara, obviously a big part of this event. Tell me a little bit more about O'Gara.
Sure, yeah. So we're a dealer group based in Southern California with 3 different locations. But we have a motorsport facility based out at the Thermal Club. It's just outside Palm Springs. And so that's where our motorsport operation is. And we're, a dealer for Lamborghini, Aston Martin. We do stuff with McLaren. And Ligier, so a number of motorsport brands.
I commentated on the Lamborghini Super Trofeo series in Asia for a couple of years. Yeah. And I didn't know much about the Lamborghini brand, because unless you're a Lamborghini follower, it tends to be not more obscure, that's an unfair term, but it's not as well known perhaps.
Sure.
But when you start to see the one-make series and you start to see what these guys can do, and also out in Asia we got the hot shoes from Italy, the young drivers who were basically given a chance to drive these things to their limit and see if they could finally make it into maybe WEC or wherever they were going next. I got a real appreciation of what the Lamborghini can do.
Absolutely. So, I mean, speaking of young hot shoes, this is one of our American young hot shoes, Patrick Liddy. So he competes with us in the series. He's also a Ligier LMP3 driver. So same thing, like you said, these are guys that are working their way up the motorsport ladder, and who knows where they'll end up.
Lamborghini have always gone a slightly different route. I mean, to be an Italian sports car manufacturer is not easy.
No.
Competing against both the history, but also the modernity of some of the hypercars, but also obviously Ferrari. Let's face it. But they've always gone their own way, and I've always been impressed by that. They've always looked at the lines of the other cars and thought, what could we do different? How could we make our cars not only just a supercar, like I'm sure you did as a kid? I used to play, cards, trump cards. Like
Top Trumps.
Top Trumps.
I love that
game. I've got the Lamborghini Testarossa. I've got this. I've got the Ferrari there. So Lamborghini, though, always went with power. That was always kind of like their thing. We have the fastest road car. But they've had to be more intricate than that in modern days.
Yeah, and I will say, it was a big deal for them to jump into motorsport. I mean, if you think about it, it was 2012 is kind of when they started. And it started with the one-make series, knowing that they were going to go into, upper echelons of gentleman driver racing, GT3, things like that. And what's even more amazing is they just announced they're going to be an LMDH. I mean, we're finally actually going to see,
that's the big stuff.
Ferrari, Lamborghini prototypes competing against each other, which is going to be amazing. So the fact that they actually want to compete, in one of the highest levels of especially closed cockpit motorsport is amazing. But they've done a great job. They've won Daytona 3 times, you know. So not too bad for just arriving on the scene, relatively speaking.
Kind of so. Now, I noticed you've got the Arrow logo and also the McLaren dutable colours on a Lamborghini. What's the connection between both those two companies?
Tom O'Gara is good friends with Mike Long, the CEO of Arrow. And even though, yes, they have a very strong partnership with McLaren, they decided to do something special with us for this year and sponsor us in this series. So, as you know, Arrow is an electronics company.
Yes.
They're actually in a number of different cars. They just don't kind of put their name on everything. So, who knows? Maybe Arrow is trying to venture out into other car brands. But yeah, this was just something kind of nice that we did this year with them.
Now, tell me what you're doing. This is going to the World Final?
Correct. Yeah. So
now that is all one make Lamborghini?
Yes. Yeah, so that's going to be where Asia, Europe, and the US all come together to compete.
So it's very similar to how Ferrari used to do the Ferrari Challenge.
Absolutely. Very same thing. So just like Finale Mondiali for Ferrari.
Yeah. So who's favourite for that then? That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And where is this car based? Because there's going to be a lot of people in the crowd and listening to us on the PA. Where can we see it?
So I don't know what you'd call this area over here. I guess it's going to be the only area of the green lawn.
It's right in front of the, it's right next to the pre-grid,
the
right?
grid, yeah, the pre-grid. So you can't miss us. We've got a Formula One car on display, 2 McLaren P1s, 2 Ferrari Revival cars, a 250 short wheelbase and a 250 TR.
So if you're moving to California and you're interested in a high-end car, O'Gara's your man.
We're the place to go to. Absolutely.
What do you do? What's your role?
So I'm the director of motorsport and special projects. So everything that has to do with track-only product and racing, and then some of the special stuff that we do with the brands. There's a lot of stuff that is kind of like for VVIPs, special product. Like McLaren, for instance, they came out with the Solus GT, that center seat, car that they're doing. So that's something that I would look after for O'Gara, things like that. So.
And give us an idea of your stable, to use the word. You've got the Lamborghinis, you mentioned McLaren. Who else?
So we've got Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Rimac, obviously McLaren. God, I'm trying to think of what else.
That's plenty.
Yeah, it's plenty. Yeah, at this point.
And how big then? It must be a big. You have several distribution centers, or
absolutely. So we've got a base in Beverly Hills, San Diego, and the Westlake area that kind of handles Santa Barbara and that area.
What's the favorite? What are people going to these days?
In terms of brand? Yeah, I was going to say, everything. I mean, right now, the car business in general is just booming, but I think every brand is seeing success.
And it's interesting, even Rolls-Royce and Bentley are getting into the sports high-end production.
Yeah.
What's under the bonnet of a modern-day Bentley or Rolls-Royce is almost as impressive as it was back in the 30s.
Right.
in terms of competitiveness.
Yeah. No, I think everyone's kind of performing at their best right now, especially with kind of the internal combustion engine possibly, going away. I think everybody's trying to put out their best that they can do.
Well, he's definitely not holding back. He's putting some laps in here. Do you know any of the specs on top speed of this car?
Yeah, top speed, I would have no idea. I think it depends on how the car is set up.
Who's driving
obviously, it? And who's driving it. It's 640 horsepower. Car weighs just under 3,000 pounds. But it's a rocket ship. X-Track gearbox, has a V10 engine, naturally aspirated, something that's kind of, specialty here nowadays. That many cylinders, naturally aspirated. That won't be around for much longer. But the car makes, as you can hear, beautiful sound. But it's a for a gentleman race car, it's a proper car.
Absolutely.
But
all those
all
stats
the
you just
arrows
mentioned
designed by
there,
Dallara too.
Yep. Yes, Dallara obviously a big part of this weekend as well. We're very pleased to have their presence here, and of course everybody who knows their racing knows the history of Dallara in racing. Still very much prominent in all forms of racing.
Yep.
So, O'Gara Motorsports, my thanks to Paris coming in and joining us and telling us a little about what other demonstrations can we tell the audience about? Will there be more of this, and will we see this car again?
Absolutely. So we'll probably run same time tomorrow with this car, and then we'll probably bring out the McLarens in the session later in the day. So you'll see us.
Come down to the paddock, come and see Paris if he's around, and you've got some staff, I'm sure, that will help guide people through. But it's literally right in the middle of the paddock, right by the pre-paddock. My commentary booth is in front of the VP Racing Fuels. If you head to there and then look behind you, you'll see what we're talking about. You can't really miss it. Paris, thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Enjoy your day. Come back anytime. Glad to meet you.
You as well.
We're doing it on the fly, but we're getting to know each other. It's good stuff. We're live here at Laguna Seca. My thanks to Paris Mullins coming in here to talk O'Gara Motorsports with us, one of the big sponsors here and one of the big event people here at the Invitational here, Velocity Invitational for 2022. Looking forward to our next group of race cars coming up, and that'll be 1927 to 1949 and 1927 to 1937 sports and touring cars, but basically a very early era, and perhaps our earliest as it's Group 1. And I'm looking forward particularly to that because it's the Bugattis, the Talbots, the Alfa Romeos and the ERAs. As you can see, the paddock starting to fill up nicely as well, and looking forward to what should be a really interesting weekend. Mario Andretti is in action. Let's head down, though, to Taylor, who's down in the pre-grid. Taylor, over to you.
That's right, I am, and I've got some of the greatest cars back from the 20s and 30s. Want to talk about vintage? They're right here. If you can check out number 7's right in front with the cameraman, but we've got car number 32 right here. This is a Bugatti, and one of my favorite details on the cars, if you check it out, is this leather strapping. This is something you definitely won't see in the modern cars to hold it down, and you've got even leather in there. How does it feel being in there? Kind of a stout man in such a small race car.
Are you saying I'm fat?
No, not at all. I'm saying these cars are so slim and fast, and you're kind of just out there in the open.
No, it's terrific.
Yeah. And how does it feel on this epic racetrack?
Yes, it's, what could be better? Maybe a little sunshine, but other than that, it's perfect. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, best of luck out there. I'm going to hop over here. I was just talking to you earlier about the steering wheels and kind of this is your own personal touch to it, and they're bigger than the newer cars as well.
Yeah, you need a lot of leverage on it, and actually this was the way I got the car. It was somebody in the past had done it, but it's
keep it as it is.
Yeah.
Exactly. Are you excited? Looking forward to getting out on the track?
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
All right, best of luck. I think they might be starting up soon, but one more. Let's check out this 111 who just fired up his engine. Are you excited to get out on there in Laguna Seca?
Oh, you bet. It's a great track. I love it.
Do you have a favorite part of the track?
I like the front half, leading up to the corkscrew.
Awesome. Well, best of luck out there. Have a great time. Let's listen to that engine a little bit. And talk about cars from all around the world. He's got a Montana license plate, so I'm wondering if this thing is street legal. We'll see, but these are some vintage race cars. We're going to see him head out on the track in just a minute. So, Johnny, let's head back to you.
Great stuff, Taylor, as always. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I just want to remind everybody there's a chance to go down and do a ride and drive with Polestar. In fact, get behind the wheel of a Polestar 2 at Velocity Invitational this weekend. Polestar are running ride and drive experiences directly from the paddock. And in fact, just a couple of minutes from now, you can get the 100% electric Polestar 2 built at Google Assistant as standard, located near the Sip and Savor Pavilion. And if you don't know where that is behind the commentary booth that I'm speaking from now, which is by the main fuel pumps. But effectively, it's just at the entrance of Turn 3, but on the inside. So Sip and Savor, head over there and go down and get yourself a ride around the famous Laguna circuit. Now, this is something very special, and therefore I've dragged in Mr. Turi. Ryan Turi is here with me, one of the organisers of the event. First and foremost, congratulations. What a great day. I wish the weather was playing its way, but it will. We're about to go into our, if you like, earliest. We've had the ragtime races, but these are our first earliest original cars, and it's basically what we would call GP and voiturettes. Effectively, before even Grand Prix racing, the World Championship at least, began, these were effectively gentlemen races, but racing around the world and racing for countries, hence the colours of the cars, etc., etc. But this is something really special in history.
Exactly, yeah. Great to see you, Jonathan.
Good to see you. How's it going, first and foremost?
No, it's going really well. We've got a good crowd coming in today. The weather is cooperating. It's no one's getting a sunburn, which is great.
I think the sun will come out, though.
Yeah, no, I think it will.
I will judge how the event's going by when I see you out in the historic Trans Am.
That will be next year, maybe.
Okay.
It's been a little busy, but we're really excited. This is a great group of cars, and some really great supporters in this group as well. The owner of the event, founder Jeff O'Neill's out there in the Bugatti Type 51.
How come you got to do all the organising and he gets to drive about 5 cars? There's got to be something in the negotiation there. But in all seriousness, you guys have worked, I know, your tails off to get this back in gear. You've had COVID to deal with and all the rest of it, but we're delighted to get the third iteration. I was at the first, I was at the second. What, from behind the scenes, what have you looked at and thought, okay, car-wise, we want to make different, or we want to change in terms of the discussions of what you wanted to bring the audience?
Yeah, no, great question. Thank you. I think the point of this really is for anyone who likes cars or has some interest in cars or has a loved one who likes cars, that there's something for them to see, you know? And we want folks to be able to come out for the weekend and see something new and different every day. Whether it's, they like something like this, these quite old, approaching 100-year-old pre-war cars because maybe their grandfather had one or something like that, all the way up to, the newest modern supercars. We've got some great stuff here. Czinger, Hennessey, Zenvo have the absolute latest and greatest technology on the supercar front. And, people can really see technology from the last 100 years. So we're trying to make it appealing to everyone. And that's something that we've learned is that, there's no one type of car enthusiast. Usually anyone who likes something with a motor, whether it's, internal combustion or electric these days, they just get enthusiastic to see this stuff. So we're just trying to bring a great breadth of, different automobiles and different things to see and do and interact with here to Laguna Seca.
And I think also mixed in between that, I love the proliferation now of McLaren here with Zach Brown and his team, because obviously I was reading the program yesterday, he's obviously working towards a very special anniversary for McLaren, one of the most special teams in Formula One historically. Bruce McLaren, I think if he were here today, would be very proud to be part of an event like this that celebrates design, engines. He was always a guy that was more interested. Yes, he wanted to race. Yes, he wanted to win. But it was the car. It was the development of the car, and it was trying new things. And I think that's the essence of Bruce McLaren and why McLaren are a big part of this. And I know Zach has got that in his DNA. But the chance for youngsters, the chance for race fans to get this close to Formula One cars being prepared and raced by not only double world champions, but young guys like Pato O'Ward, that they will not get a chance to do necessarily at an IndyCar race or a Formula One race.
That's a great point, actually, and I think if you're not familiar with that side of things, the Formula One as an entity and the Formula One circuits during the weekends are so closely.
Almost guarded, yeah.
Almost guarded, yeah. I don't want to say guarded, but but everything is just locked down, right? There's so many people, so many teams. There's just a lot of security. It's very difficult to get around, and it's difficult to get into the paddock, into pit lane. You know, it's either very, very costly, or you can't have access at all. So one interesting thing is, like you said, we've got Zach, we've got Mario Andretti.
I got to stop you there. We've got Mario Andretti.
It's incredible.
I mean, what? I mean, he's going to make history in about half an hour. I don't think if we haven't put the, there are two corners here at Laguna Seca. One is Andretti corner, one is Rainey corner. Both those men are here today, and one of them is actually going to drive a modern Formula One car for the first time in his life, having won the '78 World Championship. I've got an IndyCar of his sitting here right next to me. He drove his last ever IndyCar race here in 1994. There's some people who are here who weren't born in 1994, and Mario's still out there. I just love that. I just want to make a point of that before we go racing.
No, I'm glad you appreciate that. I think it's so fantastic, and I can't tell you how many folks have told me how excited they are, that Mario is here, and that he's going to be in a Formula One car, a modern Formula One car is really incredible. And you can walk right over there and get within 6 feet of them.
Yeah, and Mario not afraid to sign an autograph or two. Right, we have Ryan Turry alongside me, Jonathan Green, for Group 1, their qualifying race. Listen to that roar of these wonderful Grand Prix racing and Voiturettes. And if you don't know what that means, it's smaller engine, smaller displacement. These are the era back in the, mid-30s, early 30s, when, Grand Prix racing didn't come to be, Formula One that is, didn't come to be till, 1950. That was when the first World Championship was, but of course they still raced against each other, but they raced kind of by country back then, and so your red was Italian, your green, there's a red car, but your Alphas. Green was British, and your blue was French, and the Germans went with the aluminium silver and so on, and so you could distinctly tell which cars were from which country, and it very much was a European affair, Ryan. I mean, that's pretty much where most of these cars hailed from, the Talbots, the Alfa Romeos, and that's really what raced in the early days.
Right, no, totally. It wasn't it wasn't that popular here until post-war, really, right? I guess servicemen came back and they were wanting to do something different, and that's when American road racing really took off. But this is primarily European, so it's great to see some of this stuff here on track. The two ERAs, we've got 3 ERAs in this group, I guess, are really fantastic automobiles. I mean, it's stuff that you don't typically see running in this country, and it's we love having them here.
Yeah, that's what astounds me more than anything else, as being somebody who grew up in Britain and going to Goodwood and so on. You expect to see British cars and ERAs, of course, and Talbots and so on, and Bugattis, but to see them here in the States, and I think part of that is the American collectors, if you like, have the wherewithal to collect these kinds of cars, and also today, proof of it, wherewithal to go out and race them as well, which is even more special. But also, I think the appreciation, I think their love of the motor car. Everybody wants to see a Trans Am historic car go round, but some of the aficionados would like to see and like to get amongst it with these really, really special cars. I was explaining earlier with Lars Mamstedt about the fact that back in the day, the reason why these engines were so big at the front was a lot of the technology came from the aeroplane. This is post World War I, and so the aeroplane was up and running by then, and they were, of course, the fastest engine. Oh, there's Mario Andretti. I've just seen him.
I missed him. I keep missing him.
I don't miss him very often.
Yeah, no, you're...
I know Mario when I see him, and I'm just looking ahead, and I can see Pato O'Ward as well. Look at that. This is an era when the cars were very much technology-wise built for speed, but the engines were kind of bulky because the technology, and actually I say the technology, but the engines themselves pretty much were pulled out of old planes and thrown in there. Now they try to make them smaller and smaller, but that's where this all started.
Right, yeah. Well, and that's a good point, right, is you see that all of these cars look different, right? And some of them are very low, some of them sit up higher. They were trying so many different things at the time. There was a lot of stuff that they didn't know. So the only way to really prove a concept, they didn't have computers and they couldn't do CAD modeling and all that stuff, obviously. They had to go out and build it and see how it worked. So we've got several different attempts at that here with the different sized cars, different heights, and that's what they were doing. They were really, it was the beginning of kind of automotive engineering and racing.
Now, we mentioned ERA. We've got a 6RB and an R2A. ERA, if you were wondering, stands for English Racing Automobiles. Prior to World War II, the ERA company had built a successful business designing those cars. As we take a look at a beautiful Alfa Romeo, resplendent in Italian red, as it should be. The 111, that's the Alfa Romeo 8C 2300 Monza, Dennis Bigoni.
Some of these shots are just great.
Aren't they beautiful?
I mean, you can just see the driver. You can just watch them working. It's just splendid to
Ryan,
be able
I've got
to
an
see
idea
that.
for you. I think everybody should wear white gloves because you really get to see them work the wheel.
Look at that. It's just wonderful to see. Right?
And it just shows you how hard they're working too. And not frightened to get a wheel off either.
No, right, exactly. Yeah, that's really fun to see.
Well, when it finally comes to fruition, is it as exciting or are you exhausted?
I'm exhausted.
I'm sure you are, but it's great to see it come to fruition, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is really great. It's wonderful to see all the folks here, enjoying themselves, and it's for sure worth all the hard work that we put into it, and we're just glad that everyone can come and enjoy. And we've gotten a lot of great praise, so everyone who puts in work on this project, should be very pleased.
And it is an interesting time in the history of the automobile, to be honest, to be doing this, because things are moving so fast. And we've got some of the modern iterations here, the hypercars. Elon Musk is doing what he's doing. Electric cars are coming fast and furious and developing. And so combustion engine racing, it's definitely something from the past. But to see it here in all its glory and celebrate it, very important, I think. And so nice to be able to do it at one of the great iconic circuits of the United States. Paddings Dowling, a very familiar name to historic racing. I was at the Monaco Historics earlier this year and watched him race. I've seen Charles McCabe race and Brad Baker many a time. That's the top three in our Group 1, and they are familiar names, just as the cars are to historic racing, so they know what they're doing. Bugattis, Alfa Romeos, a Delage, and a D6 out there. Matthew Cobb driving that one, another Californian. And we've even got a Miller Schofield champ car out there, early days, 1932.
Yeah, well, that's some of the stuff that, there was some circle track racing going on here in this country at the time, and then as things developed, folks ended up taking some of the circle track cars and converting them to run on road courses. So I'm sure that we'll get a shot of that Miller Schofield champ car, but for anybody that sees it, it's it's a little bit higher off the ground. It's a bigger car, like what you see here, but it's all about American ingenuity in that time.
I'm just looking at that number 17, 1935 ERA to R2B. So they are in full flight at the moment around our Group 1. This will be the first time we've seen these guys in action. And a combination. We've also got a Ford Sprint car out there from 1935. Max Jameson at the wheel of that one from Carmel Valley. And watching him going around. Number 11. And that's the 1935 Ford Sprint. It was raced in upstate New York on the many country fairgrounds and horse tracks. Yeah, it's an interesting point that Ryan just brought up, was that, yes, they raced on dirt and oval tracks, but they also raced on wood. At some of the fairgrounds, they would race on wooden tracks. So that's something I wasn't aware of. There's that number 11. And this is the original Gulf Oil sponsored car, and it's been maintained. The car was found with the number 1 normally given to the fastest winner of its class. So presumably that's what it was. It had no roll bar originally, no seat belts, and no firewall, and no floor. Yes, the driver was looking at the ground in the Model A Ford clutch, brake, and gas pedals. How about that, folks? Yep. So the original had no floor. The yellow flags are out, so even with 6 laps to go, we've got a slight pause in events. It means that we've got a car probably stuck out on track. But not to worry, we'll get it going again, and we'll be back in action, I'm sure. But you're watching Race 1 groups. We've seen Group 3. We've got 10 groups in all. We've seen Group 3, we've seen Group 2, and we've seen Group 1. And that takes us right back to the early days of the 30s, where motor racing was really just getting started, as we mentioned. You can see these iterations. Look at that, with the handbrake on the side. Sometimes the brakes on the outside. The exhaust definitely on the outside. I don't know how, if you put your hand on there, that would feel. Be very careful indeed. That's the sort of thing I'd do. I'd burn my elbow without thinking about it. It's funny, actually, we talk about, that's that 132, that's the Miller Schofield. We just mentioned the champ car, Miller Schofield. Very nice indeed. Going through his paces. Yeah, that Miller Schofield, John Kerr at the wheel of that. The car was found as a complete wreck in the 80s. Not the exact history is fully known about it, but it was probably toil at the many dirt ovals in the West at the hands of journeyman drivers. And it's been driven to many a vintage event since 1998. So very special history there to find it almost out of nowhere, that Miller Schofield champ car. So good to see it out there and doing what it's doing. So we're under caution here in our Group 1. Charles McCabe was leading the way ahead of Paddock Dowling. There's the 16 Ralton Light Sport Tourer. Look at that huge car. Absolutely glorious. Hadn't had a chance to mention that. Yeah, and that Ralton Light was from New York City. Ivan Zembara from New York City has been with the company for 28 years. Started as a mechanic and started out doing restorations. And besides the old cars, he's interested in the philosophy, history, music, art, and literature. There you go. A little bit of news about the man driving the Ralton Light. So we're under caution in our Group 1. Whether they'll complete some more laps, I'm not sure, but we'll find out. And I can feel that the day is heating up. I can feel the sun starting to come through here. So wherever you're joining us, welcome to Velocity Invitational. So then, we are under caution, and as you can see, the trucks are out on track. We're just following the safety car or pace car around as Charles McCabe leads the field. Paddock Dowling in second place and Brad Baker in third. Like I said, three very distinctive names in the world of historic racing. And yeah, it's, we celebrate the cars, but we should also celebrate the drivers, because the guys who are doing it are effectively some of the best historic drivers you could imagine. And no question, they know what they're doing. Some great racing coming up. I just saw Mario Andretti heading towards the McLaren pits, which is good news for all of us, because we'll get to see the mighty Mario in action as he heads towards his own very corner, turn 2. I don't know why they call it turn 2, because turn 1 here at Laguna is really just a kink. It's just a sort of crest at the top of the hill. So, but it is. That's the way it is. I have to say, actually, at slow speed, it's quite a nice way to look at these cars because you can actually see them a little closer. I mentioned that Ralton and the 1935 Ford Sprint, the number 11, also coming through shot. And there's ERA. Interesting enough with the tie flag, I wonder if that's got anything to do with the mirrors. They were very prevalent back in the day, the early days of Grand Prix racing. But if you think about the cars that were, if you like, relevant to this class of Group 1, as we're calling it, which is 27 to 37, you're talking Aston Martin, Austin 7s, Bentley, Bugattis. We've got the Bugattis out there, BMW, Chryslers, Duesenbergs, Delage. We've got one out there. Lagondas, even Lanciers, Mercedes-Benz, also, and the Morgan. That Ralton I just mentioned, Riley, Czinger, Sunbeam, Jaguar, Talbot. Those were the sort of cars that were good examples of the Class A2 from 27 to 37. And then you've got the Grand Prix Voiturettes, the smaller Grand Prix cars, effectively Auto Union, Bugatti. We had a few Bugattis out there, Millers, Maseratis, Fraser Nash and ERA, who we were talking about earlier. And, of course, Talbot and Mercedes-Benz. So lots of examples, but just a few here on display as they come. Now, the pace car's coming in, so we should get a couple of laps on a restart. So away we go, and coming into the booth, Ryan Turi, of course, is organising the event, so I can't keep him very long. But Alan Benjamin,
hey,
there you go.
Hey,
Good
how
morning.
are you, everyone? Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
What brings you to this prestigious event?
Well, it's just absolutely fantastic. I love racing Laguna Seca. I've been coming out here since the late 90s.
Good for you.
And I've had the fortunate privilege of racing Goodwood a couple of times, Le Mans Classic a couple of times, and all I can say is the cars here remind me of that. It's wonderful since I live in Colorado to only travel 1,000 miles and not all the way across the pond to see stuff like this.
Well, let me ask you that. I don't want to make direct comparisons because that's unfair. Goodwood is, it has been going for so long, for one thing. Two, it's the home of British motor racing. And, of course, so many of these cars from the early period were European. But, I mean, what Ryan and Jeff O'Neill are trying to do here is quite unique. It's similar to what they've built at Goodwood. And I do think it's a step in a different direction for historic racing. And I do like the way they're going about it. It is a different atmosphere.
Yes, totally agree. And even having the cars paddock the way they do is fantastic to see all the different cars together. A lot more camaraderie of the drivers, mechanics, and crew together. And hopefully the weather continues to cooperate. We don't have any more delays like we had yesterday morning for the rest of today and tomorrow. And everything is fantastic.
It's always Laguna Seca. If they can't have a foggy day at Laguna, it's not Laguna, right? So
Absolutely.
Are you racing? Are you playing?
Yes,
What are you doing?
I'm racing in Group 5, a 3-liter RSR.
Ooh!
Whose very first race was here at Laguna, May of '75 with Jim Busby, and Al's first race car. And then I'm racing in Group 8, a 68 TR. That's both a Sebring and Daytona class winner.
How did you get into historics in the first place? What enticed you into it?
Well, let's see. I'm 58 years old, and when I was 7 years old, my mother filled out my Road and Track subscription.
Ha! Did she really?
And my second grade notebooks are horribly drawn Porsche 911s. They don't even look like a VW Beetle. And that was always my dream car.
Doesn't matter.
And got into it at that point and bought my first historic car, which was the 3-liter RSR. And I've been coming out here with it every year since.
Well, I can share my 7-year-old story then, because when I was a little boy, my mum insisted on laying the table, as typical Brits do. So every dinner we had to put table mats down, but the only way she could make me do that was if she got the car table mats. And I had to have the green 33 Bentley.
Perfect.
That was my table mat. I didn't want the Bugatti, I didn't want the Alfa Romeo, I wanted the Bentley. That was
Very
mine.
proper car for you.
And then I would sit down and I would eat. That was one way to get me to the table.
Fantastic. This looks like a great group coming up.
Oh, yeah. We've got a bird's eye, absolutely fantastic view here in the commentary booth. We decided to move the commentary booth out to be with the people and with the fans here today. And I think it's a great step because we're right on the pre-grid, looking at some Porsches and some fantastic cars getting ready on the pre-grid to go out. I mean, I know you're a fan. You just said it. And you've been a long time part of this world. But what do you get a thrill? Is there cars that you sort of go, oh, look at that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, so much more for the older stuff that you wouldn't see anywhere else. Some of the fantastic period Ferraris, the Porsche A-Bars, the Carrera-powered 356s, just some amazing stuff, down to some of the older Alphas. And I even like all the muscle cars. I've got a pretty eclectic taste when it comes to cars.
I think that's the beauty of it, is that since I've been around historic cars, I've started, you start with your go-to, and then you sort of get an appreciation for ones that you didn't expect to have an appreciation for. And there's no question that I've certainly started to get a much bigger appreciation for the 50s and 60s sports racing cars and the development of them and how that transition between Europe and sort of almost that war of and how the Japanese fitted into all of it, because they sort of watched They sort of watched the Americans and the Europeans go head-to-head, going smaller and smaller displacement, lighter and lighter cars, Lotus, etc. And then suddenly the Japanese said, I'll tell you what, we'll beat both of you with a really high-powered small car. Yep. They did.
Absolutely. And
we'll
it's
see some of that.
Also great to see the big V8 American Trans Am cars to wrestle those around here. All the drivers are getting a heck of an upper body workout at Laguna Seca.
Oh, no kidding. And I love to see the Minis versus the Mustangs too, because the juxtaposition is there, but it also proves what I was just talking about, which is, the Minis are small, but they get around the corners fast.
Absolutely. It's amazing how sometimes with massive differences in displacement, engine location, even front-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive, the lap times aren't all that different.
Now, Alan, we've got you to come and talk about Group 4, which is coming up after this. And so we've kind of sneaked you in here because we had a bit of a delay. But do you still appreciate these cars as well?
Absolutely. You think of the engineering that it took to make them go, the speeds that they did, and especially the, I'll use the politically correct term and say the guts of the drivers took back then is absolutely amazing.
Well, I was talking to Ryan about what's great about when you see them close up, and our cameramen are pretty much specialists when it comes to motor racing, so we can get a nice view. But you see the tiny little inputs that they're doing on these big wheels, and that's how skillful you have to be in order to drive these cars.
Absolutely.
And Laguna is a challenge at the best of times, never mind in a historic car.
As they say, when the tires were thin and the drivers were not.
Yes, they were certainly brave, that's for sure. So what's the funnest car you've driven?
Oh, boy. That's a really good question. Probably the
one that took your breath away.
The one that took my breath away is a 2017 mid-engine pro-level RSR I got to drive. And I never realized the neck muscles it takes to be pulling 2Gs and cornering and braking for a car such as that. And to be able to sit where the pros sit and obviously drive it at a little bit more sedate pace, but put it through its paces was phenomenal.
I'm sure a lot of people are wondering, because we keep talking about, we use the expression gentleman drivers, and we are looking at some of the world's finest cars here, and some of the world's fastest cars. And you mentioned 2G, which is a lot of G-force on the neck, but not as much as some of the most modern cars are. But that's another factor in historic racing, is that professional racing drivers are often committed to a lot of their year in helping gentleman drivers get the best out of themselves and bring them along so that they can become competent race drivers.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a mental component to it, a physical component to it, and it does take a lot if you just want to keep increasing your abilities and hone the craft.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, Paddington Dowling making his way round. He got ahead of Charles McCabe. This is the final lap of our Group 1 coverage. Paddington Dowling, a well-known factor in the world of historic racing. Of course, the Irishman, but now lives in Irvine, California, and has raced this 1936 ERA at many an event, both here in Europe and here in California. So he knows this car all too well, and not a surprise to see him winning in the R2A. I think he was at Monaco earlier this year, so he gets around, and I think he has the perfect life. He goes around the world and races his cars. Well, listen, I'm going to put you on ice for a second because we're going to go and join Kev Harris. He's down with the Polestar, and they're doing some ride and drive. So, Kev, over to you.
Johnny, thanks ever so much. Yeah, I'm down here on the Polestar stand at the moment. I've got two lovely ladies to my right, Savannah Sims and Debbie Briscoe. Savannah, part of Price Sims dealer group, and Polestar is just one of the marques that you carry. But, oh boy, what a great looking car.
Thank you so much. We're so excited to be here and proud to have the Polestar 2 BST behind us and bring together a lot of great women on the track this morning for Cars and Coffee with the Price Sims Women's Circle.
Yeah, let's talk about the Price Sims Women's Circle for a moment here. And Debbie, you're going to jump in on this one for sure. But just give us a heads up about what the Women's Circle is all about.
Absolutely. The Price Sims Family Dealer Group has 15 locations across the Bay Area. We have 100 women that come together to educate on opportunity and inspire growth and development, both professionally and personally. So fun events, great speakers, community service, and we love any opportunity to get together at the track. So.
Yeah, and get together you have. The booth was just absolutely full of people a moment or two ago. And Debbie, you're out on track racing. One of only two women sadly racing here this weekend, but you have got a great car to go out in.
I do. I am actually racing a 1965 Ford Cortina that we got from Copenhagen, Denmark. She's a work in progress, but we have her sorted out, we think. She was running on less than all cylinders yesterday, but...
And how's she running today? Less than all cylinders yesterday. What about today?
I am ready. I'm ready to take her out. I have fun. That's what it's all about. Just having fun.
It is. And one man who's just been out on track actually is Nick Price. Let's bring in Nick Price as well and Chris Cooper. Ladies, I'll say cheerio to you for a minute, so let's swap positions. Nick Price, part of Price Sims as well, and Chris Cooper here from Polestar, product specialist. Nick, tell us what it is like out on track there today.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's such a fun track, and it's been a great day and a little slippery in the morning, but that makes it even more fun.
And the great thing is your family are here to watch you. Your young man there, when you came back, his eyes lit up. Dad came home from a great day out on the track once again.
Absolutely. He's 11 months old. He loves cars. He likes making his vroom vroom sounds, and it's a blast to be out here with him.
The broom broom sounds, though, Chris, as far as Polestar electrification is concerned, that's something that's going to be a thing of the past. This is the future, electric cars, right?
It is, yeah, and we had these cars out on track on Thursday, and it is a different feeling, racing around a track and no engine noise, but it's still so fun to have this performance based EV out on the track and see what it can do, and it's just a different feeling not having that engine noise.
It's a great feeling. I've been kind of around electric cars in the UK for a while now, and the level of performance and the torque that you get out of them is quite something. But as a day-to-day daily driver, this is where we're going, and there's they're just great cars. The range, the charge times, it's happening, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And, this is a great all-around car. You can have fun in the hills or, day-to-day in town. You can get 270 miles of range and, charges up in 35, 40 minutes, on a fast charger. And, they're just great cars to, own and drive daily or on the track.
And Nick, just tell us what sort of reaction are you getting to the Polestars in the Price Sims group? Because just taking a look at them here and getting up close to them, it's a premium product. It's a really good car.
Yeah, I think the most encouraging thing, and we were one of the first Polestar retailers in the country, was that customers love them, and they give us the best feedback possible, and all of our customers have loved them and are prideful about them, first adopters, and we see a very exciting future for them.
Yeah, and you just chuck that in there just casually, Chris. You said like 270 miles off a full charge. You can put it from 0 to 80% in about 40 minutes, thereabouts off a charge. It's a really workable product. Those are great figures.
Absolutely, yeah. And, they're very competitive with all the the EVs that are coming out on the market now, and it's amazing to see the progression of EVs. Every single day the technology is just getting better and better and better. It's really exciting to see what the future holds for Polestar.
And one other thing that's going on here today, Nick, is actually the Arrive and Drive program, so people can come on down and get an experience of an EV.
Yeah, I think there's nothing like the emotion of a test drive and really feeling yourself behind the wheel. I think the finishes on the inside of these Polestars are fabulous, and I would encourage everyone to come down and put their foot on the gas pedal too. It's fun.
Yeah, so people who have just turned up today just to come to visit the show, visit the Velocity Invitational, as long as they've got their driver's license with them, come to the booth and they can get out in a car, Chris?
Absolutely, yep. Come over here, we'll sign up. You can do a beautiful tour around the perimeter of the track and experience a Polestar.
There's a lot of smiles coming out of these cars when they get back, I can tell you that. And it really is a great vibe that you've got down here. So big thanks to Savannah as well earlier, and Debbie, who joined us, part of the Price Sims Women's Circle. And guys, thanks to you for joining us as well. Taylor is somewhere else around the Velocity Invitational right now, so let's go and see who she's got to chat to.
That's right, I am. I'm out here on pre-grid with this beautiful Austin Healey. I've got Kevin here. Kevin, you're about to fire up, but tell me about racing on this track.
It's an amazing track. I love it. It's beautiful. The weather's amazing. It doesn't get any better.
And I know you're here for qualifying and a great time, but you get a little competitive out there, right?
Oh yeah, we like to race, but everybody's very careful. So we race hard, but we're careful with our cars.
Wonderful. Have a great time. I'm going to head down over here to number 39. Now, this track, actually, this car, I was just talking to him earlier. They just finished the build about 4 weeks ago. So this is the first time this car is going to head out on this track in quite a few years, correct?
Quite a while. It's raced here 52 years ago this weekend.
That's incredible. So it's going to be quite the feeling for you to get it out there on the track, right?
We're just happy to be here.
Wonderful. We'll have a great time out there. Let's head down, see if we can get one more car in. I've got Robert here in the 163. Robert, you were at Velocity last year. Tell me about what a first-class event this is.
Listen, Jeff O'Neill's put on the absolute finest vintage race weekend of the year. I mean, you look around this track right now, and these are all museum-quality pieces. If you're not here this year, you better be here next year, because this is a fun event.
Well, you heard it from himself. If you're not here this year, make plans to come next year. You've got to see these cars in person, but they're firing them up. So, Johnny, let's head back to you for some racing.
Great stuff, Taylor. Excellent stuff from Kev as well. Thank you, boys and girls, and we'll be with you throughout the day. I'm Jonathan Green, and yes, I've had various different guests already. I'm hoping to have some more. Alan Benjamin's had to run off because he's got to go and get his car prepared. He'll be racing at 12:30. We're also waiting for the first appearance of the great Mario Andretti. It doesn't get any better than that. But coming up next, we'll have Group 4, and that's 1956 to 1962 production GT cars. Now, for many, back in the day, back in the late 50s, this was probably the first way of getting into motor racing, or at least the most, or least expensive way of getting into motor racing. And you could take your street car and make a few modifications and be on the track at the weekends. So basically it was a case of getting out your production car, not souping it up. That wasn't the point back in the day. It was more a case of maybe putting on a special set of tires, or maybe souping it up a little bit. But basically these were production cars ready to go, and it was small displacement engines dominated by Porsche, while the likes of Shelby and Shelby Cobra was trying to take a bite out of what was Ferrari's dominance at the time. Ferrari were definitely the mark of the day in the late 50s, early 60s, and so there were many attempts in this era to try to take on that might and pull it off. And in fact, here in the States, the championship was created in 1951 from existing SCCA events until 1953, when a single championship was awarded with points paid based on the finishing position within each class. And beginning in 1954, champions were named in each class. So we were starting to get sort of, if you like, the more professional style SCCA look towards it. And in terms of examples from this group, you're looking at Aston Martins, Austin Healey's, Corvettes, obviously from the States. I mentioned Ferrari, the Ferrari 250 GT or GTO, Jaguar XK 150S's, E-Types, AC Bristols, Alfa Romeos, Giuliettas. We had Lars Mamstead in here earlier talking about that Alfa Romeo. We'll see him in action. Austin Healey Sprites, the odd Fiat Abarth, Lotus Elites, MGAs, Morgans, Porsches, 356s, Carreras, Sunbeams, Sunbeam Alpines, Triumph, TR3s, TR4s. So basically a smorgasbord of small sports cars from around the world in this group, but a huge group, I may add, as you can see right in front of you. And really looking forward to seeing these guys in action. And a lot of history here. Pace car out on track. There's the 173 right behind it. That's the Ferrari 250 GTO. That's the Berlinetta from 1961. Absolutely gorgeous. Look forward to seeing that. And as you can see, people dotted around the hills here amongst the corkscrew and around looking down. A great place to watch. If you're here at the venue, definitely head up to the corkscrew at some point this weekend, because there's so much to see, but it's a great vantage point. If you go to the bottom of the corkscrew and look up, you really do get a sense of just how steep that drop is. Rob Walton is the man driving that Ferrari from 1961, that 250 GT SWB Berlinetta. And it was the fourth of 24 in 1961 of the competition Berlinettas. It was new to Walter Lambert from Switzerland, who did 4 hill climb races in its first month since it was produced. So not a bad history straight off the bat for that Berlinetta. But here it is in 2022. Great to see it here. And the pace car pulling off now as we get ready for our first action from Group 4. A massive field, and we'll try to get through as many as we can. But like I said, if we don't see every car in this particular instance, don't worry. Here we go then. It's Group 4 production GT cars. Green flag waves, and away goes that Ferrari at the front. And into Andretti curve for the first time. A very tough corner. It's downhill, off camber on the exit, so you don't want to go too wide. And that's that lovely 49, the Porsche Abarth Carrera. Very distinctive in the silver colours. And we've got a bunch of Porsches and Alphas out there. We've got the odd MGA and MG out there as well. And we've got the old Austin Healey Sprite, one of my favourites out there. Peter Smith at the wheel of that from Del Mar, California. But already the Ferrari starting to pull away. And that number 173. But being chased by a much smaller car. Holding his own, I can see that. Doing a good job. Now this car that you're looking at, the car leading, was basically repaired back in 1962 and then had Swiss, German and Italian ownership prior to 2003 when it was sold to Bobby Rahal. And it's pretty interesting because it's about to go up the Rahal Straight. So there's a nice little crossover there. Bobby Rahal with the straight named after him, and he once owned this car. Coming into turn 11 then, here at Laguna. I promise you, the weather is changing. The fog is lifting. And how about this? We've had a lead change too. And our third place car, that's the 39. That's the 1962 MGA Roadster of Scott Brown. And we've got a really good battle at the front here between those two. Third place car is that number 39, that Roadster. So we'll keep an eye on that. We've also got the 163 coming in. That's the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. And that's Rob Stoker at the wheel. Alfa Romeo blazoned on the side. And just behind him is that number 57, Abarth Porsche. That's a 1961 version. So Kevin Adair then leading the way from Rob Walton. Scott Brown in third place in the 39 MGA. And behind him, Robert Stoker in the 163, the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. Jeffrey O'Neill, we've mentioned him already. We've had Ryan Turry in here, but he's out again. Is Jeff in the number 20. He races a lot of his own cars, but also is quite prepared, as you heard from Ryan, to jump in a Mini, jump in another car and give it a spin. And he's out there again. Jeffrey O'Neill. Seven. Coming into shot. I mentioned already the Abarth. William Lyon from Newport Beach, California. Now this 1961 Porsche Abarth is one of 20 cars Porsche had specially built under the direction of Carlo Abarth. Yes, you know the name, but do you know the history? Carlo Abarth. The cars were lighter, more aerodynamic versions of the 356, and that's why it's that distinctive look of the 356. But it was just basically Abarth made it into a much lighter version and a little bit more aerodynamic. Let's call it the Carrera GT. Had Italian aluminium coachwork, which made them very competitive in racing trim. And of course, in this era, Trans Am was soon to follow suit. It was all about making the cars as light as possible to go racing. There's the 1956 Porsche Speedster, a 356A Speedster. And another 1961 Abarth there coming through shot. There he is with the orange front. Interestingly enough, the Carrera Abarths are one of the rarest Porsches. Only 21 were made. So that one you just saw there, the number 49, is one of just 21 ever made. So field starting to spread out here. A wonderful look across the paddock as we look at the crowd starting to file in here. Absolutely delightful to see. We've got action on track and off track. Here's that Ferrari, number 20. 7 laps to go. I think that's Jeffrey O'Neill out there. Got some late entries, so there's a couple of cars that are zipping by that I'm not familiar with, or at least are not on my list. That's I know that the Alfa Romeo GTZ is definitely David Perkins at the wheel. That 1964 car, beautiful. That particular car, that 96 Alfa Romeo. David Perkins, as I mentioned, from Park City, Utah, driving it. It was delivered in 1965 to Alfa Romeo France in red with black interior and stayed in France until October 1990, and then was purchased by Tony van der Velden and exported to the Netherlands. Then in March 1993 it was sold to a collector in Japan and then sold again in 2000 to an Alfa Romeo collector in California. Sold again in 2014 and then fully restored and sold in 19 to the current owner who got the issued FIA papers for it. So it's had a storied history and gone all around the world and has raced at Sonoma and here at Monterey as well. Look at that! Comes that 614, beautiful Chevrolet 614, number 614 I should say. This arc, whoa, look at him fighting it too. Brilliant stuff. Really working the wheel there. That's one of the cars that isn't actually on my entry list. I'm going to have to do some digging for that one. We know it's a Chevrolet, but he was fighting it all the way. Rob Walton then leading the way in the 173 ahead of Kevin Adair in the number 171. There's the 64. It's the Alfa Romeo Giulia Spider. Dave Brengel at the wheel, the man from San Diego, California. And that Alfa is an ex-factory Alfa from 1965. It raced in the SCCA at the Dean Brengel in 65, finished 4th in the divisional points, and later raced by Dave and Kathy Rice in the SCCA on the West Coast throughout the 70s, 80s and 90s. Here's that number 3. As we look at production GT cars from 1956 to 1962. And that's Andrew Cannon at the wheel of the number 3, the Alfa Romeo GTZ from 1964. And just behind him, the 718. The Turner 950S from 1958. Daniel Schwartz in that tiny little thing, but it's like a little Mini, doesn't it? But it's actually a Turner. Pretty little thing, too. Sounds good, too. And like I said, if you're at the event, please come down. We'll try over the live stream to get you as close to the cars as possible. But if you're here at the event, do come on down to the paddock and take a closer look at some of these cars, like that Turner. Manufactured in 1958, that Turner in Wolverhampton in England, not far from where I was born, and imported to Detroit. And sold to Alex Freed of Smiths Creek, Missouri. And raced a lot of events in the Midwest in the 70s. Until it blew an engine and then was passed on to Arthur Doman. And the man racing it right now, Daniel Schwartz from Bakersfield, California. Home, of course, of Jeff Gordon, who pretty much did pretty good as a racing driver, I seem to remember. And you can see some of the displays to the left there. There's a nice McLaren layout too, just at the top of the paddock. If you're here, come down and see that. Well worth a look. Rob Walton continuing to dominate here in Group 4. Kevin Adair, 2nd place, and Robert Stoker in 3rd. Jeffrey O'Neill's moved up to 4th place. He was down in, 6th? And he's moved up. Rob Walton, another familiar face for those who've been involved in historic racing for some time. And that Berlinetta, who's led pretty much in that Ferrari 250 GT from the get-go. And that car, a 1961, so right in the middle of this production GT class in terms of the years we're covering, which is 1956 to 1962, and he's pulled well ahead of the chasing field. Interesting rear end. It's almost like they gave in. Didn't want to make it too stylish, but it was a look. Not my favorite look, mind you, but it was a look. Starting to see the Monterey Hills now, finally. 3 laps to go then. High above Laguna Seca. Now the man driving, Rob Walton, at the front is from Scottsdale, Arizona. And as I mentioned earlier, this Ferrari you're seeing leading the way is the fourth of 24 competition Berlinettes built in 1961. Comes the MGA. There's the number 49 coming through shot. That 1961 Porsche Abarth Ransom Webster at the wheel. Webster currently in what, 7th place at the moment in that number 49. Hearing a beautiful sound of one of the Trans Am cars just lighting up his engine as he gets some fuel before he gets ready to go out. High above the rainy curve, a lovely view there coming through the woods. And a quick look up the hill to the corkscrew yet again. And Rob Walton under pressure now. 2 to go. We had a question on social media about just how exhausted or tired some of the drivers would get driving these big-wheeled, heavy, unforgiving, drum-braked in some versions. I'm going to find the answer to that. We're going to have some drivers in without as the day goes on, and so I'll get to the bottom of that. If you're interested, if you're tuning in, just want to remind you that we've got a great display of rally cars here, some real classic Group B rally cars. And to pedal them, why not get some of the greats? So we've got Alistair McRae, who of course is in that lineage of Jim McRae, Colin McRae, Alistair McRae, and his son Max McRae is here as well. And Max, I just spoke to him yesterday, he's only a kid, but is starting, if you like, to follow in the footsteps of the rest of the McRae family, and is starting to do rally himself. He's hoping to do the Junior Rally Championship next year, so I'm hoping to bring him into the booth. Also, James Rimmer is here from Rallycross fame, and he, of course, is the son of Steve Rimmer, who runs Dirtfish. And so we'll be talking more about some rally cars here. We've got one of Travis Pastrana's ex-cars here. We've got a Richard Burns car here, and really looking forward to some rally coming up your way, as well as Formula One. We've hardly mentioned Formula One because we've been talking about Mario Andretti, because he's going to go out and get his chance to race a Formula One car. Really looking forward to seeing that. Mario about to get into action in a moment as we conclude our final lap. And we'll take a look at car number 20, heading towards the checkered flag. So Rob Walton's going to take this. Jeffrey O'Neill's done a good job. He's pedaling all the way up to 2nd place. So not only is he organising the event, but he's doing a pretty good job of racing too. Jeffrey up to 2nd place now in the number 20. And that is the Ferrari 250 GTO with O'Neill at the wheel. And he's chasing now down for the win. How about this? Here comes the leader, Rob Walton, but look who's behind him, Jeff O'Neill. And it's going to be Ferrari versus Ferrari for the finish here. Here comes O'Neill. He comes to the outside. And they're side by side, our leaders here in Group 4. O'Neill on the outside. He's not going to make it. He's not going to make it. No. Well, cuts him off, but here comes O'Neill. He's not afraid to throw that 250 around. Great stuff. Well, if you organise the event, you can race how you like. I absolutely adore it. down the corkscrew, Zanardi fashion, or Rossi fashion, whichever you prefer. 2-wheel or 4-wheel. O'Neill's got it. But can he beat Rob Walton to the line? They come to turn 11, the final corner here in Group 4. A cracking finish to this. 2 Ferraris going at it as it should be. Rob Walton goes wide. O'Neill's got the power, but he's not going to make it to the line, or is he? Walton takes the checkered flag, and O'Neill chasing him home, but almost got it at the line and made a huge attempt at the corkscrew to get past. Well done, Jeff O'Neill. Race it like you stole it. But Rob Walton is our 250 winner. What a great display of racing, and just fantastic. I think Jeff enjoyed that. Well done. That was sensational. What a finish to that. Now, as I've mentioned, Formula One is coming up, and not only do we have Mario Andretti here, we also have 2-time world Formula One champion Mika Häkkinen. Let's join him and Kev Harris.
Well, Johnny, how about this? I'm only in the McLaren Heritage Garage here, and I found Mika Häkkinen, who is getting his helmet on, and he's about ready to go. Mika, this is quite a lineup. We got Tanner Faust, we got Mario Andretti, and yourself going out on track. I mean, what a setting, what a scene once again here at the Velocity Invitational.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I tell you, I have experienced a lot of things in my motor racing career, but again, days like this will stay in a fantastic memory. Great characters, great racing drivers, great cars, a lot of history. I'm driving one of the cars with Alain Prost, and Niki Lauda was racing many years ago, which is a fantastic machine. Beautiful car to drive, and of course this racetrack is just mega. I think it's such a good fun.
The buzz, I can't tell you, the buzz around the garage right now, there are hundreds of people waiting to see this happen. Mario Andretti, one of the greatest of all time, but what is he going to experience in this 2014 hybrid era Formula One car?
Well, I tell you what, it's going to be amazing. The cars are extremely stiff. If you go back in time, the cars used to be much softer over the bumps. Now they're very stiff. The movement of the car is very tiny. But I think he's going to be so impressed. You know, he's so precise in the corners. He's going to love it. But you have to ask him when he finished the run, you know.
Yeah, I'm going to have to for sure. And you're getting about set, ready to go. Just say again, just in case you missed it at the top of this, what one are you going at? And you've got an Alain Prost car here behind us.
1985 MP42B. Beautiful machine, absolute beautiful machine. I mean, it's like, you know, manual gearbox, first, second, third, even third gear is still wheel spinning on straight here. So I better take it easy.
You better take it easy, and you probably better get ready. I'll let you carry on because I know that we're about getting set to go. Big thanks to Mika Häkkinen there. I tell you what, Johnny, the buzz down here in the garage really is quite something. There are, behind the camera right now, I can tell you, must be 200 or 300 people who've managed to get themselves front row seats for an historic moment. And it's a big shout out to McLaren for making this happen. Zach Brown has been, you know, incredible in lining up the cars that he's got here. Not just the Formula One heritage cars, but obviously the production road cars, the production sports cars that are here this weekend. It really is quite a show, and you know, I'm probably the luckiest man in town right now to be fully in amongst it. I'll throw back to your commentary though, Johnny, because I'm sure the scene around the track and the excitement is starting to build. So, Johnny, what do you make of that?
Always a joy to listen to Mika. He hasn't changed. I first met Mika Häkkinen when he was 18 in Formula 3, and he was driving a Formula 3 red and white Marlboro painted car, just like that. It wasn't a Formula 1 car, mind you. I think it was an Alan Docking Formula 3 car. But he told me he was going to be a world champion in Formula 1, and I laughed and I said, "You're very confident." And he said, no, it's just what I'm going to do. So there you go. Now let's head down to Taylor. She's in the thick of it. As always, over to you, Taylor.
That's right. It's time to get started, and we're going to have our national anthem by Razvio.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, with broad stripes and bright stars, through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
What an incredible start to our race weekend. And now for the most famous words of racing, I have Bud Romack here who's going to get us started. Bud?
Gentlemen, start your engines.
So high above the corkscrew, we are about to wait for the sensational sound of Formula One here in California. Not unfamiliar territory to California. Of course, Formula One has raced here before, but not at Laguna. And last year we got a chance to see Mika in action, and it was absolutely superb. Different cars this year, and as he says, we've got Tanner Faust, who's well-known person to racers in America, known for his rallycross expertise. He's also a stunt driver, so if you've ever seen Born Identity or any of the great movies that have car chases or action scenes with cars in them, Tanner's usually your man, and he's a top man, I can assure you. Great in a rally car, great, and I thought this is a real thrill for him too, to get out there. But what about Mario Andretti? How about that idea? Getting a chance to race a modern-day Formula One car. I can see Zach Brown also down there on the pre-grid, watching his cars go out. What a thrill it must be for him, the CEO of McLaren, as next year will be the 60th year of Bruce McLaren's McLaren team. And, of course, since those early days, they've spread their wings into many different forms of racing, including back into Indy. And people forget that McLaren are actually Triple Crown winners in terms of they've won Le Mans, they've won the Indy 500, and of course they've won Formula One. Back in 1963, Bruce McLaren set in motion what was to be an adventure that led him around the world, because back in those days of Chris Amon, Bruce McLaren, Denny Hulme, they all raced, not just in Formula One, which they were known for, but also here in the States in sports car racing as well. So they were often given, because of their notoriety as drivers, they were given drives around the world. And Bruce would come and race here in Can-Am here in the States, as well as IndyCar. How about that for a sound? And as you can see, we've had to bring out from Woking, England, all the mechanics. And it takes about a team of about 12 per car just to get one of these things started. It's all very well saying, oh, we'll bring our F1 car over. Well, yeah, sure. But you've got to be able to run it. There's Tanner with that famous rock star helmet of his. And there's Mika with his famous helmet. I remember the early days. And here is the Doyen. His first effort in a Formula One car as he heads over the crest of turn 1. The mighty Mario Andretti gets a rare chance in his 80s to drive a modern Formula One car as he dives historically into Andretti Curve, named after the very man himself. I wonder what his brother Aldo would think. What a wonderful moment for the Andretti family, and certainly for Mario. He gets to drive the two-seater in IndyCar, of course, and that's a thrill ride for anybody who gets the chance. But for Mario, it's just a day out, really. It's not a big thrill for him, but this will be a thrill for him, because when he won the World Championship back in the late 70s, there was none of the same sophistication that he's dealing with here. And as Mika just said, he's really interested to hear what Mario has to say about this experience. And this comes from a typical Zak Brown bet, because evidently Mario was over at Goodwood and was with Zak and got to sit in a modern Formula One car, a McLaren, and said, oh, I'd really love to try one of these. And Zak said, well, I can make that happen. And so Mario sort of kept it in his noddle, and evidently at Miami Formula One last year, and Mario is pretty much a regular at most Formula One races, certainly in the States. I'm sure he'll be at Austin next weekend, and he's been an ambassador for the Circuit of the Americas for many years. But yeah, so at Miami it was Zak Brown, Martin Brundle and Mario Andretti. And so Mario thinking, I've got a witness here, I'll bring up my F1 drive. So he did, and he said, you said I could drive one of your cars. And here he goes, the great Mario Andretti. What a wonderful sound and sight to see. One of the greatest of all time, if not the, driving a modern Formula One car. He out-ages it by many a year, I may add. But in his 80s, he's still driving hard and still loving every minute of it. Drive like Andretti, they say. And that's how you do it here at Laguna. I know that his son Michael and his nephew tuning in. All the Andrettis, Jared, Adam, I'm sure will be watching. Michael, Marco, and the family. Here's to you, Andrettis. You've given us a lot of love and great racing over the years, but it's been led by this man, Mario Andretti. And it's an absolute glorious sight and sound to rock through the hills of Monterey. Somewhat apropos, because this is the location that Mario raced his last IndyCar race back in the mid-90s. So a special place for the Andretti family, as he and Michael went toe-to-toe for many a year in IndyCar. And as you're well aware, both Mario and Michael trying to find their way onto the Formula One grid currently to try and take on the likes of Zak Brown and his McLaren team. And Mario hasn't lost any of it, has he? Listen to that beautiful sound. Absolutely fantastic to listen to Mario Andretti head around Laguna Seca. What a thrill. He'll be doing it a couple of times this weekend. And now also on track, Mika Häkkinen, a two-time world champion in Formula One. My era, if you will, of Formula One very much. And Tanner Faust also in action. Mika driving that, I think the 1990 MP4 5B, one that Alan Prost drove. Interestingly enough, the car that Mario's and Andretti's driving is actually not one of the most successful McLarens in history. In fact, Jenson Button and current driver Checo Perez were the current drivers for it, and it made some top tens and got some points, but it really didn't. I think 5th place was its best result over the season, and so it's not remembered fondly, certainly in McLaren history, because they've been so successful. Whereas when you think about a Prost or Senna car from the early 90s, at a time where McLaren was so king with a Honda engine, winning, I think in 1 year, 15 of the 16 races and dominating Formula One. Things have turned around in the last few years since Zach took over. And we all remember when Fernando Alonso famously decried what McLaren were doing and how they were going, and they were right at the back of the field. But they finished 4th last year, and they're on the up and up. And they're hoping to celebrate their 60th anniversary with a new driver from Australia in Piastri, and of course Lando Norris, their current driver, with Daniel Ricciardo, will be in action next weekend in Austin, Texas at the Circuit of the Americas, and that should be another festival of fun. And I hear rumor that Mario might be there too, so stamp your tickets if you're going, because that would be a thrill and a half too. There's Tanner. Like I said, he does a lot of stunt driving as well as rallying, but this is something quite different. He's done a lot of TV, like I said, stunt driving too, but this is a whole different kettle of fish. Rally car or rally cross is Tanner's usual go-to, a bit like Travis Pastrana. So to dive down the corkscrew in a Formula One car will be a thrill and a half. I'm hoping to get him here in the booth as the weekend goes on, because I'm sure he will be chatting like a baby about it, because he'll be loving every moment of this. What a thrill. And just to have the whole team as well, because like I said, you've got, each car has probably a minimum of some 12 engineers, mechanics, and all the rest of it. Just a Vettel-less car. Mario Andretti taking up the track, Mika Häkkinen behind him. 3 world championships between them. What a wonderful sight. 2 of the greatest drivers ever to grace this little planet of ours and this little world of motor racing. Out on track here in California, thanks to Jeffrey O'Neill and his team here at Velocity Invitational. You truly are witnessing history, folks. Everybody talks about this amazing track and what it's brought, some of the most amazing races, both 2 and 4 wheels, but to see a little bit of moment history created like this is very, very special, and I can assure you it's not at low expense either. Mika, of course, 98, 99 world champion. I remember his career very clearly. Ever the gentleman, ever the aggressive racer. Mika, like Ayrton, did not hold back. If you wanted to go wheel to wheel with Mika Häkkinen, you better be on your mettle, because Mika did not pull out of a fight. And it'll be a thrill to him to drive a car of, I'm sure, one of his heroes, Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost, 2 of the greats. One a 3-time world champion, the other a 4-time world champion in Prost's case. And the Prost-Senna days are remembered, misty-eyed. No one will forget this particular car going head-to-head for the first corner at Suzuka with Alain Prost, who'd moved on to Ferrari by then, but it ended in tears as both of them into the gravel, and it would happen again. So great memories, great, wonderful memories for those of us who both watched it at the time and have been honoured and privileged enough to meet the likes of Mika and Alain and Ayrton Senna in the day. They're sadly missed. I saw one of Ayrton's first Lotuses here in the paddock. That too is here, the camel-coloured Lotus, as well as a 93 test car that looks exactly the same as the 94 car that he sadly ended his career in. And all that here on display, thanks to the Peterson Museum, I may add, and Juan Gonzalez, who has put his collection forward. So as well as these cars that you're seeing on track right now, there is also a chance to see some stationary Formula One cars that won't be on track, but are very much you're able to go up and have a look at them, including that Test 93 Williams car that Ayrton drove, and so did Gerhard Berger, in fact. Of course, Damon Hill, his teammate at the time back in the mid-90s, and on that fateful day at Imola in 1994. Also on display, one of Schumacher's Ferraris, as well as one of Fernando Alonso's Ferraris. So some really, really important cars out. Carlos Sainz has got a Toro Rosso here that he drove. One of the first cars he drove in Formula One. And interestingly enough, the car that Mario Andretti is driving is also a car that is driven by a current Formula One driver, or was driven at the time by a current Formula One driver in Perez, as Checo, and of course driving for Red Bull, once drove for McLaren alongside Jenson Button. And Mario's in. A little systems check. Does he get to go out again? I don't know. He's got the WebEx on the side and the Android golf stickers, views, all the modern current Formula One. Richard Mill. I don't know if it's the truth of this weekend. I'll find out as the weekend goes on. But last year, Mika was reunited with his 98 championship winning car. And almost as a surprise to him, they brought the entire team that mechanicked it at the time and reunited Mika with the team that made him the Formula One world champion. And that was a really special weekend for both of them, for both Mika and for the team, to be reunited as one, because that hadn't happened since the late 90s. And Mika's been around Formula One and around the scene, of course, but to actually be reunited with the team that got him to that championship must have been very special indeed. Now, as I mentioned, next year marks McLaren's 60th anniversary, and according to Zak Brown, he's got some big plans up his sleeve. The other driver, by the way, Pato O'Ward, the current Arrow McLaren driver. I haven't mentioned him too much, but of course Pato driving for Arrow McLaren at the moment in IndyCar and doing some test drives, I may add, in Formula One for McLaren. So he too is the recipient of a bet with Zak Brown last year. He said, if I win an IndyCar race, I want to drive your current McLaren F1 car. And Zak said, okay then. Sure enough, Zak's pretty good to his bet, and sure enough, Pato did drive in the Abu Dhabi tests last year at the last race of the season. As you know, if you're a Formula One fan, at Abu Dhabi at the end of each and every Formula One season, they do a young or new driver test for either reserve drivers or drivers that they think have potential. And Pato was lucky enough to drive the McLaren at Abu Dhabi last year, and I believe he's doing the same again this year at the end of the season. And also potential for Colton Herta to do the same. He's done some drives with the McLaren team as well, and that's due to a good relationship that both Andretti, Michael Andretti that is, and Zak Brown have. And as you know, Michael Andretti trying to get a Formula One team together, as it should be, I may add. Mario Andretti and Michael Andretti should and will be on the Formula One grid if Formula One gets their act together and understands that it is both a brilliant move politically, marketing, and historically for Formula One and the history of Formula One and the total resurgence of Formula One in the United States of America. Never has the interest in Formula One, and today included, been so high for Americans than it is currently. And it's proved by the fact that Liberty Media are having 3 Formula One races in America next year: Miami, Austin, and Las Vegas. And that to me tells you that if Andretti Autosport want to go racing in Formula One, then Toto Wolff and the rest of the boys should step out and let them join, because at the moment it just seems incredulous to me that a name like Andretti, with the acumen that they have and the ability that they have to go racing, would do absolutely no harm, if not a heck of amount of good to Formula One. And I know I speak perhaps only for myself, but I do have an opinion on this, and these are the types of times where I can give that opinion. But I do hope that Michael gets his team into Formula One and Mario continues to be the ambassador. What a wonderful moment it would be for Mario Andretti to be on the grid with Andretti Autosport, Formula One, Andretti Global, as it will be, and be back in Italy. Full circle, if you will, where it all began. So Mika already accelerating the pace here. You can see by the helmet movement of that famous helmet. I think if I was going to get a replica helmet, I think it would be a Mika replica one. And I've just been joined by Kev Harris, who was down there with Mika a moment ago. What a thrill, Kev.
I tell you what, Johnny, I was just in that garage and I was pinching myself. The buzz of the people and the media that is around what is going on right now. And Mika, what a gent, so gracious. Yeah. He saw us there. It's all going on. It's a real, honeypot of activity. Mario's getting in the car there. Tanner's getting in the car. Mika's just casually, doing what he does, the cool, calm, collected man that he is. Put his driver's gloves on. He saw us and he very graciously came over and gave us a moment of his time before he's about to go out and do this.
Now, I wasn't sure, but is Pato there, or is Pato doing this afternoon?
I'm not sure. I couldn't get an answer. I think yellow helmet. I think Pato's
is in the yellow helmet, because I know that Tanner is the Rockstar helmet there. The Rockstar.
Tanner is the Rockstar helmet, definitely, in the famous Marlboro livery there of the Senna car. Pato O'Ward, I'm sure, is the driver in the other car. I've literally just ran from straight there to here. But you can see the way whoever is driving that car, and I think you're right to say it's Pato, they're doing a great job because they're giving it beans and that car is being thrashed.
Mario is not coming in until he runs out of fuel.
He's not. He's not at all. He's not at all.
Drive like Andretti. I love it. But what a thrill, and I was just trying to put a footnote on history about what this means.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not often, first of all, that you get a Rainian and Andretti, living icons, living legends, at their own, racing round their own corner. Here he comes into Andretti curve.
Yeah.
That's just odd.
I do hope that we can go back down there and get a word with Mario a little bit later on. Maybe, I don't know whether we'll get him straight after the session, but this afternoon we've got to hear from him to find out what he was feeling when he got out of the car. It was interesting listening to Mika when I chatted to him, when I asked him what Mario's going to feel, and the way he was kind of explaining the differences in the cars of old and the cars of today. It's going to be really interesting to hear Mario's first-hand experience of that one there. And Tanner as well was just so in awe of what he was about to do. He was kind of like calling it a bucket list moment. What's amazing is as well, these drivers, hugely talented and hugely experienced. They've done some incredible things in their time. But yet, when they get an opportunity to do this, they're buzzing, they're excited, just like anyone else, like you or I would be if we got to run out in a Mini or a Mustang later on this afternoon.
Exactly. Yeah, and I love the fact that Mario is as relevant today as he was in 1958, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He and his brother Albert came over here from Italy, kind of wide-eyed, I guess, and thrilled, like so many immigrants, to be here in the States and chase their passion. And to a certain extent, Mario's still doing it, He is. I watched him at the Indy 500 when Marco got the pole. I've watched him celebrate and work hard with his son Michael to get this Formula One campaign going, and he still goes from circuit to circuit, driving the two-seater in IndyCar, and here he is again, still as relevant.
You're dead right, and driving the two-seater in IndyCar, still, giving it large every weekend. He takes people out on thrill rides with that. Apparently, he pushes that close to the edge some weekends, so it's not like he's out of track practice here. Laguna Seca. When I put the question to him yesterday, he said, well, I know the track, I'm here all the time, still driving. And interesting as well what you said about Formula One next year, 3 races in the US, the name of Andretti, surely the Liberty Media have got to sort of make that happen, haven't they?
I know I'm kind of putting my own pulpit out there, but I do really feel that here at an American event, when you see the interest and the passion of young and old for Formula One, and to have a businessman and a very successful worldwide businessman in motorsport wanting to get into and wanting to get a franchise, of which there are 3 still open, effectively by the rules. Why they wouldn't allow it? It's incomprehensible to me that everything's aligned right for it to happen. There's a bunch of young guys like Pato O'Ward, like Colton Herta, chomping at the bit to get into Formula One. The days of Indy versus Formula One are gone, because such crossover now with Fernando doing IndyCar. Who knows what Daniel Ricciardo might do?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. That is an interesting one. I think Formula One is going to miss him. From a marketing point of view, marketing is key. We know that, and he's one young man that has really got the fans behind him, and he's a great advocate. He's a great guy.
And I actually think it pains Zach and the rest of the team that it hasn't worked out for Daniel, because he is such a character, and he and Lando, I knew
there's a good
the minute
bond.
when that was announced, I knew that they would be 2 of the funniest guys to be around, which is true, and it's still true now. It's sad that it's coming to an end as a relationship. I hope that if Daniel does take a year off, he stays competitive, he stays tuned, and you never know in Formula One. Things come around. You never know what might happen.
Yeah,
they could put Mario in the car.
If you gave him a chance, he'd probably say yes. He would take it, I'm sure. And as you said, he ain't coming in till that thing runs out of fuel. And what I've noticed is, over the curb coming down the corkscrew there, he's clipping the curbs more and more, lap after lap.
He's having an absolute ball. Yep, he's starting to find it.
He's finding it. Look at the racing line there.
Beautiful.
Now. Absolutely on it. Absolutely on it.
Hey, listen, you can put a bit of age on a racing driver, but you can't take away the pure and utter joy they get. Look at him go.
See the twitch on the back end.
Here he comes across the line here at Laguna Seca, Mario Andretti. Flipping the throttle into Andretti curve. Absolutely sublime. Zach, you wanted to be CEO. Well, this must be a thrill for you too, because I know that Zach Brown will be enjoying this as much as anybody else, to be honest. He is an absolute study of the sport. He is an absolute scholar of international motorsport. He has a great collection of cars himself. He'll be driving this weekend, and to see the great Mario Andretti drive one of his cars. By the way, that's a footnote. Mario has driven pretty much every form of Formula One car there is, except a McLaren.
Except McLaren, yeah, exactly. That's really interesting. And just coming back to what you said about Zach there, he was obviously fully in the mix, in the excitement outside the McLaren garage a moment or two ago. And you could see he was enjoying the moment. He was enjoying the moment. And what a nice position to be in, to be able to orchestrate this kind of moment in history, to say, yeah, all right, I can make that happen. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I was down in New Zealand last week during the World Rally, and I was telling them about Mario, and they were well aware of this ride he was going to get. So I know that there's a lot of Kiwis, like my friend David Hedge and Murray Taylor, tuning in, Kiwis who love their motor racing, and thought, what, a McLaren? So I can basically speak on behalf of the Kiwis and on behalf of Bruce McLaren and say, I'm sure this is a fitting way to celebrate what is going to be the beginning of the 60th year next year for McLaren. And hats off, Bruce. If you're watching up there, Mario's just driven one of your cars. What a great historical footnote for motor racing.
An incredible footnote, Johnny, and one that I'm sure you wouldn't have thought that you'd be commentating on. If I'd have asked you, even a couple of years ago, a couple of years ago, that was when the chat happened between Mario and Zach. But say 3 to 5 years ago, you'd never have thought that would happen as Mario just pulls it into the pits there. I do hope that we can get a camera shot of him as he gets out the car. We might see the grin from ear to ear, possibly, as he comes in to the end of what has been a fantastic moment in time for him, I'm sure. And I think all 4 cars must be in now as we go to a beautiful aerial shot of Laguna Seca here on the drone. Pictures being brought to us by Greenlight Television on behalf of the organisers here at Velocity Invitational. And what a great setting. Look at that, Johnny.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's filling up nicely. The sun's about to come out. Kev Harris, thank you so much. We'll let you bebop around. We're going to take a short break away, but before we do, don't forget, with cyber attacks on the rise, a weakness in one area of your business can be a risk for all. CrowdStrike's cybersecurity platform wins in the race to protect your valuable data by harnessing the speed, power of the cloud. CrowdStrike's cloud-native Falcon platform protects and defends your organization to identify and stop the most sophisticated cyber attacks. Gain the peace of mind to focus your business momentum, not what's trying to stop it. That's protection that powers you. To learn more, to try CrowdStrike Falcon free today, visit crowdstrike.com. We'll take a short break here from Laguna Seca. Join us in a moment.
I'm down here on the grid. We've got something interesting coming up. Point one. I've got our engineer and CEO, Aaron Nathan, here to tell me a little bit more about the car, about the company. What's going on?
Yeah, so this car is about to go on track. It has the capability to know where it is to about 10 centimeters. That's an incredibly precise GPS that you see on the roof. This technology is being used in production cars today, but here we are. We're going to demonstrate really the limit of what you can do here on the track, driving in reverse. Ultimately, this is a really amazing technology that we're happy to be able to demonstrate at the Velocity event today.
And speaking about technology, I mean, we're going from vintage race cars to really kind of the next generation. And so, self-driving. But Joe Nuxel, you are going to be our driver today in this car. Yeah. Kind of,
yeah. Effectively a safety driver. So normally I'm out here in a Radical doing about 125 lap times. Today I'll be sitting in the driver's seat with my hands ready if there's an issue, but Aaron and I have been doing this for a while and there hasn't been. We'll be going backwards around the track. So in reverse, autonomously, and I will not be intervening at all. Let the car do its thing. Should be fun.
You drive fast race cars. There's a level of danger. Is this scarier or is it getting in a regular race car?
You know, initially it was actually very scary when we were first trying it, but we've done it enough times now and the car is able to handle itself. It's really just if it screws up, I have to catch it, which while we were developing this, yes, it screwed up a number of times. So it's much better now.
Well, it's all about testing no matter what race car you're in. What an incredible company. And right now these guys are going to strap in and we're going to see that car go in reverse here at Laguna Seca. Let's check it out.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. Track's yours.
Thanks. Good luck.
So they're about to get underway. This is going to be fun. So when Mario Andretti gets bored of driving, he's going to just get by one of these. That's the idea. No, I'm just kidding. Point one, very important because this is the future. We all know about this kind of technology being developed, and we are literally on the cusp, of it being pretty much nonchalant, pretty much state-of-the-art, normal, day-to-day stuff. I still think for many of us out there, this sort of autonomous driving is very new, is very different. Some people are skeptical. I'm not. I believe that it is the future, and while we have somebody doing a safety part of it, I'm here. I'm joined by Reem Malik, who's also part of the Point One prerogative, if you will. First and foremost, tell us why this is an important demonstration at an event like this.
Well, it's great to be here, and thank you for having me. Well, we love testing on a racetrack because it really pushes the car and the technology to the limit. And we want to show that we can still do it safely. So this is, Point One Nav, we're enabling autonomous technologies in vehicles by providing hyper-precise location, centimeter level location. And that's what our vehicle is going to be showing on this track, is that we've mapped a race line with one hot lap, and we'll be following that race line, or the car will be driving that race line in reverse, safely, autonomously, with no human intervention.
Now, I live in Austin, Texas. It's a good technology hub. We're here in California, it too, obviously, home of Silicon Valley. I'm sure there's not as many skeptics as there are, I don't know, let's say in St. Louis, and I'm not putting them into one thing, but how skeptical are people now about the technology? Because we can see it here in action. This car is now driving itself.
It is. I mean, we are probably just incredibly excited about it, especially in Silicon Valley. The focus is really on proving that we can deploy safely in a number of different situations. So you see many companies that are going into production with limited operational domains. So that means you have a defined area of operation. And then you slowly expand that so that it becomes accessible and available to all of us, whether it's on a racetrack or whether it's, to help you go do groceries.
The media has made a lot of, if you will, has made a lot of the inevitable things that go wrong when you're trying new technology, and they focused on that. It's typical of the media, but that's part of. I mean, I'm sure when Henry Ford decided he was going to bring the Model T, everybody went, "Oh, it's impossible. You can't do it. You can't make a mass car." So, the point is, here we are again, 100 years later, and now we're proving what is possible. And sure, people might be skeptical, might be cynical, but we're doing it. It's happening. Just from a computer point of view, from a setup, technology has shown with the rockets that we send into space, with the likes of this autonomous car and so on, that they are capable. What are the factors that you're still having to try to overcome into building the perfect car that can have effectively risk-free operation?
That's a huge question.
I know. But I don't want you to answer it. I want you to say that is one of the challenges in terms of, because I know that it's an impossible question to ask. We are looking at state of the art. There is no, there's no white paper that says, look at that, up the corkscrew. I've never seen anybody reverse that. I've never seen anybody go up the corkscrew backwards. That's a first for me, never mind anything else. But what a wonderful thing for point one. Yep. This car, totally no human interaction whatsoever. Who is piloting, or how does its computer pilot it?
Well, we have behind the wheel as our safety driver is Joe Nuxel of the Radical Cup, and he wanted me to make a plug that he's available to drive for everyone.
But in all seriousness, all the technology on board, and it has got a map of the track, all right, in reverse, and as it goes backwards down the Rahal Straight.
Yes.
It knows GPS where it is. And it knows exactly the speed, it knows the direction, it knows all of the things that the car is capable of doing, which is a normal car. But what else?
I mean, that's really what all it's doing. We're not using cameras, we're not using any LiDAR or radar. We literally know the exact location down to a few centimeters. So half the width of the tire, let's say. And it's
absolutely hitting the race line. I'm sure Mario's watching this thinking, that's a pretty good race line backwards around here. But it is. It's on a precise line. It's at a precise speed. It's at a steady speed. And the point of the exercise is to prove that we are now at a point of autonomy.
Exactly. And this is just like a very fundamental requirement in safety to know exactly where you are for safety, for autonomy. And that's what we want to show, that we can do this in like the hardest circumstances, which is on a racetrack. It's at the limits of the vehicle's dynamics.
And my cameraman Ron is really enjoying this particular camera shot because this is the kind of speed he likes to go at. He prefers slower cars, especially going backwards. So this is a great one for our cameraman Ron. But no, in all seriousness, how long has the project been going? How long have you been working on this particular project?
Well, Point One has been doing this for about 6 years, but really Aaron, who's our CEO, he's in the car as well as a passenger and monitoring what's going on. He's been doing this since the DARPA challenge, since the Cornell days. But the first time we did an autonomous lap in reverse was last year at Self-Racing Cars event at Thunderhill up in Willows. And then we had the chance to do it again here in this amazing venue here at Laguna Seca. So we are already in production on some vehicles. We can't say where, but
how long in your mind, and again, it's not an answer that I'm expecting to get a full bulletproof answer, but just for a crowd watching this and probably in awe like I am, I mean, how long before this is just something that doesn't need to be demonstrated at a track and that we just expect it and it passes us by on the road and it's just part of our normal day lives? How many years are we away from that?
In some cases, it's already here available, right? There's many vehicles that enable self-driving on the highway. And so then the question becomes, how can you extend that safely into like neighborhoods and city centers? And that's that's 99% of it. So this is the really hard part, is the 1% of getting the technology to do it safely. The technology can do it, but we want to be able to do it safely. So in some cases it's already here. Mm-hmm. And then we have to make it cost effective so the normal person can afford a vehicle like this or afford to use you know,
and the
a
other thing
robo-taxi.
Yeah, and the other thing is I'm sure that, you know, naturally service vehicles, I'm thinking taxis, Ubers, that sort of thing would be the natural go-to to start off with, or delivery, whether it be bigger trucks. I know that's been a heavy part of this is to develop cargo and things like FedEx and so on. So it really does have a huge economic value if we can get it right.
Right. So that's, in a way, the technology is already here. Kind of the part of the next step is to make it more safe and just more accessible and cost effective. And that's a lot of what we're helping our customers do.
Well, are you pleased? I know you've been probably excited to see this wonderful lap, but
It's
we've
amazing.
just seen the first autonomous lap of Laguna Seca. No hands on the wheel.
It is exciting to be the first to see this.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
And I genuinely, I know I brought out some cynical questions, but I am genuinely fascinated and I'm curious, if you like, because I know it's coming. I know it's coming my way, and I want to be part of it. I want to encourage it. I see it as the future, and there's no question.
Let's get you in the car.
Let's do it. I'm ready to be a Jetson. So what's next for you? What would you like to see as a next step? This is a demonstration. It's a good one. It's worked. It's proven. You've just done it. We've seen it ourselves. Point one, success. Autonomous vehicle goes backwards round. You know, there's your headline. But what's next? What would you like to see in terms of marketing this project?
I mean, I'd love to see all of our partners doing this together on the track. Right? That would be fun. But in real life, I mean, we are just want to make the point that this technology is available and ready to help our customers who are developing these really important platforms.
Now, you and your team are here all weekend. Where do you know whereabouts the car is based?
Yes, we are at the end cap, right by the entrance to the track.
So, we're at turn 11 or outside?
Right at the end of this row.
Okay, I know exactly where you are. So, if you're interested in this vehicle, which you should be, well, in fact, you can see it from our drone here. If you're interested in learning more about this autonomous vehicle by Point One here, precise autonomous driving, and you should be interested because it's the future of both the automobile and the industry, to be honest. And I think you should head down to the exit of turn 11. And that's where they're based, and they'll be here all weekend, am I right?
We will be here until the end of the day.
All right. Well, Reem, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for joining us here in the booth.
Thank you for having us.
Go and meet some guests, because I've just sent them all your way. But I can see he's just parked it up brilliantly there. And go down and have a look at Point One, the future of the automobile industry, without a doubt. Just done the first ever reverse lap autonomously around Laguna Seca. Thank you, Reem.
Thank you.
Now, the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation, or LSRF, is an independent 501 charitable organization established in 2002 and revitalized in 2020, focused on financing capital improvements and ongoing infrastructure upgrades at Laguna Seca Raceway. The all-volunteer board of directors guides the foundation's efforts, their individual motorsports histories merging around the common passion for Laguna Seca Raceway and ensuring that in all ways it reflects the coastal California's popular resort communities on the Monterey Peninsula. That's the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation.org. Let's head down now to Taylor as we get ready for our next group action.
Thanks, Johnny. It's a little bit loud down here. I've got these IMSA cars lined up, and we just got the 3-minute warning. I'm not going to be able to talk to many of these drivers, but I wanted to just give you a nice close look. Obviously, what a color out on the track. You can't miss this one, but a name you might know. Zach Brown is behind the wheel of this stunning Ford Capri. Zach, if I could just get a quick word for you, how is it going out on this track and this awesome Ford Capri?
So far, so good, but first race of the day, so it should be fun. The quick cars in front of me.
Awesome. Well, Best of luck. Have some fun out there, Zach. Be sure you guys check it out. What an amazing grid for Group 5. Johnny, let's head up to you for some racing as we continue walking down this grid row.
Okay then, here we go. We're about to go racing again in our next group. As you can see, they're on the pre-grid. And a huge group once again as we get ready to go racing. Group 5 is IMSA GT cars from 72 to 77. And punching away, getting ready to go racing. And this too will be a qualifying race. They have 2 races per weekend. This will be their first qualifying race, Group 5, 72 to 77. And we've really got an outstanding set of cars for this. Zach Brown's also taking part. We've been talking about Zach for the last few minutes, of course, he and his McLaren team. He's actually going to be in a 75 Ford Capri, the number 3, so we'll look out for that. And like I said, they have 2 qualifying, or 1 qualifying race and 1 feature race, which is tomorrow. So once again, they'll line up behind the pace car, do a rolling start, get up to speed. We've got Porsches, we've got BMWs, got the old Datsun 240 obviously, and away they go. Beautiful sight and sound here as we get some real beautiful engine sounds. Tell you what, looking out from my commentary position, really starting to fill up here now with the crowds looking at these new and older cars. And just to give you some idea of the cars you're about to see in action. '71, of course, was the IMSA GT Series season, inaugural season. And the IMSA GT Championship Auto Racing Series was its official title. It was for Grand Am Tourer style racing cars. Ran with the GTO and GTU classes, as well as former Trans Am cars in the TO and TU classes. Examples, as we've mentioned, in this IMSA GT 72 to 77 would be BMW, CSLs, and 3.5, 3 litre and 3.5 litre 3SLs, Corvettes, Camaros, Datsuns. I mentioned a couple of 240Zs out there. Ferrari 365s, Ford Mustang, Lancia, Vita Monte Carlo, Porsche 911s and Carrera RSs, as well as 911 Carrera RSRs and IMSA 911. So a real interesting group this, and certainly if you're a Porsche fan, these were the days when Porsche really came into their own racing around the world. And in a moment that pace car should come off and out of the way, and we should be racing in the first of our Group 5 races. Pace car is off and we are ready to go racing, and we are led by the 41 That white Porsche of John Hill in the 911 1974 car, pulling way ahead straight away. Beautiful roar as they dive into Andretti curve for the first time. As we hark back to the 70s. There's a beautiful Corvette in at what, about 7th place at the moment. Whoa, and a spin at the front! Oh, and luckily nobody grabs him. But that was a bit of a moment there for our leader. Spinning right out, and that picks up the lead for the 155. The 911 from 1974, there's the 15 of Bradley Briscoe in the 1976 Greenwood Corvette. Now leading the way after that spill. Luckily, a spin that did not cause anybody else any trouble. And into the corkscrew they come for the first time then. The 64 is Martin Lauber in a 1975 IMSA GTO. And the field already spreading out here. Out of turn 11 then they come. A host of great IMSA cars, including that CSL BMW. Jimmy Dean Restaurants in the 64. Now that's another side of this that is a very important factor, is that all the liveries that you see are also original, not just the cars, not just the way they are delivered as in their original state. They also try where they can to make sure the liveries are exactly as they were when raced in period. So these are the sponsors that were around back in the day when these guys were racing back in the 70s. And it really was a golden era. It might be the early days of IMSA, but it's a really exciting period because sports car racing was more known perhaps in the Le Mans iterations and in Europe. But IMSA really brought it to the fore here in the United States. And it's just a great period of production racing. And it sure saw the combination of America, Japan, and Europe going head-to-head. This is that beautiful sound of the Greenwood Corvette from 1976, beautifully painted. As I mentioned, Bradley Briscoe at the front, or in that car, as they head down the corkscrew yet again. Only 12 customer cars were made of that number 15 that you were looking at, that Briscoe is driving. And for a time in the 70s, the Corvette were really not the highest in terms of their notoriety at the time, and the Greenwood brothers brought it back. And there's a car I know and love very well, the Ford. No question, the Ford Capri, the Ford Cortina, great cars of their time, and certainly held their own. Touring cars, as we call them in the UK, but they handled themselves pretty well here in the States as well. And this Capri RS. And it's Zach Brown at the wheel. So not only does he talk the talk, he walks the walk, because yes, he's the CEO of McLaren Formula One and also of the IndyCar McLaren Arrow team. And the car that Zach's driving is one of only 3 cars built and scored 2 victories out of 2 starts in 1974 European Touring Car Championship. There is that expression, the Touring Car Championship, winning at Hockenheim and Jarama in Spain. The car also won the German Championship race at Zandvoort, driven by Jochen Mass and Rolf Stoffel. The race was the last race for the car as a Cologne factory car was at Kyalami in South Africa, where it won its group race, beating all the other GT cars. So there you go. Picked up the 27, that's the Porsche 911 IMSA. Nelson Calais from West Palm Beach. And like I said before, this was an era where pretty much these were privateer race cars, or brought to the track by privateers rather than manufacturers, and you almost drove your car to the track, but not quite that. But it really wasn't manufacturer based. It's more a privateer racing era when anyone could bring their car to the track and go head to head with the manufacturers. Of course, some of the manufacturers did come. Chet Taylor leading the way then from Chandler Briscoe. Rob Fuller in third at the moment. Bradley Briscoe in fourth. Zach Brown dropping to fourth. And there's the 94. Dave Stone at the wheel of that one. And that's the old yellow Datsun 260Z from 1973. Great sound as it comes out of the corkscrew. And our first action from Group 5 qualifying. Plenty more to come from Velocity Invitational. Comes the 41, doing a great job there. The 1974 911, John Hill at the wheel, doing a nice job of overtaking into Andretti and out. The Exxon sponsored number 41 Porsche. It's amazing. You don't need a lot of paint schemes on a beautiful Porsche to doll it up. It just looks immaculate, fantastic in all white. Windy here at Laguna. Sun yet to show up. Still a bit miffed about that, but not to worry. It'll come. And there's the 54, another Porsche. This time a 1972 911S. Charles Christensen at the wheel. Followed by the 63. Ranson Webster in the 73 911 RSR. So certainly dominated by Porsche, but we've got a Triumph TR8 out there from 1979, and obviously we've mentioned the BMW CSLs, a lovely car, one of my favourites for sure. Growing up watching those BMW 3.5 CSLs hoon around the touring car tracks of Great Britain and Europe in the day. And of course, the Datsun made so popular and famous by Paul Newman here in the States. And once in his hands, I think he earned 4 national titles, SCCA, racing those particular cars. So the Japanese had a huge impact. And of course, it was a great advertisement to race on Sunday, buy on Monday, win on the track. It did a lot on the sales floor the following Monday, having just won at Laguna. We had O'Gara Motorsports in here earlier, talking about marketing their cars here. There's a lovely BMW 103. That's one of those 3.5 CSLs I was mentioning. Thor Johnson at the wheel of this white one from 1974. Remember, this is just their qualifying race. They'll be back out in action again later. As we watch the 49 from 1974. Ben McGraw from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, putting his Porsche through its paces. And there's one of the Datsuns just approaching the 46 Porsche of David Alvaro from California, the 1972 Porsche. It's worth remembering that some of the Japanese entries you're looking at here, like this one, number 3. Was at a time when the Japanese cars were just starting to really make an impact here in the States as racing machines. Typically that number 49 you saw earlier is a good example. And in fact, in 1972, the Datsun president, Mr. Katayama, presented the keys of one of his cars to John Cooper, president of Ontario Motor Speedway. And he used it as the official pace car for the 3rd annual California 500, held September 3rd, 1972. 240Z doing its business in 1972. And was used at 33 USAC championship cars around the United States. Chet Taylor then continued to lead at the moment in our Group 5 qualifying race. Chandler Briscoe, Rob Fuller, Bradley Briscoe. Zach Brown in 5th position. Alan Benjamin, who we spoke to earlier in the day. Alan Benjamin out now in the number 61 in his 1975 911 RSR. And there's the 81. Carrie Eisenlaw in the 1969 Porsche 911. What I love about this, if you like, era of, certainly for Porsche, that you really see that the basic Porsche look really did not change from the late 60s through the 70s, and you could almost say up until today. It's a very similar look, a very distinctive look, and I think that's part of not only its ability as a fantastic car to race, but also the look. It's distinctive, everybody knows it, and that's a Randall Smalley in the 77 and another 69, and you really can't tell a great deal of difference between the late 60s and the mid-70s Porsches. And with 2 laps to go, out of turn 4. Tell you what, the car park's packed out now, a lot of fans coming in. Starting to be a big weekend. And as we look at the 56, Karl Durkheimer in the 1974 Porsche. And into the corkscrew he comes. Carrie Eisenlaw. And we turn to Chet Taylor, who I mentioned second place at the moment in the 1974 IMSA 911. 155 in the purple colours. Now on its final lap here in Group 5. So Chet Taylor continuing to lead. Chandler Briscoe in second place. And the lead car you're looking at, Chet Taylor, was delivered to a well-known racer, Peter Callahan. Raced in SCCA from 68 to 75 with numerous Porsches. Immediately converted the car to RSR spec. Help from Joe Hoppen of the US Porsche Club. Chet Taylor now heading down the hill then. Ahead of Chandler Briscoe, Bradley Briscoe in third position. And then Rob Fuller in fourth position. John Hill now fifth. Zach Brown dropping to sixth, just ahead of Alan Benjamin. And there's the checkered flag then to finish our Group 5 qualifying race. Now, I just want to remind you that we will have autograph sessions here at the Plaza at 1:30. So please make your way down to the Plaza for 1:30. That's in the main View Plaza here at the track. Starting to fill up with guests now as we speak. Starting to get some lunch. Get ready to go racing again. So that was a good little session there for our latest action from Group 5. Let's head down to Kev Harris.
Lovely, thanks Johnny. I'm down here at RM Sotheby's and I'm really pleased to say that I've got Shannon France with me, who's going to tell us all about what they're getting up to this weekend. Shannon, thanks for taking the time to have a chat. I've put you on the spot. You were just hanging out, chatting to people, doing what you're doing. I said, can you come and talk to us? And you went, oh, all right then. But tell us a little bit about RM Sotheby's, because you deal in top-end racing cars. You've got some beautiful cars here today.
We have a lot of different auctions every year. We have live auctions and we do a bunch of different stuff and different cars. Today we have this display with some Newman Haas vehicles. We have this F40, it's a very special competition. We do private sale, we do auctions, just a lot of variety.
And I said to you, because we were chatting before about all this, you said we've got people from the US to Hong Kong and all over the world, and basically you're the people that, you know, help people find these cars, because some of these cars are unique and they're just incredibly valuable, and you're the people that help people who've got the money find them.
Yeah, if you have a friend or you're looking for a car, I know people, we'll get you what you want. We'll put it in your garage.
I might have a friend who has the money to buy one, but it certainly won't be me who's buying one, that's for sure.
Not yet.
But let's just have a quick word about this. The house that Newman Haas Racing built, this is an auction that's coming up, end of this month actually.
Yep, this auction is going to take place on the 29th and 30th of October, right outside of Chicago. But some of these Newman Haas cars, there's 2 of them here on site. There'll be about 50, plus some memorabilia. You can get anything there.
You can, and the man that's on the front is Mario Andretti, and he's just been out on track. We'll wander this way though, because one of his cars is actually going to be in the sale. Mario Andretti was just racing a 2014 hybrid Formula One car out on track. But over here is one of his cars from, come on in, don't run away Shannon, and stay in here Kerry as well. One of his cars here that's going to be in that sale, and the man from RM Sotheby's that can tell him about it is right next to me. So what's going on with this one, Kerry?
Yeah, so we have a 1986 Lola T86. It was used by none other than Mario Andretti. It's one of the last cars he raced in his career. So while he's known for his 70s work in Indy cars, he also raced in the late 80s. This car has been retained since new by Newman Haas Racing, and it's going to be offered via our Newman Haas auction taking place November 28th and 29th in a few weeks' time.
It's fantastic. I mean, what a thing to be able to own. But presumably, and you guys will know this because you sell these cars to people all the time, if you're going to buy a car like this, you need a crew of guys and a certain level of technical awareness to keep it running and to put it out on track.
Yes, absolutely. And I think being here in Velocity, you kind of get a feel for things. And, the teams are here, they're working away on track, and hopefully in a year's time we'll see this car racing.
Yeah, I'm sure you will, because the kind of collectors and the kind of owners of these kind of vehicles, they're fully up to speed on what it takes to keep these ones running. But it's not all Indy cars and it's not all Formula One cars, because Shannon, I think we can spin around. Thanks, Gary. Let's spin this way. You get beautiful cars like this as well. Come nice and forward. You got a prospective customer right here. Look, this man. You want to buy this car, sir? You're live. This is the lady you need to speak to. Just talk to us about this one, a 1989 Ferrari F40 Competizione. So if I could get you just to slide that way, because you are live on that camera over there. But an interesting car here then, Shannon. 1989 Ferrari F40, not in Ferrari red.
No, it was Ferrari red, but in 93 or 95, I can't remember, he did the Competizione, the conversion, and now it's Nardo Gray. It's actually a Ferrari factory color Nardo Gray.
Yeah, that's interesting. And Johnny, our commentator, he's a big fan of kind of all kinds of car history, and it's interesting. You think all Ferraris come out the factory red? They don't. This is a stock factory colour there in the grey, and it looks absolutely stunning. I haven't yet seen inside this one. I don't know whether our camera will be able to get it, because we've just got one camera, he's over there, but I will definitely have a look inside this one in a moment or two. But this is up for auction as well then?
This one is not for auction, it is actually for sale. We do private sale transactions, so we have a book of customers from here to Hong Kong. If you know anybody who wants to buy this and go out on the track later, we can make it happen.
That's incredible. And if you do want to buy this and go out on the track later on, how much money am I going to have to get out of my wallet? And you don't tell me exactly if you don't want to, but in the ballpark.
Upwards of $3 million.
Upwards of $3 million. Well, I tell you what, if our commentator Johnny Green continues to do the great job he's been doing all day today and tomorrow, and puts a bit of overtime, you might have enough to buy this.
I'll go in on it with you.
Wouldn't it be great? What a great car. And then continuing here as well with what looks like another Indy car just in front of it. I mean, you sell all kinds of things to all, different markets, and do you find cars like this, they'll go into the ownership of one person for a private collection for a while, and then they'll move it on and somebody else will take it on? Do they move around quite a lot?
Every car is different. Some people hold on to them, they don't want anybody to look at them or touch them, and then some people flip them. Now the car market's on fire, so I mean, you can make a lot flipping a car, just like a house right now.
Yeah, I would think so. And when you think about, money markets around the world and banks and interest you're going to make there, which isn't a lot, invest your money in a classic car, you're probably good to go.
If you have any crypto left, we take cryptocurrency as well.
I wish you had told me about crypto, say even 7 or 8 years ago.
I thought you were going to say 7 or 8 minutes ago.
Well, in crypto, it probably is 7 or 8 minutes ago as well. But just give us a heads up on the event here as well, Shannon, because you're here at the Velocity Invitational. It's the second running of the event at Laguna Seca. Has this worked out to be a good weekend for you so far?
Oh, it's been wonderful. We've been able to market and promote the cars and what we do, and we look forward to being here next year.
Yeah, it really is a beautiful event, and the setting here on the lawn is just absolutely perfect, isn't it? We do just need the sun. About this time yesterday, the sun sort of came as the clouds burnt off. Any other cars here this weekend, or any other exhibits or things going on this weekend that you're particularly looking forward to seeing?
I highly recommend the Sip and Savor. It's the wine tasting.
The Taylor Farm Sip and Savor Wine Pavilion, which is just across the way over there. Well, listen, Shannon, thank you ever so much for taking the time to talk to us. I think Johnny is probably back in the commentary booth as I can hear engines roaring and whistles blowing just across the way over there, which generally tells us that another class are about to go on track. So, Shannon, I'll say thank you ever so much to you. Don't run away. Johnny, what do you reckon? Put in some overtime, mate, and put down a down payment on the F40 Ferrari?
Nah, I don't need a Ferrari. I'm going to go for... I'm going all out. I want a Czinger. Ferrari, that's old school. I want a Czinger. And I'm glad to announce that I have 2 Zingers with me, Kevin and Lucas.
Father and son Zinger.
Didn't realize that. Well, welcome. In all joking aside, I've been looking carefully at your car, as has my producer. So just tell us a little bit about what I'm watching going out here. I've got all the notes on it, the different colours, the blue blood, the what is the? Tell me about that's blew my mind, and red blooded, read my mind. But fantastic colours. But more seriously, this is a very, very unique car. Tell us about it.
Well, the first thing is it's all about colors, but to be serious, the car. Are we on? Yep. To be serious. What the car is about is Lucas and I are a father and son team. We're both inventors and technologists, and we love cars. I grew up as a Cleveland hot rodder. He grew up as an LA engineer, and we decided to get together to create a set of tools that would allow us to build the most cutting-edge vehicles, and this is the first of a number of vehicles that we're going to do. It's a hypercar that in the coming year we're going to show the performance of this car will allow us to break the full spectrum of hypercar, fully homologated, street legal car performance records.
Now that's incredible for two reasons. One, you must surely be slightly, I don't know how confident you are, but isn't it a little bit intimidating to see the history of the motor machine, the history of the automobile here in front of you, and just say what you just said, which is, yeah, we'll bring something new and different. That's got to be intimidating.
Well, I mean, you feel honored and you feel blessed. Like last night we were at a dinner and we were sitting with Mario Andretti and Mika Hakkinen, and then the next generation, which was really Zach Brown and Taylor Faust. And obviously you feel honored. At the same time, America is about rebellion. It's about looking at the past and saying, there are no rules. Let's create our own rules. And the person who inspired me, or one of them from a very early age, was Jim Hall, who came in when
Chaparral,
when Can-Am had no rules, and he created the technology. He set the rules, and that's one of our inspirations.
Lucas, tell me a little bit about your involvement, and tell us also a little bit about what's different and how you go about creating something different in a hypermarket that is starting to get crowded.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first thing to really realize is we started as a technology company. So we created the tools that now this vehicle is constructed from. And when we say tools, we're not talking about typical automotive design, manufacture, assemble. We're talking about generative design, so really AI-based software systems that we created. We're talking about 3D printing, so not casting, not stamping, 3D printing metals, our own materials, then assembling them with a very high-precision, laser-guided robotic assembly system. And we spent 5 years creating that technology. And when I joined, we were a Series A startup with maybe a dozen people. Now we're over 200 employees, have raised hundreds of millions of dollars, have launched our first vehicle, and our Tier 1 business, which is supplying components, assemblies, and working with these OEMs, is also going very, very strongly. So I'd say we didn't have a typical path into auto in that we looked and we said there's a fundamental issue actually with how auto designs, manufactures, and assembles. We feel we have a new system from scratch that can solve some of those issues. We got to work. We filed over 500 patents. We hired up this team. We matured the technology to truly be safe for a road-going vehicle. We engineered the 21C, and the 21C here is the, let's say, official production car record holder, and is really showing a performance level that, with all due respect, I don't think we've seen in the hypercar arena before.
Well, I'm a top trumps kid, so give me some performance stats, because that's when I'm playing my top trumps. I need to know, 0 to 60. I need to know horsepower. Yeah. Come on, can you tell me?
I'll give a couple. So 0 to 60, 1.88 seconds.
What?
Yeah. So
1.88 seconds.
Sure.
Yes.
Quarter mile, 8.1 seconds.
Wow.
So Fast and Furious, Dom Toretto's always talking about the mythical 10-second streetcar. Well, that's the 8-second real streetcar out on the track right now.
I bet when you met Tanner Faust last night, he offered to help drive the car for you.
Well, he lives in Newport, so we exchanged some contact info.
He's a stunt driver, so he's ready to go.
He's welcome, but you ask us in a crowded field, why do this?
Yeah.
When you have tools that literally allow you to engineer and create things at a totally new level.
Yeah.
That's why you see automakers out here. Only Aston Martin has been announced, but there are a whole series of automakers that will be providing technology for, and it will allow them to make very, very, very much more advanced structures and better engineering for their vehicles. And this vehicle shows the apex of that.
Now, you're also always looking at the competition. We're looking at the Zenvo here, which is a very unique wing. What do you make of that? It looks as though it's flapping in the wind, but it's actually moving to the steering, evidently. Really interesting. Look at that.
Yeah, it's cool. It's interesting. Absolutely. What I would say is I know how awesomely hard it is to start a company, create something, and put it in display in public. So I have to say, I love all of people's children out there. Of course, we're competitive. Lucas is competitive. I'm competitive. We welcome the competition, and we want to take it on. And we don't want to only exceed these performance metrics. We want to completely rewrite them with this technology and this team.
What also I find interesting is being in this environment rather than an exhibition or a car show like SEMA or wherever. This is so different for a hypercar because you're expecting to see historics, but I love what Jeffrey O'Neill has decided to do, which is include you guys and give the fans of historic racing a look at the future too, because in every Alfa Romeo stroke Porsche stroke Berlinetta Ferrari out there, there is a touch of perhaps what has gone through your minds and where you're building on from.
Yeah, creativity, performance, automotive is in their blood as much as ours, and having the legacy here and having the future, it's awesome for us to be here. And we were in the UK at Goodwood not long ago, showing our car, running our car as well, and it was that similar mix of heritage racing and also modern hypercar racing.
And what Jeff has done here is absolutely spectacular. I have to say, we came here last year, we were blown away, and we love Goodwood. The concept of an American Goodwood is just fantastic. And obviously all of these things, I talked about Jim Hall. There have been, with all of these cars, I'm 63 now, Lucas is 28, all of them have fed in the information and ideas which then allow you to take new ideas, bring them together with old ideas, and evolve things. And I think you need that richness. You need to put all of those ideas into solution in order to precipitate out those new ideas and those new designs.
Well, let's look to the future and let's sort of inform, because there's a lot of people tuning in around the world that won't be here this weekend, but I'm sure we'll be delighted to see what you've got on offer. Tell us about production, where they can find them. Tell us about what the future holds, where you're hoping to go with this. Let's start with production. Where are we?
Great. So we're based in Los Angeles. We've got one factory today. All the engineers sit there. All the production staff sits there as well. For us, first deliveries into the U.S. will be Q4 of next year. So we're just about a year out from our first deliveries, but we're selling internationally. So the UK, Germany, Japan, the Middle East, these are all key regions for us as all. And the initial run of 21Cs will be 80 vehicles total. So this is a very exclusive vehicle. This will be the highest performing vehicle when it goes on sale. But from there, we want to make really a unique and differentiated portfolio of vehicles. Due to our technology, we don't have to platform share. So we can really make a unique GT car, we can make a unique supercar, we can make a unique SUV, we can make a unique hypercar. So over time, you're going to see a portfolio of Czinger vehicles grow across segments, but we want to stay in the niche of performance. That niche allows us to invest heavily in R&D and to sell cars at a margin that really funds that continued investment, and that's where we want to stay.
And if I'm in Preston, Lancashire in England, and I've got a little bit of savings, and I fancy something different, how do I go about wanting to get a Czinger? How do I get on the list with only that many in production?
We have a fantastic dealer in the UK, HR Owen. With
I know it well.
Ken Chu. We love him. But what I would say is, in each of the key regions, sales regions in the world for these type of cars, we have the _1 dealers out there. For example, Tom Price in this area, Tom O'Gara down in Southern California, Miller Motor Car in the Northeast, Prestige in the Southeast. I should stop talking because I'll have to name every single one of these dealers because they're all fantastic. They're all fantastic.
Well, let's point people to the Czinger stand. It's right in front of where we're actually sitting right now. So if you are in the paddock today and you look up and you see the big Velocity Invitational logo, the big tent, as it were, it's just in front of that, to the right of that, and you'll see the big logo saying Czinger Motorsports. And it's got a very prevalent position, but you seeing it on track is the fun part, so that's always good. Quite a few hypercars here this weekend, and we're getting a good display of them at the moment, and they'll get out again, and we'll see more and different ones as the weekend goes on. but pretty happy with what you've got here and what you're showing off. And have you had a look at the competition?
Absolutely. Like I said, I love everyone's children and respect everyone's children, but this is at a totally different level than anything that's ever been designed and created for the street as a performance car. And as Jay Leno said, in his season premiere that featured this car, this is the future of automaking. This is how you do it right. And Jay said this is by far the fastest, best handling production car he's ever driven. And I'm not going to argue with him.
There you go. Well, we're seeing one of the works Porsches going around, and they too have their own stand. But yeah, well, I've got to ask the ugly question. I heard we did a feature on the Zenbos earlier today, so I got a price point there. Give us a rough idea of basic, stroke, custom, paint job, etc.
Yeah, so we start at $2 million base price, and we work up usually to around $2.5 million. So about 500,000 of options is typical for us, and that's really custom interiors, custom colorways. With our 3D printing, we can really, on the interior of the car, also shape it to the customer's
Have you had any
desires
interesting
and dreams.
requests from customers, custom-wise?
Yes, I mean, we can't really talk about it because these are
I don't mean
personal
names,
things.
I just mean, sort of nuances that they want.
What I would say that is cool is as long as something is not impacting the crash homologation
of course,
or the emissions compliance, because this is a CARB 2028 emissions compliant vehicle, we can work with them and design and engineer 3D printed structures anywhere in the vehicle. So this is the first time. I mean, obviously people offer a lot of customization with hypercars. We actually are giving them custom engineered options for what they want to do. And what I'd say is cool is we've had more than a half a dozen buyers who couldn't figure out whether they wanted the high downforce variant of the car or the long tail variant, and have purchased both.
Ha! That's good.
Make the easy choice, right? Get both.
Yeah, get two in the garage, take one out on extra days. So these hypercars are getting their run around the track. We're talking to the Zingers, and their car is out on display for everybody to come and see. They are based in Los Angeles. They are in production, and when will we see? You said late next year?
Yeah, Q4 of next year, and like we said, we've got 80 vehicles. Most of them are sold, so most of them are reserved already, but there are, let's say, a few slots left, and we've got O'Gara to the right of our stand, and we've got Tom Price and the luxury collection to the left.
Okay,
Those are both our dealers here, so come see us, come talk with them.
Of a year, you've got, like you say, just over a year now to market this. What will you be going to exhibitions and shows and doing this sort of thing?
Yeah, let's say we've got a unique marketing plan that includes multiple track records between now and the production start.
Yeah, so I'd say 2023 is going to be some real American rock and roll on tour around the world with this car and a bunch of cool tracks around the world.
It sounds awesome, and I love the look of it. Which one have you picked out for me? What color shall I have?
Any color your heart desires. We'll work on.
What's the blue one called?
Blew My Mind.
Blew My Mind. That's the one I'm going for. Blew My Mind. Cool. You've got that here.
Yes.
And then you've got the
Red My Mind.
Red My Mind. That's inside, right? That's
absolutely. That's the long tail version.
Very nice indeed.
If you're going to smash every record, you need one body type that's slippery for the acceleration records, and then you need a high downforce body. The blue one, as you see, has 3.5 to 1 lift to drag. So when we ran it at COTA, say at a little over 190 miles an hour, it was generating over 4,400 pounds of downforce.
What did you get? What do you get top speed down at COTA? I know COTA well.
We were doing sort of in the mid 190s on the straight.
Awesome. That is really nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, listen, thanks for coming in, both of you. I can literally see you from where I'm sat, so I will wave you over at any other opportunity you want to come in. Any feedback you get or anything you want to put across to the audience, feel free. We're here for you. So that's an offer I'd give you today, tomorrow. Come back and see us. We'll be exhibiting again on track. Once again, do you know what time?
Tomorrow? I think it's the same time tomorrow, I believe.
Okay, good. All right, well, my thanks to Kevin and Lucas Czinger coming in here. Czinger Cars coming out fourth quarter of next year, based in Los Angeles. I tell you what, I'm smitten. I've been thrown a Czinger.
Well, we're going to put you in touch with HR Owen.
All right, I'm in the business. I love it. Thanks for coming in, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll talk more. And any feedback you get, any stories you get, let us know. I just want to remind everybody there is an autograph session about to take place here in the plaza, so come on down to the food plaza. There's also a chance to buy merchandise, to buy food, to buy wine, to look at some lovely cars. I'm sat right next door to a Mario Andretti 1985 Indy car, so you can't beat that. My thanks to the Zingers. Plenty more to come from Velocity Invitational. Stay with us.
At 225 miles per hour, you do not have time to think about security breaches. At 225 miles per hour, you cannot concern yourself with ransomware. At 225 miles per hour, the only thing you should be focused on is your business. CrowdStrike, powering champions.
Welcome back to the Velocity Invitational from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. I'm Kev Harris, and I'm pleased to say that as I'm scooting around the pit and paddock area, I've found two very important men. Well, probably the most important man here, Jeff O'Neill and Mike Santonis from CrowdStrike. Jeff, I'll come to you first. Jeff, second year here in Laguna Seca. It's bigger and better than ever, isn't it?
It is bigger and better than ever. More guests, more spectators, more cars, more friends.
And what people may not realise is, but they've seen you now in your race overalls, you're here to drive as well. Tell us what you've just been out in.
Well, so far this morning I've been out in a Ferrari GTO, a Maserati Birdcage, and a Bugatti Type 35.
What a collection. And Mike, we'll talk about your car in a minute because it's behind us, but just give us a heads up about CrowdStrike, because this is obviously one of the main event sponsors here. It's a great opportunity for you to promote the brand and to entertain your customers.
Yeah, it is. We're heavily involved in motorsports. We're a cybersecurity company first, and we provide cybersecurity for endpoints, workloads, all delivered through the cloud, a lot of threat intelligence, and it's all about speed, it's all about performance, and it's a great connection to racing. We spend a lot of time with Mercedes Formula One.
Yeah, I was about to say you there, your connection to motorsport is right at the top of the game there with Mercedes Formula One. It must be incredibly important at that level of motorsport that they keep their data, their intellectual property safe.
Yeah, I mean, trackside, they're in a hostile environment, they're going to all different countries, they're connecting to the internet. If they had ransomware and they couldn't operate a car, it's game over. They've got drivers, they've got mechanics, they've got designers that go to different teams. So intellectual property and protecting their intellectual property is so important. Everybody wants access to all the different teams. And cybersecurity, you've seen in the sport, has become a huge thing over the last couple of years.
And as I said at the start of all of this event typically is a great opportunity for you to bring your guests along and give them a feel for motorsport. Not everybody that you'll bring here this weekend is a car guy or a car girl, but they're all enjoying the weekend?
Yeah, everybody's loved it. Jeff and the team have done a great job. The diversity of cars, the access to walk around and meet the drivers, see the cars up close, cars that a lot of people just have never seen, including myself. So it's a great event, great wine. Weather needs to get a bit better, but we'll get there.
The weather was great yesterday, and apparently it's going to pick up this afternoon and all of tomorrow. It's going to be blue skies. But Jeff, just chatting as well about the event there. You are trying to create something here that it's an incredible car show. There's cars of all shapes and sizes here, but there's more to it as well.
Well, there really is. I mean, what we're trying to do is entertain and create an environment in North America unlike what anybody else has done. And we're bringing food and wine and great cars, but not only old cars, supercars, and of course we've got the McLaren team here and Zach Brown and Mario Andretti. So we've got this amazing group of folks that help put this on, and some of the new technology that we've seen here is astounding. Czinger, for example, using basically a printer to create chassis parts. I mean, it's just astounding, and we hope to bring along autonomous vehicles and a few other ideas in the future. So.
Chatting to Kevin Czinger, I mean, there's a guy who probably needs to look after his intellectual property and his data. That Czinger car is quite something else. Have you had a look at that, Michael?
I have. I've had a look, and it's incredible what they've done. And as Jeff said, a lot of the AI vehicles and things that are running around, it's pretty cool to see the old, the new, and just to see it all coming together.
Yeah. And Jeff, as well, let's just bring it back to McLaren for a moment, because we kind of brushed over that. If people are just joining us, you had dinner with Mario Andretti last night, and today, earlier on, he did something really quite special. He went out in a Formula One car, the 2014 hybrid Formula One car. Sorry. You're thinking, what did he do? What did he do? Honestly, what a thing.
He's had so many things, right, since he's been here. He arrived yesterday, and he's just, he's such a lovely guy. And he had this essentially sort of a challenge with Zach to drive a turbo hybrid car, which he had never had the opportunity to drive. And he took that car out and just smoked it. So he was very, very impressive.
It was an incredible thing. If you didn't see it, you got to watch back on the live feed or find it, because we had Mika Hakkinen, we had Mario Andretti, we had Pato O'Ward and Tanner Faust all out in McLaren Formula One cars. 4 great drivers, 4 great cars, 1 track, 1 event. You just can't buy that. You were trackside for that, weren't you, Michael?
I was right behind the car, seeing Mario get in the car, seeing him get out and the big smile. Mika Hakkinen just gets in there, belts the cars. They're just having so much fun. And that's what it's all about. At the end of the day, just seeing the joy with everybody and having people so close. It's an experience that you don't get, even if you go to a Formula One race. You don't get that close to the action.
No, and that's exactly it. And you've been to many Formula One races, obviously, with Mercedes there. The back of that McLaren garage, it was just, wall-to-wall fans, but they can see in. They're all getting their photo of Mario. They're all feeling the energy and the excitement, and that's exactly what you're trying to create, isn't it, Jeff?
That's exactly what we're trying to create, and there's so much interest in Formula One today that it didn't exist 20 years ago, and I think Americans are really coming around to embrace it. They love the Formula One Drive to Survive and the movies and the stories, and there's so much history around Formula One, and I think it's become very engaging.
Yeah, it really is engaging. I think we're probably ready to go to our next track session. I wonder if Johnny Green is ready for us yet. Are we ready to go?
I think we're probably ready to go to our next track session.
Are we there? If we are, I'll say I think.
Thanks, Kev. Yep, all ready to go. And as you can see, cars already out on track for our next group session. And coming up next, it's very windy at the moment. Wind has picked up here at Laguna Seca, but we've got some really, really special cars out in action. We'll do 2 formation laps. For Group 6. And these are production sports cars and FIA sports and production prototypes. So quite a combination here. And this is their qualifying race. 63 to 69 then. Here we go. Laguna Seca roars to the sound of these beautiful cars once again. Back in 1966, the FIA introduced several new racing categories, including one for highly modified touring cars, officially known as Group 5 Special Touring Cars. The regulations permitted vehicle modifications beyond those allowed on the current Group 1 and Group 2 touring car categories. Group 5 regulations were adopted for the British Saloon Car Championship from 1966 and for the European Touring Car Championship from 1968. The special touring car category was discontinued after 1969. So what you're looking at here, examples would be Corvette C2, C3s, Ferrari 275 GTBs, Jaguar XKs, E-Type, Shelby Cobras, Alfa Romeos, Lotus Elans, MGB GTs, Morgans, Porsches, Sunbeam Tigers even. So that's the Class C3, and then in Group 6 you also have the FIA Sports Prototypes, the Alpines, the Corvettes, the Ford GT40s. I saw one of those already. Lolas, Maseratis, Matras, Porsche 904s, and of course Porsche with a host of 904s, 906, 911 of course, 907, 908, Alfa Romeos, Chevrons. So a host of different cars and different modifications of those marques. So we're looking at car number 21. This is a typical Lotus 23B, of which there are many here in the US of A. Fantastic little car from Colin Chapman's factory. And the Lotus 23, very popular here. Gear Ramleth pedaling it today. And just passing him in the number 32. And that's the Lotus Elan 26R. A completely different Lotus, of course. 1963 Elan 26R. But with the classic Lotus colours, of course, the yellow and green. And Horatio Fitzsimon at the wheel. Originally 26R raced in the UK in period and purchase from Mike Malone. Now all over the back of the other Lotus as they head out of the corkscrew. They are getting a bit of a shimmy on, I should say, as they come through Rainey. Look at this. And that number 7 is looking rather sprightly in the hands of Mr. Simon. Top speed of 130, 1600 engine, about 180 horsepower. Oh, and a little bit too much smoke out of that one, and that should come off, please. And into the gravel it goes, and I hope we'll go through the gravel and back to the pits so that it doesn't put oil down. Not that I don't want to see it out there. The 146 is the Shelby Cobra FIA 289 from 1964. Chris McAllister out in his second outing of the day. Chris, of course, ever popular here. And wheeling the 146. Putting it through its paces. And passed quickly by the Ford GT40 from 1965. Rob Kaufman at the wheel of that all-silver car. Kaufman from Charlotte, North Carolina. This car built in the winter of 65-66 by Ford Advanced Vehicles Limited in Slough in England. And it was first raced in the 12 Hours of Sebring in March 1966. I was just starting to get into my racing legs. March 1966. It was driven by Dick Holquist, Bruce Jennings, and Oscar Kowaleski. 23rd fastest in practice and finished 13th overall and 4th in class. Now, after it was raced at Sebring, it was sent back to Slough to prepare for the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1966 and finished 15th there. So quite a storied history. Another car going off into the gravel, but back on. So turn 10 catching a few out today. Conditions are a little cooler than yesterday, that's for sure, and that could have caught a few people out. I mentioned at the beginning of the day, as we look at the 64 Shelby Cobra, Steve Park in the hands of this number 91, all red. Steve Park from Glendale, California. And this has been racing since the early 80s in club racing and vintage racing. And there's a beautiful Corvette from 1967. Nicholas Colonna at the wheel. Nicholas from Beverly Hills, California. Has raced in the SCCA on the West Coast since the late 60s and early 70s. Yellow flag, that's not what we want to see. Now, I wonder if that's because of either the oil put down by one of the cars that went out, or we do have a stricken car out on track as we take a look for the first time at the Chevron B16 Spider from 1970. Chevron with a huge history here in the United States, even though Chevron, of course, from the UK. Ger Ramleth then leading the way, but we're under caution at the moment. Horatio Fitzsimon in second place and Rob Kaufman third. McAllister fourth, Steve Park fifth, and Nicholas Colonna, who we were just talking about a moment ago, in sixth place at the moment. Smaller groups, Group 6, than some of the other groups, but still as mighty as you like. And with some fantastic cars. There's a 1963 Lotus Elan out there. There's the 97. That's another Cobra from 1962. Yeah, it was the oil on track that is the safety issue and why the caution is out. So they're either going to keep them out on track and see if that dries up, or they may well bring them into the pit lane. But obviously, when it gets oily like that and they can't see it, it's not a time to be hooning around too fast. As we look at the 57, a nice 65 Shelby GT350. Charles Wenger at the wheel. And that's done many years of vintage racing on the West Coast. Charles from Chicago, Illinois. And currently in 9th overall while we're under caution. Back with the red and black, 31, 1964 Chevrolet Corvette. Craig Carter at the wheel. The all red there passing the GTO. And again, just a reminder, oh, he's pulling off. What's happening here? Normally, you're going uphill and on track here, but we've got a truck on track trying to... I think he's probably trying to get any oil that he's got on his tyres off those tyres, simply because he may well feel a little bit slippy underneath where he's driving. So he's just gone onto the gravel, literally, to try and see if he can get that oil and dirt off. That's a clever idea, actually, especially uphill, where you're not under too much traction and will lose too much traction. So you can carefully go about it. And now you see the safety trucks. It's looking as though it's actually at the rainy curve that they're trying to lay down some either lime cement or similar to try to make sure that it's not too slippy coming into turn 10. And I think that's why you could see actually the oil spurge, and that's why we also saw a car go off at 10. It wasn't that he was misdriving, it was just that he'd probably got oil on his tyres, and by the time he got to turn 10 and turned in, the oil had played its part and just slid him wide to the left and into that gravel trap you can see from the drone. That is one of the beautiful advantages that the drone does give us, is a chance to actually see some of the lines that go wrong or some of the things that happen from above much clearer. So we're under safety here, or under the pace car here, while we get this Group 6 first session qualifying race finished. 5 laps to go, but the couple of them, I think, will be, if not maybe all of them, under safety, but gives us a chance to talk about some of the cars. There's the number 9. Another 1964 Ford Cobra, John Goodman driving it. Goodman, another regular to historic racing. Hoping to be joined by Adam Carolla fairly soon, who of course is a celebrity in his own right, but also a big historic driver. And I'm just looking out of the corner of my eye, and I've just seen Zach Brown, Prado O'Ward, Mika Hakkinen, and the mighty Mario Andretti. You can't beat that. And they're walking past my commentary booth as we're under safety, so I'm going to commentate on watching some of the legends of this sport past my commentary booth, which doesn't often happen, I may add. So I'm going to take a photograph while I've got the opportunity of the mighty man. How was it, Mario? Great. The maestro says it was great. That's all I wanted to hear. Tanner, how was it? Unbelievable. Come and talk to me later. I had to talk to Tanner Faust passing by. He's just had a ride in his Formula One car, and delighted for him. I shouted out to Mario, how was it? He said, great. And I mentioned Adam Carolla might be joining him, and he has. I've been a bit starstruck there. You walked by just at the time when Mario's walking by. Not a bad time to walk by. Welcome. Mario Lopez is here.
I gotta find that dude.
Yeah.
I'm a huge Saved by the Bell guy.
Different one. Mario Andretti. You may have heard of him.
I don't know that name.
Listen, delighted to have you here. I know you've got some great accolades in what you do in your business world, but I know you as a racing driver. I was here at the Trans Am race, and that didn't go well, but we won't talk about that because you're racing a Datsun today, right?
Yes, I am. I'm racing a Datsun 510. The Trans Am, the first time I did it a couple of years ago, it went pretty good at Willow Springs.
Well, it broke down. It wasn't your fault.
I hit a river.
Now, I was here. I watched it. I watched the whole thing play out. Wasn't your fault.
Mechanical.
We're going
failure.
with mechanical.
Yes, we're going with mechanical.
Hey, what do you think of this? This is pretty special, isn't it?
It is. It's my first Velocity. Obviously, I've been here for the historics, Rolex historics, I don't know, 11 or 12 times raced here. With that, this is just it's got some shades of Goodwood, brought to the States. I think anyone that's spent any time at Goodwood has thought, man, wouldn't it be great if there was some version of that came out here to the U.S., and this feels like that. I mean, it's good turnout, good crowd, but it's just done in a slightly more thoughtful way. The driver's pavilion set up right over here is excellent, and it's a little more casual, a little more well thought out, and probably a little more driver friendly.
What got you into this sort of racing, and what got you into motor racing? Because we're known as a broadcaster and a producer and a filmmaker and so on. What's your interest, or how did you get the bug?
Mario Lopez said to me many years ago. No.
Go for it.
I did the Toyota Grand Prix, the Celebrity Toyota Grand Prix. I
think you won it, didn't you?
I won it a couple of years, but even before I'd won it a couple times, I did the driving school and everything, and I thought that was kind of cool. And I saw this old Bob Sharp 610 Datsun that was up on eBay 15 years ago, maybe more, and it was just a cool piece, and it wasn't that expensive, and I got it. And I had no real intention at the time of going vintage racing, but a friend of mine, Les, said, you got the vintage car, you got the driving school under your belt, why don't you drive the vintage car in a vintage race? And he signed me up at Coronado, which was a fun event back in the day, since defunct, I believe. But I said, yeah, sign me up. And a few months later, I found myself just in the car at Coronado doing a vintage race, and I really enjoyed it.
Tell me a little bit. I'm glad I'm talking to you about the Datsun because it fits so nicely into American sports racing, because the Japanese kind of looked at what was going on in America and went, we'll take the best of what Europe's got. We'll see the muscle, but we'll come up with something that's more reliable than the Europeans perhaps, and actually just as nimble but effective. And that's what it proved to be here in the States. What's it like to drive?
What you described, depending on what you're driving, I'm driving a 510, momentum kind of cars, 1800 cc's, maybe 210, 15 horsepower on a good day, light, unibody, 13 by 7 inch rims, drums in the rear. But they will get around this track. A Datsun 510 will get around this track as faster than a big horsepower Trans Am car. So even though they're down on power, they handle well. The guys who drive them are aggressive because guys who like momentum cars drive, accordingly. And you can have a lot of fun in one of those cars on a track like this.
Oh, no question. And it did so much for the Japanese market to come in here with the Datsun and really start to show that Japanese cars were worthy of the American market. And, they've never looked back since, but it was a huge thing to jump in and go racing right from the get-go here in California, and it made a big difference, didn't it?
Yeah, they're kind of one of the cars that started it all is just, 100 feet from now. It's John Morton's 510 Trans Am, 2.5 Trans Am champion right here at this track all those years ago. Basically unbeatable. And then up into the Z's, and then at some point into two-frame cars with turbos and big slicks, and and then LMP cars. They just kept going. But they started with the 510s and the 2000 Roadsters as well, with BRE. Pete Brock's around here somewhere, and I have a couple BRE Roadsters myself.
I don't know if you're watching this. This has just gone back to green. But boy, these Lotuses are going for it here. Are there any cars that you've got a collection, I know, but are there any cars that you're kind of looking around going, you know what? Fancy either a go in that or owning one?
Well, is that a little Lotus 26 we're looking at?
Yes, 26 and a Lotus 23, going at it.
Those guys are quick. That's the whole point. Neither one of those cars has 200 horsepower, and they're leading this race.
They go for it.
And they got guys behind them that are making 500 horsepower that they're leaving, you know. So everyone always wants to know horsepower. They always want to know top speed. But I'm like, there's a lot of braking and handling involved with this equation as well.
Yeah, and you talk to the MX-5 guys, you talk to the Miata guys, and that's the most fun they can have in a race car. And it's not a powerful thing. It's just a lot of fun, and they're all spec'd the same way. And I think we're seeing it here by example with one of Colin Chapman's makings in these two cars, and lightweight, nimble, like you say, small displacement, but a lot of fun, and a big part of the history of Laguna.
Yeah.
What's on the horizon? I saw Uppity the other week, good friends with the man himself, Willie T, great guy. I thought the film was excellent. What are you planning next? Anything in the pipeline?
Well, we make documentaries, car documentaries. We made the Shelby documentary. We made the Ford versus Ferrari documentary. We made the Willie T documentary. And we got a Dan Gurney doc that we're putting the finishing touches on. And we also have a Bobby Rahal doc we're putting the finishing touches on as well.
Dan Gurney would be, I'm sure, a really interesting project to work on, given his history and an event like this. You can't come to an event like this without talking about Dan Gurney at some point.
Yeah, these guys, Gurney, Pete Brock, these guys, they drove and then they constructed and then they designed, and so their influence is everywhere. You see all of, either it's their stuff or it's people that were inspired by their stuff, but it is everywhere. And yeah, Gurney, there's no, even if you're not into motorsports, that's a life worth looking into.
As an Englishman, the more I learn about American motorsport, the more I learn about the Jim Halls, the Dan Gurneys, and it's not so much their racing accolades, it's more to do with what they brought in terms of innovation, typical American, innovation, design, and you see the Czingers out here and some of the American Hennesseys out here, the future, if you will. And I think that's been a role that Americans have played behind the scenes a little bit, more than they have like the Phil Hills and the guys that have been in the front.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, there's a lot of great British constructors and, Colin Chapman and guys like that. But yeah, a lot of guys started off driving and never left. And never left the business, never left the innovation, never left the constructor stuff. And I mean, there's more than, Pete Brock or Dan Gurney. But I find it very interesting. But why would they? Because if you're a football coach, whatever your definition of football is, you probably played, and then at some point you became a coach. So who would know better?
Yeah, it's very, very true. Well, tell the fans what you're driving today. We mentioned the Datsun, but what number are you, and what are you hoping for today? It's a great day out. I wish the sun was out, but what are you driving? What number?
The sun will probably peek through at some point. I'm driving a Datsun 510, number 90, red, white, and blue. It's called the Different Drummer car. It's a B sedan. It has proper B sedan and, more importantly, 2.5 Trans Am experience. So it's a real 2.5 Trans Am car from back in the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s. I'm about mid-pack right now, but I should be able to inch my way up a couple of spots before the race starts tomorrow.
Hey, well, listen, you've been listening to Adam Carolla. Thank you so much for coming in. A great part, of course, of this event. Him maybe his first time here, but he's been a part of the American vintage scene, as well as taking part in some Trans Am races as well. And I'm hoping he'll be doing more of that. And, of course, you can catch all his movies and so on and so forth. And, of course, his podcast. How's the podcast going?
Oh, it's really good. That's a business. And, you can go to adamcarolla.com and listen for free or find the movies. It's just Google everything if you want to find it. But adamcarolla.com will get you where you need to go.
Good to see you. Enjoy your time at the Datsun. And if you have time over the weekend, come and tell us about your experience. Any particular car you might be going to look at before I let you go?
Any particular guy? What?
Car you might want to go and have a look at.
Oh, my God. It's an embarrassment of riches over here. But I got to tell you that mossy green Aston Martin DB2 over there has always been one of my favorite cars. It's so rare. You never see those things in the States.
I saw it on track today and went, what's that? And, of course, was surprised when it was a British car.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites. And I'm not just kissing your butt.
No, I get it. And I saw it today and I was like, I can't believe that. And it is, like you say, one of the rare Astons that you don't often see out, especially here in the States.
Only Goodwood you see those cars. Yeah, revival.
So what do you think? Can we do it here in the States? Jeff O'Neill pulling it off, third year now?
I'm looking around and I'm seeing a pretty good crowd. We were here yesterday practicing and qualifying, and it was a little light, but it's Friday and it's a work day, and so I sort of drove home saying, well, tomorrow, meaning today, that'll be the proof if people show up. And I've been to Rolex Historics here for the last 15 years. I've missed a year, except for obviously with COVID. And I'm looking around, and it feels like shades of that to me.
Good.
Lots of people coming by and saying hi. So this is a good sign.
Well, Adam, thank you for coming in. We'll see you as the weekend continues. And now it's time to go down to Taylor, who's down in the autograph sessions.
I am down here on the plaza. We've got quite the lineup for the autograph session, but I'm down here with my friend Senia. Senia, you were telling me earlier how excited you were.
I was very excited, and I like everything here.
And you've got your red Velocity hat on, and you're about to meet some of the coolest drivers out there and get their autographs?
I don't know which autograph I'll get right now.
I think you're going to get all of them, and what a collector's piece. And what about the racing? Is it super exciting on track?
Yeah, it's super cool, but it's really loud.
It is really loud, right? Maybe a little pair of headphones to keep you...
I was closing my ears because it was too loud, and but I really like it.
Well, are you a new fan of racing, and you're going to be a lifelong racing fan, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, as you can see, we've got all ages down here excited about the racing, my friend Sanya, and check out this line. We've got the biggest names and drivers right here signing autographs. What a pleasure for race fans, new and old alike. We've got legends in the sport, as well as down at the end of the line over here, even our Dirtfish Rally guys have showed up to sign some autographs. So whatever your taste is, come on down here, get in the line, get some autographs, meet these drivers, shake their hands, and then we'll be back to racing later on.
What a thrill to be able to get an autograph of these legends. Two-time world champion. Sorry, go ahead, Taylor. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from Velocity Invitational. Stay with us. Welcome back to Velocity Invitational here from Laguna Seca in California, just above the Monterey Peninsula. I would say it's a beautiful day because that's what I usually say here, but it's not really, to be honest. But we are here for something very special indeed. And you could argue that Trans Am, in many ways, made its name here at the likes of Sonoma, Riverside, and here at Laguna Seca. And I'm delighted to be welcome a current Trans Am driver in Cameron Lawrence. And also Chad Reinhold, who's also racing, I think it's, I want to say a Cadillac CTS VR.
Yes, yes.
Welcome aboard, both gentlemen, and you looked excited as I did at this grid, because it really is a phenomenal collection of historic Trans Am cars. And would you agree this is kind of where it all began?
Yeah, this is really cool seeing all these cars here. There's some really historic cars, some really cool makes from everyone, from Dodge, from Ford, from Chevrolet. So it's really neat to be here in Laguna and see this big mix of cars that they've got.
Now, you're a current Trans Am driver. Have you ever driven in any of this story? I know Tommy Dreese owns one, a very special one, and he's done a little bit of this, but have you ever done anything like this?
Yeah, so I've driven Don Yount out in Texas, actually giving him a quick shout out. He's got an old Lynn St. James car that I've gotten to drive and get a few laps in out at the Motorsports Ranch at Crescent, and it was a blast. It was probably some of the most, 5-6 laps, most fun I've had in a while, just getting to slide that thing around and really get to experience what these cars were and kind of where we are now. It's pretty neat to see where we started out and see how these things performed and what drivers had to deal with back in the day that I didn't have to deal with these days. But they're amazing cars. They sound great. They're just so much fun to drive.
It's funny because we always talk about your cars as being, the simple, pure racing and all the rest of it. And yet these are even more simple, more stripped out, more stripped down, cars of the day from the early or late 60s, early 70s. Chad, I was talking to Kev, me and Kev, the other English presenter here this weekend. We get excited by American muscle cars because we're from England. But do you as an American get excited by as much?
Yeah, that's just what I do for a living. I mean, these are the cars. We support a dozen of these cars in historic Trans Am. 3 of our cars are out there right now, so I'll probably only focus on them.
Well, tell us about the 3 you've got out there. That's good news.
There's a 69 Camaro out there, the University of Pittsburgh car that I think is starting 4th. There's the 70 Auto Dynamics Challenger that Sam Posey drove in 1970. That's starting 10th, I think. And then the 1968 Camaro of Rusty Jowett originally drove. It's being driven by Daniel Goldsmith. I think he's in about 13th.
Super cool. Love that Sam Posey car.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's the beauty of it. You're literally watching Trans Am, and the accolade of Race on Sunday, Buy on Monday was what Trans Am was all about. And we've been through the groups as the day has gone on. And we went through the late 50s and early 60s, and we talked about how production cars from the UK, the small displacement cars, would come here to take on the mighty muscle. And we're going to see Mini versus Mustang later today. But then we talked about the Japanese. I had Adam Carolla talking about his Datsun and talking about how the Japanese came here. But when it came to pure excitement and what really ignited the pony wars, as they were called, but what really ignited, I think, the sort of regular Joe on the street was the fact that they were seeing Pontiacs, they were seeing Dodge Chargers, cars that they knew, and they would see at the stoplight racing, and that really got the imagination going, didn't it? Away we go then. First and foremost, what a beautiful sound. Down into Andretti curve for the first time. Everybody's spreading out. We got 3 wide at one point. A 10-lap race. And straight away, it's the IMSA Javelin that takes the lead ahead of the number 6. The 1970 version. Bruce Canepa at the wheel in second place. In third place.
Yeah, Jimmy Hague out in the lead. He's a super quick driver, and that's a quick car, great car. Peter Gregg drove that car in 1971, and Jimmy Hague drives it extremely well.
Simon Gregg's, of course, still involved in Trans Am today, and the legacy continues. So that's what I love about it. I did some commentary earlier in the year with Willie T. Ribbs, and I love the fact, and Ray Everham, and people like that, people who've been part of this Trans Am history, and it's very much alive and kicking today, isn't it?
Yeah, we just came back from Lime Rock and Watkins Glen about 3 or 4 weeks ago with most of these guys racing out there too. So These cars are getting a good workout in only about a month's time. They've done 3 race weekends.
Because these manufacturers that back in the day produced these cars, we talk about historic racing, is it easier to keep these cars running because the manufacturers are still here?
Well, Cameron would be much better at knowing this current stuff. These things are hard to keep running because the parts are so old and they're so trick. It's hard to get a good
these are
part.
50-year-old plus cars.
Yeah.
That is crazy. They are street cars, but man, they are just pure race cars. They're just all drivers' cars. That's why I think I had so much fun getting to drive it. The feedback that you get from these things are so raw. You know, even the cars you run in Trans Am or TA2 now are still purpose-built cars, and you hop in a car that you could buy and drive on the street, and what they turned them into, you know, back in the 60s and 70s, just really unbelievable.
Already we've got a great race on our hands. Look at these two going side by side into turn 3. Whoa!
Wow. That was
no
close.
holding back.
I'm going to check the fenders on both those cars.
Yeah, no kidding.
That is awesome. It's all right. They share kind of the same colors, so I think you would have a hard time telling there. But looks like they're trying to chase down the leader a little bit.
Yeah, now we're looking at this 72 Javelin. The Javelin was built by the Penske Racing Team for AMC as a factory effort in the 1970 SCCA Trans Am Championship. Mark Donohue, Peter Revson, household names, if you will. And obviously Revson going on to Formula One. Mark Donohue, absolutely a name that is synonymous with Trans Am and always will be. You know, and obviously Penske still going strong. And I wonder if he would be tuning in to watch some of his old cars going around the track, because I'm sure it puts a glint in his eye, even though he's gone on to so much more.
Yeah, we every time that we've seen him at a race, we try to ask him about it. We're always trying to see, does he have a file cabinet full of history on the cars, because we support the 69 Penske Camaro and the 71 Penske Javelin. We're just always looking for more information, and he seems to be more interested in the Indy cars than the Trans Am cars.
Well, he was just starting out then. It probably didn't mean as much.
Looks like we got a pass for the lead there.
Yep. So into the lead go the two Javelins, and so we've got the 6 following the number 2, and then in second place the number 2, Ken Epsom at the wheel. And so Jim Haig loses out from leading the race to 3rd now, but that's not to say he won't be back. Joshua Fieber just behind him in 4th, Nelson Calais in 5th, and John Hildebrand in 6th place ahead of Ken Adams. The roar they're making, we're right in the middle here, and we're just by turn 1, as well as they come back round at turn 3, just behind the pavilion here. And it's just a cacophony of noise. It's really like all the fans have gone to the fences because it's just too noisy. I love it.
It's actually terrifying to watch this and see the whole race. I normally only watch from turn 11, so it's terrifying to watch the customers.
To see the whole thing, yeah?
Yeah.
But all of these guys are experienced. The Trans Am Historics are, well, they get a run probably, 10, 15 times a year?
It probably could as much as 10, but normally it probably big races. They can run smaller races, but we, as a group, we try to go to about 7 races.
And you know, everybody knows each other. They know who does what, and kind of. There's not a choreograph to it, but they race hard but fair. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially these top 7 guys, you can race with them all day long. Normally, I'm out there in a '69 Camaro with them, and you can race a foot away from them, and you can totally trust them.
What are you racing this weekend?
Just my Cadillac, the CTS VR, and a couple groups from this, and Group 9. It starts at 340.
Okay, good. Cameron's supposed to be on holiday this weekend, but we dragged you in here anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what's a day at home when you can spend it at the racetrack? These guys are, the top 4 is too wide going into turn 1. I mean, this is awesome. Just seeing these cars move around. You know, a lot of these guys on old bias-ply tires, which we had in TA2, and they were a lot of fun to kind of slide around. They move around a lot. I mean, watching these guys, they're not just out there doing parade laps. I mean, they are really just seeing them do it. And do it so well. I mean, you know they're on the edge when you see them slide them through turns 2, turn 3 here. Just really cool to watch. And the sound is amazing. I don't think you could ever get tired of big V8s pounding around Laguna.
And that's a fair compliment coming from a man who was in the Trans Am Series. This time last weekend at VIR, I was with him and watching it. And he'll be at Coda, of course, in early November doing exactly that, the final round of the Trans Am Series for 2022. Cameron Lawrence
you're listening to. And yeah, you're right, absolutely right. These guys are putting these cars through their paces. Over 50 years old, some of these cars, if not more. And it's just awesome to watch as they come to the top of the hill. The drone really shows you the corkscrew and its enormity. And then this shot really shows you the plunging down the 5 stories. Whoa, wheel it, wheel it.
There's your Camaro making a comeback.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh is a good driver. He's doing well. He's hard on brakes. We've been working on those brakes a lot, and that's all I keep on thinking is I hope he keeps them under him the whole session.
Now, Chad, my notes say on this car, the 1969 Camaro was built by Bob Fryer's University of Pittsburgh racing team for competition in the SCCA Trans Am and A Sedan National Series. Can you expand on that for me?
Yeah, it's really a neat story. Bob Fryer got the actual University of Pittsburgh to actually recognize a course in mechanical engineering for doing race car work. And they had Bob Fryer as the driver. It later became John Miller driving it as well. But Roger Penske and the Penske racing crew even built the roll cage for this thing and actually initialed it serialized the roll cage with it. So it's got a Penske cage in it, a bunch of extra Penske stuff. And so it's for an independent car, it's got some really good stuff. And that's probably why he's right up there in top 4. And but he's using all the track, as you can see, too.
I tell you what, I know some Trans Am fans in New Zealand who'll be loving this. They do a Trans Am muscle car series with Holdens and some Mustangs and so on. But they'll be loving watching this around Laguna Seca, I can assure you.
Absolutely, yeah. And the Kiwis actually brought a lot of American Trans Am cars there. Joe Chamberlain brought a 69 Camaro there. And then Ron Grable brought a Titus Firebird there that a fellow named Rod Coppins won the 1973 New Zealand Touring Car Championship with.
Yeah, it's amazing how cars make it to where their final destination is. A lot of the Mustangs were brought over by the U.S. Army when they were stationed out there down just below New Zealand. And when they went back home, they just said, well, I don't want to ship it back. And they sold them. And so there's a lot of stories like that. Same is true. The Jeeps were based in Iceland. American Jeeps during World War II were based in Iceland. And now when you go around Iceland, you see a bunch of Jeeps and they race them. So I love the history of that sort of stuff.
Man, it's
so this battle's going on. Yeah, this is a real
big
fest.
battle now.
Wow.
Yeah, you guys. That Grey Ghost is really a neat car. I went and saw it before John bought it in Michigan, and it was pretty much exactly as it was when Herb Adams designed, and his whole group of GM engineers helped him build it out of his wife's 64 Tempest. It's a neat car.
Well, that is the point. These were go-to-the-shop cars as well as race cars, or they turned them into race cars,
Yeah, there's a great article on that car by Road and Track or Car and Driver, I can't remember, where they literally got the car on Herb Adams' front lawn, and they're talking about how he's converted his wife's car into a Trans Am car.
I might get in trouble if I did that.
So what have you seen here, guys, that you've kind of that you want to take a closer look at? I mean, there's so much eye candy here in terms of cars, isn't there?
This fellow here, Ken Adams, that the camera was just focusing on, who's now in about 6th place.
Yeah.
He's super fast too, so he might actually end up there in the top 4.
It's cool seeing these guys kind of, we had the Mustang break away at the beginning, and now it's really kind of closed back up the top 6 or 7 cars. So it's neat to see even kind of a short race like this, how things are changing, and these guys are driving the tires off the cars for sure, it looks like, or driving the brakes off of it, like you said. So just kind of see who's got what, middle late in the race. These guys aren't buying sticker tires, I'm sure, every time like we do in TA2. So they're hanging it out there and just kind of see who's got what at the end of the race and having a good time for sure.
Well, Chad, let me ask you that. What is the thing that goes the quickest? Is it pads? Is it tires? What do you find yourself replacing most?
I think on these cars it would definitely be almost it'd be tires and the brakes by the end of normally this is going to be like a 10-lap race where you're starting to pump the brakes a little bit. You've introduced some air from overheating them, or the tires. If you're cheap like me, you're always running old tires. Some of the guys do change them pretty regularly, though.
Well, we're watching our first Group 7 qualifying race, and it's a doozy. Historic Trans Am at its finest here at Laguna Seca. And back in the late 60s, early 70s, this is where it all began for Trans Am. California playing a big part in that history. goes all the way back to 1966.
It's really cool to get to spend some time with that Sam Posey car that's out there. When we started to bring Dodge into TA2 back with Miller Racing, we had a lot of fun working with SRT and those guys, and you know, we had some pretty neat colors, some throwback schemes that we had on the cars, so we spent some time around a few of those cars that were floating around, especially at Lime Rock. We did a lot of historic stuff, which was really neat. So I had a fun couple years with that program, and it's really neat to see that car still hanging around and all the history that's associated with it. So it's out here. It's hard to miss that bright green.
Yeah, and is it me, or am I seeing more Dodgers on the road? They're starting to do a bigger marketing campaign, modern-day marketing campaign, to try and get the muscle car people interested again. I see more on the track, and I think, you know, I wouldn't say the Mustangs and the Camaros are sort of standard by any means, but you just don't see as many challengers out there, and they're starting to make a comeback a little bit.
Yeah, well, they make a great their SRT package for those cars. I mean, they make tremendous horsepower.
Whoa, look at that. Yeah, that's awesome.
Jim Hague showing horsepower and car control right there.
Brilliant racing. Yeah, that's not easy to do when you've got that much horsepower under the hood.
Yeah, Jim loves to do that just for the fans, I think. He can drive at a 30-degree angle in every corner and probably still be faster than most of these guys.
It's paying off for your Camaro, though. Look at that 69 Camaro going up to P2 now. So rolling around the outside of turn 1 there, that's some good driving for sure. It's awesome. What kind of power are these cars making, or some of your guys, if they want to tell people?
No, I think they're all in the I think the lowest car out there is probably in the 440 range, and I think the most is probably just a little over 500. So they're all within 50 to 60 horse of each other.
Nice. And these are all bi-sply tires they're running on now?
They're all standardized, so everybody has to run no more than a 6.0 15 front tire, Goodyear bi-sply, and a 7.0 rear tire, Goodyear bi-sply.
That's not much tire.
Yeah, and I was about to say, with that tire, I mean, anything over 500 brake, and you're really going to start, it's going to become unwieldy, surely.
Hey, pass for the lead.
I think we got a lead. I think we got a lead change, maybe. Yep.
Coming into the corkscrew, we do have a lead change, and into the lead goes the number 19. Joshua, make it happen.
Yeah, he's a good driver. He's good guy.
So, who are the combination of drivers? Is it some of the older drivers that have been around vintage for a while, or is it younger drivers that are sort of making a mark but know how to handle a stock car?
Yeah, it's that kind of a mixture of both. So Ken Epsman, Jim Hague, Ken Adams, John Hildebrand, all those guys, Brian Farron, all those guys have been around for, 20 years. And then Josh has been around for only a couple years. There's also another fellow that we help support that's a guy by the name of Patrick Byrne, who's only been out for a couple years, but we need to keep on bringing in new blood. And I mean, the interest in the car and the interest in who's out there driving it, it's neat that we can keep on bringing in people that are 20, 30 years old into these cars.
You wouldn't have to twist my arm too much. I'd get behind the wheel of one of these things in a heartbeat. So, and get Patrick out here, that would be neat. But these guys are having a ton of fun. It's hard sitting here watching this. It makes me want to hop in there and go mix it up with these guys. They're just having a blast hustling these things around here.
Well, I've noticed there's also, I was at the Monaco Historics earlier this year, and I noticed there's quite a lot of sort of 25, 35-year-olds now starting to sort of jump in historic cars as professionals, either as coaches, mentors, but also as, getting in cars that actually make them a better racing driver, because these cars are probably harder to drive than your modern car. I'm throwing that at you.
I would say so. I mean, just again because of tire technology, everything, suspension, the brakes that these guys have. I mean, they're working. I don't want to say harder. It's a different kind of workout in there for sure, right? Cars right now these days, the TA2 cars for what they are so fast. I mean, they're just a ton of fun to drive. But yeah, these guys are definitely sliding around a bunch more. But it is neat to see. I mean, I love this stuff. I feel like I missed out. I just turned 30 this year. I feel like I missed out on some really cool eras of racing. So seeing this historic stuff is really neat, and it's great to kind of keep those traditions alive and try to get more people to be fans of this, because history's changing, the future's drawing closer, all these electric cars we have out here, and I mean, you'd have to tear me away from something cool like this. It's burning these fuels, burning this much fuel, making this much horsepower, and sounds this good. I mean, I just can't get rid of it yet. I just love it.
And you know what? A lot of people sort of argue that with the electric age and with hypercars and sort of combustion racing, its days are numbered. I disagree. We're still racing horses, right? So my point is, I think the nostalgia, the sound, the beauty of these things, and the fact that people like yourselves are willing to both race them and prepare them, I actually think there's going to be at least another maybe 25, 50 years of this sort of racing, because I think people want it.
I hope so. Yeah, this is the last lap, so
it's a good battle.
Looks like I got a good battle for the lead here.
So here we go, our first real battle, and it's been a absolute cracker, a four-way battle all the way to the finish. Jim Haig in the lead again, as he was earlier on, but he's being hounded by Bruce Canepa, who's coming to join me, I hope, in commentary later in the day, so we'll get to hear about it. But he's got his chances, boys. Where does he go for it? Now!
He's looking. He's looking. He tried in turn one, didn't make it stick. Maybe he's trying to set him up here on the corkscrew. I don't know.
So how do you do that? You just get a run towards Rainey?
Yeah, you got a couple corners left. So, I mean, he's looking. He's trying to find his spot here. He's really only got, I mean, maybe one chance. I think you set it up here for a run into the last turn and try to outbrake him. He's close. I don't know if he's going to get the run out, but...
It's all about the drive out of 11, isn't it, Hip?
Jimmy's going to go sideways out of 11, I guarantee it.
He's looking. Side by side, we're going to have a cracking finish here. And it is a two-way run to the line. And he's gone wide.
Man. Looks like your 69 Camaro, Joshua Make is up to P2 also. What a
there you go.
Very good.
Excellent stuff. And what a way to round out that one. Awesome stuff.
You look too stressed up here. I think you need to get back in.
Chad suddenly went quiet. He couldn't deal with it.
Absolutely miserable.
Oh, that looks like so much fun. That was really cool. I love seeing, like I said, the history that's here and seeing these guys hustle these cars around. I mean, that's what I came here to see, and I love it. I'll definitely be coming back to watch more of this stuff for sure.
Hey, listen to Cameron Lawrence and Chad Reinhold, who should be out there.
Yeah.
I may add, but we'll get you out there next time. We'll get you a ride. Somebody will give up tomorrow and go home, and we'll throw you in. We'll throw you in. Yeah. But well done, Bruce. Hey, I'll tell you what, Bruce deserves it. He was in a race there.
Yeah, he does a good job every time. He really wrings the neck out of that javelin. He does a good job.
And he drives so many different cars. That's why I'm always amazed at how he can literally leap into an IMSA car or a wet car or whatever it is and get it round. So, great sights and scenes from Laguna Seca. Some really excellent racing from our historic Trans Am Group 7. Their first time in action, and we had a cracking race all the way through. Jim Haig thought he had it in that all-orange, but the 19 and the 6 came at it, and the AMC Javelin doing the business.
They call that car school bus yellow because Bud Moore was told by Ford that the red and black from 69 wasn't bright enough for Ford, so he went down and got a Chrysler car that was meant for school buses. And that's what it is.
Well, listen, Chad, Cameron, thank you so much for coming in. I know you're busy, and well, in your case, Cameron, you're just having a good time.
I'm hanging out. I'm loving it.
Come and hang out when we talk Formula One too, because there's some Formula One cars going to be on track later. Chad, I know you got to go and race around. Come and join us afterwards if you get time. But thanks for coming in, both of you. And why don't we head down to another really interesting car, but from a very different era, the future, or at least now the present. Kev Harris is down with Hennessey.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Yeah, I'm down here with Michael Harley from Hennessey Performance. Michael, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. We're starting out here in front of what is a Ford Ranger, but it's a Ford Ranger Raptor Velociraptor. People know you for doing stuff like this to cars like this, right?
That's absolutely correct. We've at Hennessey, we like to say we've been making fast cars faster for more than 30 years, and this is literally our claim to fame.
And you do a great job on it. Trucks and cars like this is what you're used to, but in a moment we're going to stroll that way and take a look at what people may not realise you're all about as well, which is hypercars. Just when we take a look at this though behind us, you're not just tricking up the outside and what it looks like, you're getting in under the bonnet as well.
We actually almost literally remanufacture the vehicle to make it a lot more powerful, a lot more faster, and a lot more capable. We're taking this one, basically adding about 100, 150 horsepower to what the original factory output was.
And while we talk about horsepower, then we have to walk this way, because come on over here, because this is now what we're talking about. And just give us the word on the horsepower of this car in front of us here.
This is the Hennessey Venom F5. It has a 6.6-liter twin-turbo V8 with 1,817 horsepower.
That is absolutely ridiculous. 1,817 brake horsepower. And, you know, we started over there because Hennessey Performance, like I said, people will know you for tricking out cars like this. But what they may not have realized is you're also in the business of designing cars like this from the ground up. This is a complete Hennessey spec, off the drawing board. It's your vehicle.
Exactly. It's 100% bespoke. It's a carbon fiber monocoque complete construction. We have our own 6.6-liter V8. We call it the Fury engine. Like I said, 1,800 horsepower. It's been engineered to do over 300 plus miles an hour. So far in testing, we've only done about 271 miles an hour. And I should add that you've got that much horsepower in a rear-wheel drive vehicle with a curb weight of just over 3,000 pounds.
It's just incredible, and this is the world of hypercars here, because we've been chatting to various hypercar manufacturers here, but this is going above the supercars. But this market, it is strong. People are loving hypercars. People are investing in these things, and you know, they're investing in them, but they're driving them as well.
No, it's absolutely correct. You know, our cars range in price. The Venom F5 is going from about $2.2 million up to about $3 million now for our new Roadster, our drop-top version. And we've sold out of the coupes. We're making 24 coupes, and right now we've got 30 of the Roadsters offered for sale.
It's just absolutely incredible. How did it come about that you went from, you know, aftermarket modifications, you know, under the bonnet and around a vehicle like the Ranger behind us there, to suddenly designing something from the ground up like this?
Well, about 10 or 12 years ago, John Hennessey came out with the Venom GT, which is based loosely on a Lotus XE platform, and that car had about 1,200 horsepower, did about 270 mile an hour record run, and people still accuse John of not having his own car.
Because he'd started out with somebody else's chassis, effectively.
He started out with a Lotus chassis, so John went back to the drawing board and said, you know what, people want me to have my own car, I'm going to have my own car, and invented the F5. And this is 100% the ground up, started literally on a piece of paper.
It's a really beautiful car. One thing that struck me is when you look inside there, it's completely sort of decluttered. There's carbon fiber everywhere, but it's a very sleek looking interior. The guys and the people that buy these things, they get the opportunity to design it from the ground up themselves pretty much. So each one is bespoke.
Absolutely, 100% bespoke. The customer can choose every single color, every single finish. I mean, the wheels alone, they're forged aluminum alloy. They're CNC milled, and the customer chooses whether they want them painted, polished, painted to match the exterior color or whatnot. They get to choose the striping, the colors. We even have a customer right now that's doing 100% exposed carbon fiber with just some bright paintwork for some accent.
It's really incredible. One thing that struck me about this car from the moment I saw it was when I walked across the way here, the color. The gentleman that designed this has done a great job on this kind of, it's not quite a flat grey, is it? It's got a bit of a sheen to it, but done a great job on this one.
Yeah, we call this a Pacific Fog Gray. It's the customer thought of their own color. It's a custom mix, and they've accented it with the orange. They've got plenty of exposed carbon fiber. We really like the color, and we were hoping to get it out on the track today, but the customer actually took delivery of the vehicle last week, and unfortunately, we're just able to show it today.
So you had to borrow it to get it back just to put it here this weekend. But give us a heads up on the weekend. Looking here at the Velocity Invitational, second year of running the event. What do you make of the event so far?
Oh, this is the first year I've been here, and I sort of think it's an American version of Goodwood. Yeah. And I love seeing the people dressed in period correct costumes. I love seeing the cars. I love smelling the oil and the grease, and I'm having a blast.
Yeah, it really is good. And what I like about this show that you've just said there, it is a bit of a sort of Goodwood Festival of Speed, Goodwood Revival. It's a mix. We got the ragtime racers over there, pre-1920s cars, sitting alongside cars like this. They're going out on the track, and cars like this are going out on the track as well. It's quite a mix, and it seems like the fans are loving it as well. You get a good reaction. People are coming onto the Hennessey stand.
Oh, the fans are absolutely loving the car. And like you said, they're loving the fact that you can see American muscle, you can see European supercars, you got American hypercars here. The reaction, absolutely loving it.
And later on, that kind of that mix is coming out on the track. The Minis versus Mustangs is going on the track later on. You're looking forward to seeing that one?
Oh, absolutely. You know, one of the unfortunate things of being here in the midfield is I've got to run over to the track whenever I hear the cars going by, and it's pretty funny. I say, hey guys, hold down the fort. I'm going to the fence again.
Absolutely. Well, listen, Michael, there are people all around you. I'm sure they're keen to come and have a look at the car. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. You're based out of Texas. If people come and stop by, they should come to Texas and say hello.
Absolutely. You can look us up on the internet, Hennessey Performance. We also have a really good Instagram site.
They do have a really good Instagram site. I did just see that a moment or two ago, so do check them out on the Instagram. Michael, thanks ever so much. A gent for talking to us. A great car, and if you want to make one for me, please do. Ship it to London.
Just tell me what color you need.
There you go. Johnny, how about that? What colour are you choosing, do you think?
I'm going to go Texas colors, please. Red, white, and blue, and I'd like the Texas flag on the back window, please. How about that? All right. Thanks, Kev. Awesome stuff. And I'm here. We've been talking McLaren all day long. There's a reason for that. Zach Brown's here. He's brought a couple of his young drivers, Mika Hakkinen, and a couple of his old drivers, and a new driver now in a guy called Mario. And so Mario's in the mix for a potential McLaren drive or return to racing. But let's talk McLaren, because I've got Dan Picani alongside me, and he knows his McLarens because he's part of the deal here in San Francisco. And we've got an exhibition, if you will, of current production McLaren cars out on track, which I'm very excited about. One of the great stories, I think, and I think Bruce McLaren, I was saying when he was looking down on the Formula One exhibition earlier, he'd be proud. But I think he'd be just as proud to see what the company has done in this realm, in this production realm, to come into this sphere of sports car, high-end racing car, sports cars is no mean feat when you do it against the likes of Ferrari, Lamborghini, and so on, Maserati. But they've done it, and they've done it with a plume, and they've succeeded. They've won Le Mans, and now these cars speak for themselves.
Absolutely. It's so nice to have the mix of cars here with the old cars, the historic cars, the classic cars, and our current cars. We're fortunate enough to be in the Bay Area in between two awesome racetracks that we get to get a lot of track time with our clients, and it just affords us the great opportunity to enjoy these vehicles and enjoy the clients and the atmosphere that we're dealing with here.
And is it me, or is McLaren as a production base here in the States growing exponentially? I remember one of my friends started working for McLaren in New York and then came down to Dallas. But it seems now that I see a lot more McLarens, both at events and racing, obviously, but also on the streets. It seems like McLaren is now starting to make its mark.
Definitely are. We've got a really good base of dealers throughout the U.S., and of course we have our two dealers here in San Francisco and in Walnut Creek, which are able to service our clients, selling, service, and again, keeping these cars on the road. Again, we do, between our dealer groups, run a lot of track days, and again, super happy to see that our clients are out on track, enjoying their cars, both track and on street. And yeah, we're growing in numbers. I mean, we've been in the Bay Area now, McLaren, since 2011, and it is awesome to see the footprint that we have, now established with McLaren. It's it's hard for me. I got to pinch myself every now and then because it's a wonderful brand. Clients are awesome. Manufacturer, dealer network. I really, of course, I'm biased, but again, it's enjoyable. We're looking now. We've got about 16 of our clients on track right now. We've got P1 GTR, P1s. Got our Aturas out there, 720s, 720S Spiders, 765 LTs, road-going Sennas. It's an exciting group of cars that, again, I get to enjoy on a daily basis, as part of my work that I do.
Now, the 650 came before, obviously, the 720, but they both went straight into racing. I mean, they're production-based, but they went into a racing setup and were raced in GT and around the world.
Yeah, the sprint car.
Racing? Sprint car, yeah.
Yeah, the sprint car, yeah. The McLaren GT guys in the UK come out with a great product. They did go into the 650 with the GT car. that they ran in a bunch of different series, both the U.S. and in the U.K. And then they morphed into with the GT4, the 570S GT4. That, of course, ran in the state in the IMSA series and the Pirelli Challenge series for a few years. And now we've actually got the 720 in really successful. So again, in a short amount of time, I think that, we're really making our mark and showing, the clients, the public, and everybody out there that are motorsports enthusiasts what brand this is, and, to steal your words, what Dennis was really about. Bruce McLaren, sorry.
And Ron Dennis, to be honest, on the road
Dennis too.
Yeah,
so exactly. I mean, because
he was a very much an instrumental part while he was head of Formula One for McLaren of making sure that the road cars. And I was about to ask you about that because I think Ron Dennis had a big hand in that. But yeah, like I said, Bruce McLaren I think would be proud. But Ron Dennis, I remember when the idea came out, and I was involved in Formula One at the time, and I thought, that's a crazy idea. Why would you build a sports car when you are known as a Formula One team and Ferrari are already in that space, Lamborghini are already in that space? How can you build out in a market like that and, effectively, bold-facedly say, well, we're here and we're different? But they pulled it off, and I don't know, you're up close with these cars, and you know that people will make those comparisons with Ferraris, with Lamborghinis, and even with Porsche. But what to you makes the McLaren so different, if not unique?
Well, I guess the uniqueness has to come out there. The technology that McLaren comes with, of course, derived out of their F1 cars. You see that directly in the car. McLaren doesn't build anything that isn't necessary into their car. It's all about saving weight and performance. And so that, I believe, it really attracts our clients, especially the technical aspect of it, just with, the hydraulic suspension, the active aero, all this technology goes into the car. Our clients enjoy that, And also the fact that any one of these McLarens, when it gets down to it, for the most part, maybe a Senna GTR, no, but any of our road-going cars, you can go to dinner in it. You can drive to LA in it. They're comfortable cars. They have the different settings in it so that they're still a very reliable road-going car.
Well, we'll talk about that a little bit because people who aren't au fait that much with supercars, as it were, may not know that. But you can basically set the suspension, as we see here, to be either controllable or get the tail out. And what I'm getting at is that these cars have those settings where you literally can be on, not cruise control, but you can have a setting where the car is in a sport mode where it's lower, where the suspension the steering gives you more feedback, and so on and so forth. Talk a little bit about that, because as you say, or, let's say you're not a performance driver and maybe your daughter or your son, who you don't want to be going crazy in it, is just going to the shops in it and doesn't need all the modes. Tell us about that.
Yeah, exactly. So there are different settings for gearbox, suspension. You've got the soft setting, sport setting, and track setting, and you can mix those with the gearbox and engine management as well. So you can have the car in the performance portion on the engine management and gearbox shifting, but still have the suspension in the comfort mode, And the other thing, too, about these cars is when you get in them, you put them in, and you could drive the car in automatic. Okay, it's a 7-speed DTC gearbox that you could just jump in it, leave it in auto, drive the car. The computers do all the work for you, everything else. Very comfortable, very easy going for traffic and everything else. So it has that portion of it. And then, of course, you could drive it to the track, show up, put it in the proper settings to stiffen up the suspension, change the mapping on the engine and gearbox setting, and go out and have a great time on track.
Yeah, and I get the feeling that McLaren's ethos, and correct me if I'm wrong, is more about design and innovation and technology than it is about 0 to 60 and, well, we've got the highest powered engine and the it's less about the stats and more about design and innovation and technology.
And you're correct there. And again, like I said, everything that they do is for a purpose. I mean, if you want to get technical, the power steering pump on the vehicles that have the hydraulic suspension and the active suspension, that duals as the power steering pump, okay, to save weight. So McLaren designed this to, if you're going in a straight line, you can make suspension settings because you don't want to be doing them in a turn anyway.
No.
And then otherwise, that same pump is used as the power steering pump. So it's dual purpose, saves weight, engineering, space, and everything else. So
that's clever.
It really is. They're innovative, and you got the carbon fiber chassis tub, the safety aspect of that, the lightweight. It's really it's amazing of what they've come up and how quickly they are able to adapt to new products. I mean, if you look at our new Atura, that is a hybrid vehicle. It's first V6 twin turbo that Marin's going to have in a production car. Still putting over 670 horsepower. Again, very good, very comfortable, easy to get in and out of vehicle. Again, can drive in the different settings. Got the fuel economy there. Gets still, I believe, about 19 miles on the E mode. So again, multi-use vehicle.
And for those of the fans that are here at Laguna Seca this weekend or watching today on the live stream and thinking of coming tomorrow, tell us where they can go and what they can look at while they're here.
So while we're here, we've got a couple of sets. Of course, we have our luxury collection group, which is our Price Sims Automotive dealership family that we have. And we have our McLarens there with Lamborghinis, Rolls Royces, and Bentley. And that is over off right next to the F1 paddock.
Yep.
Okay, so we're situated over there. McLaren Corporate is off into the center, along with O'Gara. They have some vehicles on display. And we also got in the middle section by the coming off of turn 10 is another of the Ultimate series that we have there, which is basically Elva, Senna, P1, and P1 GTR. And so there's a lot to work at. Come and talk with our sales guys, our parts guys. We've got apparel over there for sale for the people that want it. And ask questions.
What's your favorite?
My favorite car? That's a tough one.
I
know. I have to say the P1.
Okay.
Okay. The P1, as we're looking on the screen here at the beautiful volcano yellow.
It's a pretty yellow car.
Beautiful spec P1. And again, you're talking technology, hybrid car. 903 horsepower. 903 combined horsepower between the V8 and the hybrid motor.
That's amazing.
Has a boost mode, has race mode. You get all the interior in the cockpit with the boost and the turbos winding up. You get all that engaged feeling in the car. So it's a very driver's car, and it's brutal.
Well, Don, I want to talk to you for the rest of the day, but come back tomorrow and we'll do it again because I want to talk more McLaren. I'll get more genned up because I'll have more questions then. But Don Pocani, I'll say it again. Let me get your last name right again.
Pocani, got it.
Pocani, I got it.
Yeah.
So thank you for coming in. Let's head down to Taylor, because I believe she's got a racing driver in the one and only Pato O'Ward.
A racing driver, you could say. I've got a legendary one that's coming up. Pato O'Ward, you're out here, you're driving some incredible cars with some other legendary athletes. How is it to be out here?
It's awesome. I love coming to this event. I had the joy of coming here last year, and I got to drive Mika's Formula One World Championship winning car, V10. I mean, the thing was an absolute machine, right? And today I get to drive this McLaren, I believe it's the MP4 5B, which was driven by Ayrton Senna in 1990. So I'm really looking forward to the experience. It's probably going to be an absolute beast. But yeah, I can't wait to get out there.
And what do you think about this track? Obviously, it's legendary for a lot of people, a lot of different corners on it. What's the most exciting part for you?
Oh, it's awesome. I get to race here in IndyCar every year, and it's a beautiful circuit. Lots of history. Everybody I talk to always knows Laguna Seca. Everybody knows about it, and everybody's driven it either on Gran Turismo 5 or on the Xbox or whatever it might be. So it's awesome to be here, and such a privilege to be able to be driving at this beautiful circuit.
Last question. Amazing cars here, tons of them. If you could have one, unlimited budget, what would it be?
Oh, if I could have one, I'd have to pick one of these Formula One cars, but I don't know which one to pick out. You'd probably take either the one that I'm about to take out or one of the more modern Formula One cars, because they are just awesome pieces of machines.
Absolutely, maybe both. Unlimited budget, right?
Why not both?
All right, well, we're going to see them out on the track in just a couple minutes, so we'll send it back up to you, Johnny.
Great stuff, Taylor. Yeah, no hesitation from Pato. I gotta say, if you're standing next to an Ayrton Senna car from Formula One, I mean, just think for a second. Here's a kid in his 20s who is at the top of his game, I may add. Possibly might make it to Formula One himself, but is right in the heart of IndyCar at the moment. No question about it. To drive one of Senna's cars, but it's both a privilege, but what an opportunity. And by the way, Pato drives obviously for Zach Brown in the current Arrows McLaren in IndyCar, but he'll also be getting a chance and a taste of Formula One himself and the current McLaren Formula One car again at Abu Dhabi coming Abu Dhabi race, which will be November. He tried that out last time. He made a bet with Zach that if he won an IndyCar race, he'd get a chance, and he did. He did well enough where Zach is confident that he can pedal around in a Formula One car. So Pato might just make his dream come true. I don't know whether he'll ever get the Senna car, but well, who knows. Now we're turning our attentions now to Group 8. And this, as you can see by the pre-grid here, I love the way they've set this out with the straw bales, the photographers here being able to effectively get as close to the cars as they possibly can, but not dangerously so, but really get a good look at them lined up like this, and effectively a concourse elegance, which is how often historic race weekends go, where all you see is a concourse. But we get both here because not only do they line up for everybody to see, they then go out and race, and that's a very important thing. And what you're about to see in action is Group 8, which is 1966 to 1979, which is under 2-litre Trans Am. And I really think this is a really clever idea. We're so used to talking Trans Am and muscle cars that often the B sedans and the C sedans get forgotten, because obviously they were a huge part, and they still are today, of what it's all about. But those will be coming out in action in a moment's time, so stay with us. All right, as you can see, Group 8 qualifying, and I'm joined in the booth by Carl Moses. I'll put your headphones on. We're all running around from AWS, and he's all plowed up with the hat, the jacket, and everything. You've got the gear.
Well, I've got the gear because I just came from Indianapolis. We are running. I actually run an SRO GT America and GT2 just out there running for end of year for our championship. So coming here, it's quite an amazing spectacle we've got going on here.
What do you think of the event? First of all, we're going to get to Group 8 in a minute, and I'll talk to you as much as you know about that. But what about this Velocity Invitational? It's different, and it's unique.
It's very unique because you have such a spectrum of cars, everything from very, very vintage cars all the way to some really modern cars. And the technology that you're actually also on display here, from everything from Lucid and a lot of the different car companies, it's pretty amazing. And the atmosphere is truly electric. Everything's just, everybody's just very happy to see what's going on.
Well, we're about to see the action from they're just going on with their warm-up lap of Group 8.
Yeah.
And I was just saying before you sat down that,
and I know you'll know your history a little bit, but these little cars are what also brought so much fame to Trans Am in the early days. Obviously, the muscle cars, the American muscle cars, is what Trans Am became synonymous for. But also these production cars that really held their own, did their bit in the B sedans and the C sedans and the SCCA.
Absolutely. So that's very familiar with the SCCA and a lot of the different cars that are out here, because some of them are still actually running in SCCA in the GT3 class and things like that. But yeah.
So give me your take on racing. Where did you get involved in this crazy business?
So got in back in 2000. Bought an Audi 1.8T A4, and it came with a Quattro Club membership. And I went to a track day when VIR, Virginia International Raceway, first reopened again. And from that, kind of caught the bug. And then it was escalated after that, and raced SCCA for national championships and stuff like that. And in more recent time, the last 5 years or so, been running with the SRO, GT4, TCR, GT3, and GT2 most recently. So every year I seem to change classes and cars.
And am I right in saying SRO are also getting a Toyota 86 one-make championship next year?
Yes, absolutely.
So growing all the time.
Always growing. Single spec class next year with Toyota, and I think that's gonna bring yet another draw of a different demographic to the paddock. So it's been a great series for us. AWS is title sponsor for World Challenge as well as GT America. So Greg Gill and the team over there are doing a great job continuing to grow the series.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, I'm glad to say the sun is coming out. It's still pretty windy here, so we're hanging on to our hats here as we look at the corkscrew. And we're just getting ready for our Group 8. And I love this because this is late 60s, early 70s, Alfa Romeos, Datsuns, the sort of mix between the Japanese, the European cars and the odd American car thrown in, but mainly, basically, Europe versus Japan.
Yeah, absolutely. And they put on quite a battle. I see the odd VW Beetle that's there out there as well. So that's going to be interesting to see. A single bug doing battle with all of the Porsches and 510 Datsuns that are out there.
I had Adam Carolla in here earlier. He's out there in the 510 Datsun, and so we're going to keep an eye on him.
Oh, yes.
He said he was mid-pack, so we'll keep an eye on how he gets on. Away we go then. Group 8, 1966 to 79, under 2-litre Trans Am, 2.5 challenge, SCCA, B and C sedan. Whoa, bit of grass tracking. He's off to the beach at Monterey. That would be known as a slice at Pebble Beach.
There you go. He's mowing the lawn if there was any
grass out there, yeah. A little bit of grass tracking at Laguna Seca, but away we go. Into turn 3. The car's already spreading out. And it was amazing. You get such a smorgasbord from Datsun to BMW to Alfa Romeo, and yet they were all so equally matched and looking similar in size and displacement that's why it performed and created such great racing.
Yeah, and you can see the top 4 or 5 cars are, split between the various different makes and models. Everything from BMWs, Porsches, obviously the Nissans as well. So it's, 2002 there is looking pretty sweet.
Yeah, and I think in many ways, the Japanese, when they came with one mission. I think when BMW and Porsche came over, it was kind of almost like, I'm Sterling Moss, I'll take my Jaguar over to Pebble Beach. There was no real sort of manufacturer Jaguar going to America.
Right.
Whereas when Datsun came, they came with a mind to sell the car, and they came to compete, and they came to sell on Monday. And I think everybody woke up at that time and went, we should be doing this, including the American manufacturers.
Yes, without a doubt. And I think that was, like you said, the wake-up call, but it also meant that the competition all of a sudden, at first Nissan completely dominated, but then everybody else started stepping their game up. So that really brought to us some of the best racing, I think, in some of the iconic series over the years, especially in Trans Am.
So away we go, and a great start. We're starting to get some gaps, but not many, I may add. That's the 88.
Yeah,
that's the BMW, 1968 BMW. Jim Frohler at the wheel in about, 4th place?
Not bad, not bad. Well, Where's Adam? Let's Adam Carolla. He's
I'm trying to look.
90, I believe. It's a white.
Yep.
510.
That's a 510. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this, side by side into 5. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And that was the 63, just going on the high and wide line there. The white Ford Escort twin cam from 1968. Todd Willing, and God willing, as it were, at the front.
Well, this is pretty tight racing compared to some of the racing we've seen today. I mean, you have throw a blanket over your top 5-6 cars.
Yeah, awesome. Really, really good. It's been a great spectacle for racing here this weekend, and I think Jeffrey O'Neill kind of set it all in motion earlier in the day. He had a wheel-to-wheel with another Ferrari, and I think everybody went, okay, gloves are off, that's how we're racing, let's do it.
Yeah, Jeff definitely set the stage for a lot of the races we had after that, and you'd expect nothing less from Jeff.
Now, that all-orange BMW there, the 18 in the middle of your shot there, the orange and yellow, that's a 510. From 1970, Richard Stewart Mill at the wheel. Just behind that Porsche, the number 68 of Alan Benjamin. Alan came in here earlier this weekend, had a chat with us about his car, so it's pedaling along nicely in about 4th place, just ahead of this number 18.
Yeah, they all seem to be, you don't see huge gaps forming, so bodes well for the end of the race here to have a close finish.
Yep. So it's Todd Willing leading from Rob Fuller, Jim Frula in 3rd position, Alan Benjamin in 4th, the man I was just talking about, and here's Richard Stewart Mill in that number 18 currently in 5th position, Tim Brecht in 6th at the moment.
Yeah, still top 4 or 5 are all close to at least top 4 or 5, lagging a little bit, but they're all staying there together. Obviously, they're all vying to be there at the start of the race tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You don't want to do anything that depletes the opportunity of not getting to race tomorrow. And I just said that. Commentator's blind as off goes the 63. I had to do it, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
The Ford Escort goes off in big style. Todd Willing, I think that was. Sadly, the man who was leading. Oh, well. I did it. My fault. I'll blame myself for that one.
Yes, the commentator's curse.
The commentator's curse.
You couldn't barely get it out of your mouth, and he was already going.
I love it.
Yeah, that looked like a braking issue there because he shot off pretty hard.
Yeah, and Laguna's not the thing is, amazing is that you put, this is historic racing, but it's probably one of the most challenging tracks in America as well.
Absolutely.
So it's one of those tracks that really wants to make you work to go fast.
Yeah, and when you go off, you get to find all the gravel and all of that fun stuff, and then bring a little bit of it back on if you happen to make your way back to the track. Makes it difficult for everybody thereafter.
No kidding. Well, we're going to have quite a change of leadership, I think, at the front. Clover Plastics, that's another part of this, If you're wondering how they get their liveries, they're basically the liveries that they ran in the day. So that's another big part of this, is they want to run them as identical to how they were when they first came to race for the first time.
Yeah, true historic vintage racing with these cars. And talking to Jeff earlier today, that's what he really wants to have out here, is to have that authenticity of the cars that are racing and being displayed out here, displayed in the right way, at speed, going down the straightaway.
Now, the car you were looking at, that 1971 510 Datsun all yellow, was a Dave Friesen Datsun 510 B sedan race car that won the Central Division Championship in 72 and 73 for SCCCA B sedans, and the National Championship in 73. And the car was then purchased and driven by Keith Bowman in the runoffs in 74, 75, 76, and 77. So SCCA runoffs, it's had plenty of time doing the runoffs as that car.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're looking at these cars and you're thinking how long ago they were in their heyday, 40, 50 years almost in some cases ago, that you've had these cars out there running in the SCCA runoffs for the national championships. Quite an amazing thing to see them still on the track today with all the years in between.
And there's our man Adam Carroll, a bit of a celebrity in his own right.
Yeah.
A movie maker, a producer, a podcast man extraordinaire. He's made a fortune on his podcast. I stupidly, well, not stupidly, but I said, how's the podcast going? And he goes, pretty good. Yeah, I read the figures the other day. I got a podcast that's making nowhere near that.
Yeah.
Love him, though. He was good fun. He spent some time here. He clearly loves his racing. I was here with him in June. I didn't get to talk to him there because he was only here for the day because he slid off and damaged a Trans Am car he was racing in the wet. And I felt for him because they really wanted him to be part of the event, and he wanted to try out a real Trans Am car. It wasn't an historic one; it was a modern day car. So
yes.
you know, and he just slid off on a little bit of water. But yeah, great to have him here, and he's done a lot for the industry and continues to be a huge part of motorsport in America. Go and check out Adam Carolla's movies, Up in particular. He's also got one coming out about Dan Gurney, he was telling me about, and also one on Bobby Rahal. So have a look at the portfolio of Adam Carolla, as we are now under caution, and I think that might well be for the car that went awry.
Yeah, we never did see that one again.
Yeah. I think it was the 63 of our man who had been leading. And that was, of course, Todd Willing, but sadly, he's gone.
Yeah. Well, that you say, Adam took the car off in the wet, and a modern Trans Am car is not a great rain racing car with all that torque and horsepower from their NASCAR-style engines. They're very capable cars in the dry, very fast, but in the rain, they're quite the handful. I've had a chance to drive one, unfortunately, in the damp, and it's I'd much rather to do so in the dry.
Rob Fuller now leading in the 71 510 Datsun. Car number 72, the silver, blue and red at the front, and just following around the pace car as we're under caution here in our first qualifying race for Group 8. The sun is shining here at Laguna Seca. Finally, I can say that. I've been waiting all day for the sun to shine, but it is now. It's still a little bit cloudy, a little bit breezy and windy, but it's a beautiful day here, and Velocity Invitational is in full throttle, no question about it, at the famous Laguna Seca. Enjoying it?
It's an amazing event. I've actually, it's my first time here, not my first time at Laguna, but first time at the Velocity Invitational. And it's been amazing. It really, just walking around the paddock and seeing the cars. And the nice thing is every one of the owners or teams that are actually running these cars are open to you walking right up, talking with them. They actually want you to. They're all, you know, it's like a cars and coffee, but on steroids at a racetrack with people that are taking the cars out onto the course. It's, you know, if those of you out there that haven't been able to do it, get out here. We've still got another day.
I know. My niece drove up from San Diego and just saying to me this morning, well, where can we go? Where can we be? And I said, anywhere. And I said, just enjoy yourselves. You know, go and talk to some folk. If you like to see a car, go talk to them about their car. They want to talk to you about it. And I think that's the inclusivity, the fact that we've got our commentary booth right out here by the fuel pumps. I love it.
Right.
It's part of the occasion. We want to bring motor racing to the people. And I think in the modern day and age of NASCAR, IndyCar, and Formula One, we may have lost that a little bit, but I think they're beginning to understand that you can't do that. You need to bring it as close. It's a dangerous sport. You need to be safe. But at the same time, where you can, and if you can do it safely, to bring it closer to the people so they can smell the fuel, so they can touch the metal, and they can get an understanding for the excitement that we get out of being around this sport is great.
Absolutely, and that's, I think, one of the biggest things is being able to get people up close to the cars actually starts to breed and bring the next generation of racers or race fans out there. And that's in our SRO races. That's one of the things that we have an open paddock, so you can walk right next to the garages. A lot of times they'll have ropes up just so that you don't get in harm's way. But whenever my team ever sees kids or otherwise people that really are, you know, true race fans that want to get closer, we'll bring the kids in, set them in the car, take pictures, because quite honestly, every kid that we bring in and do that with is a race fan for life, guaranteed, because I know that's what happened with me many years ago. And you know, I think that if you can continue to do that, that's how we bring this bring motorsports forward into the new generations.
Yeah, and I also think there's been a lot of work. I think motor racing as an industry has woken up in the last few years about the inclusion of it. We'll talk more about that because Taylor's now with Tanner Faust. Let's head down to Taylor.
I am down here, and behind me is this car. Tanner's going to tell me a little bit about driving it on this legendary racetrack.
Well, this is 6 chassis. It finished 5th at Le Mans. I think one of the first supercars. Ron Dennis penciled this thing for McLaren back in the 90s, and it still holds its weight against modern supercars, which is incredible. It really is a rolling piece of history. And this morning I actually got to drive the F1 McLaren, the MP4-5, and I've never driven anything like that, so nothing as historic as that. So it was an absolute pleasure. I'm absolutely out of my skin today for this weekend. My first time at Velocity Invitational. Just absolutely loving it.
Absolutely, and you're no stranger to other vehicles behind the wheel. I remember that double loop you did. I mean, you're an action sports, motorsports legend, I think, in my eyes. And so how is it being out here with these other legends of F1, IndyCar, all of these other great sports?
I mean, I followed Mario Andretti in Formula One cars this morning. It's like, thank goodness you got some cameras here, because nobody would believe it if I told them the story. It is just incredible. I don't know if I'm more nervous doing a big loop for Hot Wheels or a jump for Hot Wheels or getting in a $30 million car and trying not to crash it. But it really, I'm pinching myself the whole time I'm here today.
And like you said, it is your first time here at the Velocity Invitational. What a first-class event. Can we see you next year?
Oh, gosh, I hope so. Zach, let's do this. I mean, I noticed a lot of repeat customers here with Pato and Mika. So, yeah, I would love to join the list of regulars coming and driving these rolling pieces of history at speed on this iconic track. Yes, please.
All right, well, you heard it from Tanner. We hope to see him next year again, but let's get to racing. These guys have got to get strapped into these cars so we can watch them out on the track. Thank you, Tanner.
Thank you.
And my good buddy Tanner Faust, I apologise because I managed to interrupt him there in the middle of that, because the man who has put this event on, Jeffrey O'Neill, has just joined us, and of course we were chatting, as we would, because we were talking racing, but that's what you do at a motor racing event. Jeff, thanks for coming in, and we've still got Carl here with us, but you've got to be pleased with the first day and also the crowd that have voted with their feet. Year 3, are you happy?
We are thrilled. We're overjoyed. Everybody's seems to be having a great time. Families are out, kids are out, girlfriends are out. That's what we wanted. We wanted an event where everybody can come. There's a little something for everybody.
Now, you told me that, that everybody's sensible. If you get crazy out there, you don't get invited back. There was a guy, there was a guy in a Ferrari earlier who was going hell-bent for leather with another Ferrari. Do you know anything about this?
Well, I may know a little bit about it, but...
I am referring to your race, of course, which was fantastic. Two fantastic 250s going head-to-head. How much fun was that?
That was about as much fun as one could ever have. Having a short wheelbase and the GTO was just extraordinary. So we had just a super time out there. It was really fun. That's what makes this race special. Cars that are here that the public generally can't see. So they get to come up, see them, hear them, smell them. It's just so unique, and we're just delighted at the crowd that's come out.
Everybody who's been in the booth, and we've talked about this to everybody, we all take our hats off to your audacity, if you will, of bringing in the hypercars and saying, I know it's an historic event, but I want technology to be part of this, and I want the future to be part of this. And I think the response has been obvious by the way the fans have gone, wow, that's neat. I didn't expect to see the Czinger. I didn't expect to see the Zenvo, and so on. And I think it's an interesting and unique approach that very few people have taken in the past.
Yeah, look, I think people want to be entertained, and just because a car is brand new doesn't mean it shouldn't be a part of our event. So I think one of the most important things to show everybody is the technology over the last 100 years. And yes, we've got the Czinger, which is now the chassis printed on from an aluminum printer, but we also have an early Bugatti that's got magnesium heads and supercharged and running on methanol. So we have 100 years of technological advancements. You know, you got aluminum, carbon fiber, all the stuff that comes through.
I don't know if you've had a chance, but we also had the autonomous vehicle going backwards and did a complete lap without anybody touching the wheel. Again, a unique moment and something quite special for the fans that they can go and take a closer look at.
Absolutely. I mean, how can you have an event about automobiles and not be talking a little bit about autonomous vehicles?
Yeah.
And whether it's a delivery truck, whether it's a fun car, whether it's a race car, whether it's helping somebody get around, I mean, that's going to be part of the future of mobility. So we want to really show everybody, all the elements, and I think there's nothing we won't look at.
Listen, we've got Group 8 out here right now. I know you're a busy man. You're running the event. You're racing in about 6 cars. What if you were going to pinpoint somebody who may be listening in San Francisco or maybe out in the crowd today to come and look at? What would you say, hey, you may not expect to see this, but come and have a look at it?
Yeah, I think what people really didn't expect when they got here, and I've had hundreds of people come up to me today, is that they walk in and it's a festival atmosphere. It's very friendly. Everybody's happy. There's great food, wine. You can shop. You can look at amazing cars, historic cars, new cars. I mean, literally, a guy walked up and bought a $585,000 Ferrari about an hour ago. Just got his checkbook out and said, I think I'll take this home.
There you go. Well, the race on Sunday, buy on Monday, buy on Saturday even. I love it. And how about pulling off a unique historical moment and having Mario Andretti drive a McLaren Formula One car?
Oh, my gosh. Having Mario here, he's such a wonderful person to start with. And then what made it really fun is that started with a conversation with him and Zach about never having driven a turbo hybrid car. And then having him, he's probably getting in it right now, getting ready to go again today. So, I mean, he's a special guy. Having him here is just sensational.
What else are you driving in before you go?
I
saw you in the birdcage.
GTO, I drove the birdcage. I've got the Parnelli Jones Boss Mustang, and I'm driving a Type 35 Bugatti.
Rumor had it you were in a Mini last night.
And
I've done my research.
one of my friends said, I can't qualify. Will you go out? I said, I've never driven a Mini before. He said, okay, try it.
What do you think?
Try it. So I put him not on pole, but I put him close.
It's the most fun you can have at 60 miles an hour.
It absolutely is. It absolutely
we also
is.
need to see you out there in the Mercedes Black Series GTR. I know it's sitting over there with your name on it. I think Mike Santonis from CrowdStrike is willing to let you give it a go. So if you have an extra track session that you have, I'm sure Mike would be happy to have you out there with it.
I think Mike just might join me out there.
He would love to join you, I'm sure. Absolutely.
Well, listen, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you coming in. I know you're a busy man. We're in the middle of Group 8. We've had a little bit of a yellow flag situation. We had the 63 go off, but he's okay. That was Todd Willing that went off, but he's okay, and we've got restarted again, and Rob Fuller is leading the way in the last few laps. But a great group.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Well, stay with me if you can, Carl.
No, absolutely.
That was Jeff O'Neill, the organizer of the event. Just giving us a little soupçon of his day, and he's off to probably suit up again. I don't know if he's got another drive, but he probably is going to suit up again.
Yeah.
So let's get back to this. Rob Fuller leading the way, and we're looking at the 88 at the moment of Jim Frula.
Yep.
In second place at the moment in that absolutely gorgeous golden BMW.
Yeah, and here we are with on the final lap, and you have these two cars that are actually pretty close together, trying to battle it out.
Yeah, this is going all the way. We're going into turn to 5, the left-hander.
Yeah.
And this race is very much on. Jim is closing the gap on Rob Fuller in the 72. And so wheel to wheel, Japan versus BMW as kind of scripted, or as we wanted, put it that way. Yeah, the Datsun 510 leading the way, but will he hold on? Up the hill they go, up the Ray Hall straight, named after Bobby Ray Hall, into the famous corkscrew. A fantastic drop over 5 stories down towards the Rady curve. Just this final lap, look at this, side by side, coming down towards Ray and out of Rainey. Who's got this?
It looks, it's hard to call this one right now. The BMW definitely made a last-minute lunge there, but I think the Nissan has the legs to pull it around here and pull it down the front straight.
Tokyo versus Stuttgart, out of 11. Here they come. Come on. Go on, Rob. Hold on. You got this. He's trying to close the door. There's a checkered flag, and he does hold on. Rob Fuller wins then from Jim Prula. A fantastic race in Group 8. My thanks to Jeff O'Neill for coming in as well, the organizer of the event. Alan Benjamin comes across in his Porsche, so somewhat perfect. Datsun, BMW and Porsche. Linus Stern, first, second and third. But our lucid race winner is the 1971 Datsun 510. A cracking race.
Yeah, and it wasn't by much. If you see right there at the line, it looked like it was by about half a car. So the BMW was definitely trying to make it a race right to the line. And that is the kind of racing that you would see from the era where these cars originally ran. So it's great to see it here again some, almost 50 years later.
Well, Carl Moses, thank you so much for coming in. We've got a Formula One demonstration. Either you can hang out with me and talk Formula One, or I'll try and get somebody else to come and have a chat. But thanks for coming in anyway. But Formula One demonstration coming up very soon indeed. But that concludes our Group 8 running. And once again, my thanks to Jeff O'Neill coming in. You're watching Velocity Invitational here from Laguna Seca. Stay with us. More to come. Now, as you can see, we are revving up for what should be another fantastic session of Formula One. And I'm going to find out from either Taylor or Kev who's in the cars, because the helmets look different. I know that Tanner Faust is probably out there again. Pato O'Ward I'm expecting to be in this car, actually, so that's probably Pato I'm looking at right now. Still in here in the booth with me is Carl Moses. And Carl, I've said already, this is such a special thing for both for those taking part and for us watching it.
No, absolutely, and that's, I mean, I'm used to being behind the wheel when I come to the track, and actually being here as a spectator, you know, talking with customers and partners and stuff like that. It's still, the energy is high. You see Pato O'Ward in this car. We've seen Mario out in McLaren, like a 2014 era F1 car has been pretty amazing.
And the sound of that Honda power. It's funny how now we talk about Honda back at the top of their game with Red Bull, but they went through so many fallow years with McLaren included. It just seems so funny because when they were in these colors, they were so almighty.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, Honda had a few lean years there early on in the more recent times, but definitely are back on their game with with their current generation.
Kev Harris is just joined us in the booth, and Kev, you've been out and about, and thank you so much. You're doing a hell of a job. You look like you're enjoying it.
Once again, Johnny, I am having the time of my life here at Laguna Seca for the Velocity Invitational. I was here last year as well, for my first time, and I enjoyed it. And obviously did okay because they asked me back. It's always a good sign. But oh boy, I mean, what a thing. Earlier on in the McLaren garage, I was in there kind of pinching myself, and there must have been 100 people, by the garage doors there trying to get pictures of what was going on. The names that were in that garage, Mario Andretti there, getting behind the wheel of a Formula One racer alongside Mika Hakkinen, Tanner Faust, and then Pato O'Ward, who came out and was throttling that car in anger, really wanted to show his Formula One credentials, and he's doing it again right now.
Yeah, no question about it. This is absolutely remarkable. And you know what's hitting me, and I don't know, Carl, what you think, but we've been looking at, like, if you look at all the Porsches from the mid-70s to the mid-80s to almost modern times, the 911 looks the same, whereas a Formula One car couldn't be more different within a 10-year span. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, those cars changed in a big way. A lot longer, a lot wider, obviously a lot faster as well. Though the Porsche seemed the looks stayed the same. Obviously, the performance enhanced like they always have year over year. So it's been quite a good run. But it's amazing how small this car looks. Then you see the car that's it looks like Mika Hakkinen maybe in the other Formula One car that's out there, and it is so much bigger.
It really is, and we get a sense of the size of those cars, Johnny, as we walked along yesterday. The Peterson Museum has got a brilliant display of cars just across there, and you walk along that line, everything from a Toro Rosso and a Williams and a McLaren and a Ferrari, and it's all lined up from all across the areas. You can see it all. Really, really interesting. And great to see here as well as we look at live pictures on the screen right now. Pato O'Ward is getting a sort of an education in Formula One from back in the day,
Well, he described it to Taylor as being, he expected it to be a beast, and I'm sure it is, but the former Indy Lights champion, and if you don't know Pato O'Ward, he's currently, of course, Zach Brown's IndyCar driver in IndyCar, so he races here, once a year in IndyCar, so he knows the track well. But he's just learning his way in both modern Formula One, doing some test drives and some sort of Friday drives now and again, but getting his head around what potentially could be his future.
Yeah, I think it could, and it's later in the season that we're going to see him race in free practice one when the Formula One comes back to the US, Johnny, in a few races' time.
No, he's going to Abu Dhabi.
End of season. End of season.
He does the end of season test at Abu Dhabi, which he did last year as a bet, but now it's serious.
That's right. I think Zach Brown has announced it on his Instagram. It's out there. I think Alex Palou then is doing.
Alex Palou has at Austin.
That's it. And it's great to see Zach as well. With McLaren putting on such a big show here this weekend and getting these youngsters out for it and putting them in the limelight. And Pato here, like you say, just getting an education in different Formula One cars from the era, and then right up to date in a few weeks' time.
Carl, I can ask you this as somebody who's at the sharp end. Aren't you glad to see the likes of Pato and Pillow and Colton getting a chance, albeit a sort of unofficial one? In other words, you know, Michael and Zach Brown sort of talking together and saying, "Hey, can I borrow your driver? Can you do me a favor?" And literally getting these drivers some experience when they don't have the super license point, which is in some cases, which is no fault of their own.
Yeah, it's obviously we've learned over the last year that it's very hard to get a super license. There's a lot of different things you have to do in order to be able to do it. Colton Herta found the hard way that's problematic. But Zach Brown specifically and the team have done a great job to get a lot of, younger or newer talent that haven't had the shot at an F1 car into the car. We're seeing that over the next few races. And to continue to see new faces in the sport is what helps to drive it forward in some of the growth that we've seen in Formula One specifically over the last few years. Obviously have the drive to survive thing, but I think the personalities of the new drivers and bringing in younger viewers is part of that growth.
Yeah, you're absolutely dead right there, Carl. I think what's interesting for me, Johnny, as well, and I wonder what you'd take on this, because I know, you've followed Formula One for a long, long time. We've got a crop of young drivers now who are there's images and photos of them in their karts from only a few years ago, standing alongside, you've got like George Russell in a photo there as a youngster queuing up for an autograph with Lewis Hamilton, and now they're teammates. I mean, how do you see the state of Formula One at the moment, Johnny, with the younger talent coming through? It's almost like now with media and personalities, we've got a very sort of tangible, obvious link for youngsters to say, wait a minute, he did that, I can do that, I can get there.
Yeah, and no disrespect to Bernie Ecclestone, because I come from an era where Bernie was in charge. And Bernie made it the global sport that he is. Nobody forget that. Yeah. I came into the Formula One scene in the 80s, and what he was doing with Formula One as a business was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And no one, and to be honest, he taught motor racing a lot about sponsorship and how to go about making a global sport. But I have to say that now that Bernie's gone, the barriers, and now it's run by an American company that sees sport differently and sees social media differently and sees the global aspect of having people from different parts of the world. Pato Ward is a Mexican, a good example. Yeah. You need to try to create, if you're going to do a global thing, and you're going to have global sponsors like CrowdStrike and AWS, and you name it, WebEx. Everybody now is involved in these Oracle. These names are synonymous, not only with the States, but globally. Yeah. You've got to have representation from all around the world. So to answer your question in a long way, I think it's never been a better opportunity, because I think now Liberty have, with 3 races next year, truly made Formula One a global sport. Yeah. America was that one place they'd never cracked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, obviously, we continue to get more and more races in the United States. Obviously, we've had COTA for a number of years, Miami starting this year, then coming to Vegas next year. It's going to be one of those things where I think this market in the United States is going to be huge. The draw to the events has been sold out events each and every time. And I think the diversity of the drivers plays to that, to bring a different mindset or different viewers, because people like to view and see people like themselves in the car, and they gravitate towards that. And the more that we can have different diverse drivers from different parts of the world, I think it will make it the truly global sport that it already is, but also bringing in a lot of the U.S.
I think it's more accessible than ever for the fans. That's what I think it is. People can watch it and consume it in so many different ways. Instagram, social media, the video outputs, and in between that, and it really has made it a really accessible sport. And like I said, I think for me, I do a lot of work in kart racing in the UK and have done for quite a while now. And there are youngsters now who are coming through and they're looking and they've got their eyes on that prize. Invariably, it's still going to cost Johnny, their parents, an awful lot of money to get them there. But if you're good and you get the backing, it's possible.
Carl, we just got our first glimpse of the McLaren that was at Le Mans, and of course they went on to win at Le Mans, but that particular car that Tanner's in took 5th place. But again, a huge step forward for McLaren when they brought that road car out and went racing with it at Le Mans. Very audacious, very similar to Ferrari versus Ford, or what Ford did. But to see it here and to look at it just shows you that McLaren came to play in a completely different sphere, but play hard.
Yeah, I mean, McLaren never goes into anything half-baked. They always are there to play to win. It's definitely the history of McLaren. Whenever they come out, they're serious about what they're doing, and no doubt Tanner's out there having the time of his life driving that car.
Yeah. I think he was actually, if you look at Tanner's Instagram, I think he was shouting about this on his Instagram page a couple of days ago, just saying how much he was looking forward to doing this. And interestingly as well, what I think is great, and you see it even with these top drivers who have driven all kinds of cars, they still get out and they are beaming from ear to ear in the same way that I would if I got 3 laps at a track day in something, you know, that someone bought me for Christmas or for my birthday. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. They're out there in cars that are obviously historic, iconic, and now worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're slowing down. They seem to be hanging it out pretty good, especially through turn 1.
They really are. And I didn't. I've been running around the paddock all afternoon. I haven't seen if anyone's caught up with Mario after he had his first go in the Formula 1 car earlier.
I don't think officially. No I shouted at him, "How was it, Mario?" And he went, "Great," which was short and sweet. But that's all I needed. But Tanner, I said, "You've got to come and talk to me," because I know Tanner pretty well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I've spent some time with him. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Tanner Faust is not only a very, very good rallycross driver, he's also a stunt driver, Hollywood stunt driver. That's his main gig.
Nice.
So if you ever see him in the big movies, it's usually Tanner that's driving.
Yeah.
Well, wonderful sights and sounds here as McLaren rule the roost here in America. A celebration next year of McLaren's anniversary.
I was about to jump in on you there, Johnny, as well, because McLaren have just done such a great job at the Velocity Invitational this year, not only with the cars that are out on track that we're watching right now, but some of the display that is in the middle of the arena here. I'm intrigued to see what they're going to do and what they're going to bring for next year for that 60th anniversary. I don't know whether you got any insight on that or not yet, but it's going to be something big.
Actually, in the program, Zach Brown alludes to the fact that he hopes to bring the current drivers and as much hardware as he can.
Right.
And in McLaren's case, that's a lot of hardware.
That is.
And I mean, if he brings Piastri and he brings Lando Norris, that'll be special. He's already brought Pato here.
Yeah.
Why not bring, any one of the other McLaren Arrows drivers, and that'll be fun. But there's a host, and he's got Emma Gilmore, of course, in the Formula Extreme. They drive for McLaren as well, and she's one of the few Kiwis that has done a hell of a job in the Formula Extreme as well. So, you know, there's lots of people they could potentially pull on to come in.
That'd be really exciting. I, for one, I'm looking forward to that. And I know you had Jeff O'Neill up here earlier and having a chat to him. Like, this event is better than it was last year. We thought last year was good. This year is better. He's already talking about next year.
Yep.
You know, it's year on year. It can only get better. Even though we're sitting here in the glorious California sunshine, looking out on a scene akin to an American Goodwood Festival of Speed, maybe. And I just wonder what he's going to do for next year.
He was telling us that somebody just came along just to have a quick look around and got his checkbook out and bought a Ferrari for just over $500,000.
Really?
So that's a good success story, and it's only Saturday, so buy on Monday's gone out the window.
Wow, that's incredible. That's really incredible.
That's pretty cool, huh?
If you have the right checkbook, I guess Saturday is the day, right?
Is the day. I'm just looking across to where the Hennessey stand is, and their Velociraptor is now in position of where their Hypercar was, the Venom F5, a moment or two ago. That's one car I'd love to see out on the track. The Venom F5, it's gone momentarily, but if they got that out on track, that'd be quite something. That was a beautiful looking car.
Wait, somebody's stolen Mario's IndyCar.
And Mario's IndyCar has gone as well. Maybe someone's bought that.
Yeah, no, they've moved it. Oh, well. Well, you're watching a wonderful sight and sound of Formula One here, a bit of McLaren history.
Hakkinen?
Now, I'm trying to work out who that is, because it's not Mario.
No, it's a yellow top helmet.
I thought that was Pato before, but it's not.
No, because Pato's in the other Formula One car, so...
we will send Taylor down, or
we need to find out.
Go find out for us, because
probably
we weren't told exactly. We were told that Tanner Faust, Pato O'Ward, Mika Hakkinen, it could be Hakkinen, but he's not got his usual helmet on.
He's got a different helmet. I think his helmet's got more of a blue flashing on the top of it.
Of course, yeah. Anyway, we've got some wonderful cars and some wonderful history. And just to have Mario here driving McLaren, absolutely gorgeous.
Driving that 2013 McLaren MP4 28A. Not the most successful of the McLarens, but still a little piece of history. Certainly for Mario, he certainly rounded it out. What do you think of this car, Carl? We haven't seen too much of this, and I think Tanner's in this at the moment.
Yeah, Tanner's out there. He seems to be doing quite well against some pretty lofty competition in the Formula One cars.
Because this was Ron Dennis really stepping out and saying, you know, we're gonna go into supercars in a real way, and entering Le Mans was the way to do it, and they did just that. And I think people were still a little bit cynical, as they always are in Britain, especially when you start talking supercars. They think, why would you do that? What's an English supercar? But they did it, and they're doing it to this day. But this was the start of all that in many ways.
Yeah, it looks like Tanner's bringing it into the pits there.
Yep, looks like he's had a bit of fun.
Haven't had a clock on this session, Johnny, but I imagine we're sort of at the latter stage of it. What was interesting before as well, when Mario was out in the F1 car at 11:30 this morning on that session, he was just going lap on lap. Apparently the guys in the pit board were kept on saying Mario in, and he was ignoring the pit board and staying out.
Not. Three laps on. They kept saying in, and the guys finally threw up their arms, and they were like, I guess he'll come in when he runs out of gas.
That's what I said. I actually said that in the commentary. I was like, he ain't coming in until he runs out of gas. True Mario spirit. That's what I love. Hey, when you get a corner named after yourself, just go when you want.
I think he has. I think he's earned his spurs to do whatever he wants here this weekend in the car. That's for sure.
He's definitely earned it. Back in 2018, I had a chance to ride in the two-seater Indy car with him at Sonoma, and it was amazing. I mean, how many people would you know that we're going to jump in the back seat of somebody that's, I think, 77, 78 at the time? And he went out there flat out and had us sideways through the turns. You know, Sonoma's not known for being the grippiest of surfaces, but he took that Indy car and is flung it around there. I got out of the car and I was like, never again. It was like, I want to drive next time, Mario. But he's amazing.
That's interesting you say that. I was about to say, what is it like from a driver's point of view, being strapped in and being the passenger? Because doing the job I do as a sort of, announcer and event host, that kind of thing, I've done hot laps where you get put in the passenger seat with the driver, and I'll be perfectly honest with you, I don't quite like it, because it's just this thrill ride that you've got no control over. And you being a driver, you can do that with the car when you've got the hands on the wheel, but what's it like when you're sat there as the passenger?
Yeah, I mean, it's Mario Andretti, so I think there's only probably one other person, Mario being the only other person that I'd want behind the wheel other than myself. But quite honestly, it was one of those experiences that I had to do, but when I got out, it was like, no, I want to drive next time. I've never driven an Indy car before, but I definitely wanted a shot at it. But Mario did a stupendous job, and we came back alive, so I was happy.
That is brilliant. That's brilliant.
While I've got you here, Carl, I haven't had a chance to talk to you, but one of the things that, given that your Amazon and CrowdStrike have been such a big part now of motor racing, and they're a part of this event too, just talk about the change, and you'll have seen it, of sponsorship. Obviously the tobacco left a big void, but now technology has filled that void, but for the right reasons, because technology and CrowdStrike and Amazon are good examples. They're involved in the graphics, they're involved in the logistics, and obviously CrowdStrike with with the ransomware and so on.
Yeah, I think the big difference that you're seeing is actually we're not in to do sponsorships where we just put our decals on the side of cars. It's now a technology marketing partnership where they're using our technology, whether in our case in AWS, we're doing a lot of the analytics behind the scenes to give you the lap battle forecasts and things on the screen. In the case of CrowdStrike, they got introduced to Mercedes, Petronas AMG when they needed a capability to protect the information in the F1 paddock. So CrowdStrike was actually brought on board to replace some of the others. So, some of the major technology providers that weren't getting the job done, and then subsequently became a technology partner that was sponsoring. So it was the capabilities that our businesses had, AWS and CrowdStrike, to provide technology advancement for the sport and be able to use it as a use case that was presented and shown as a good way to actually get our word out that we can do more than just store stuff in the cloud.
Thank you so much. Carl Moses chatting away and giving us a real insight in the last hour or so. Appreciate you coming in. And as always, Kev. But let's go back to Taylor. She's down in Velocity Lane. Over to you, Taylor.
on the grid, and we started in the morning with our vintage 20s, 30s cars. Well, now we're here in the 90s, 2000s. This is what we like to see on the track. They are loud, they're noisy, they're beautiful, and they are ready to go. Some notable highlights you can see as we walk down. It's a little bit further down, but I see a Holden car. That means that is a V8 Supercar, which are extremely popular in Australia, and I think Zach Brown is in the seat of that car. But as you can see, these guys are ready to race. They've got their window nets, they've got their windows, so unfortunately I can't talk to many of them, but they've been ready. They've been sitting here watching those Formula One cars going, getting their engines ready. So we'll take one more walk down the grid, and we've got 1 minute, and these cars are ready to go racing. Johnny?
And as you can see, cars getting ready to go again, and the roar of those cars about to be unleashed on the Laguna Seca track. I've got a bit of a skip in my step now because the sun's out. Finally. It's taken that long, but hey, loving it. And I'm going to have somebody from the Laguna Seca Foundation join me in a moment. And as you can see, we've got another great display of cars, but I'd like to bring in, yes, Richard Renard, but Dick as he's known, from the foundation, the Laguna Seca Foundation, a very important foundation. When we mentioned them earlier, but I just read, if you like, a classic blurb. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about the foundation as you're part of it, and how important it is to Laguna?
Well, quite simply, it is just raising capital for improvements and enhancements of the racetrack. It was started in the late 70s, late 90s, early 2000s. We built the scoring tower. We built the communication center, which nobody knows where it is. We did cruising cafe. We did bleachers and things like that. We now have a real energized existing board. We've added a lot of really key players to it. Martin Lauber, Skip Cook, Ross Merrill, Paul Fanner of Fanner Communications, Gordon McCall. So we have a really energized board. And really we are just out here for two reasons: to raise money for capital improvements, and number two, we have a fundraiser. We're going into our second year in 2023. It's called Laps for Laguna, and it will be July 21, 22, and 23. It's a 3-day event this next year. It appears we may be the first four-wheeled event on the new pavement. Not sure. Don't take gospel on that. But it will basically be these types of cars. We love partnering with Jeff here and with Reunion and with all the racers, all the participants. You know, they're our fertile backyard, and having the heart and the desire to really make this place not just a first world class event and track, not just for the participants, not just for the spectators, but for the county of Monterey as well.
Yeah, and hats off to you. I spent a lot of time being based in Austin. I just watched the repaving of a lot of COTA, and I also saw Barber resurfaced in the last few years. So I know that the undertaking is no mean feat. And at a place like Laguna that's got such history, you've got to do it carefully, you've got to do it well. It's expensive, so yes. I can see why you want to raise money. How much of the circuit, or are you going to have to do the whole thing?
The whole circuit will be repaved, including curbs, drainage. I mean, there is a tremendous amount of infrastructure work left to do, but that will all follow. Destroying the original start-finish bridge and then doing all of the structural work that has to take place for that. There's a lot of work that has to be done around that because it's going to be made much wider for cart traffic and such. Be made, of course, safer, modern coating, modern materials, modern structure. So that'll be done first. And then the pavement will be done in a particular time of the year from a weather point of view that's advantageous to the paving experts coming in.
Now, I noticed when we built Coda from scratch, we went down because of the sort of the clay and the soil that was used. Do you take the surface off and go with to keep the layout, obviously, or do you dig down and use a deeper thing to, like, with more modern materials and so on, or do you know?
Wow, that's above my pay grade. I really don't know.
I'm just interested.
Yeah, no, my understanding is that the track will remain its characters, that the on-banking, off-banking, negative camber, positive camberness of the track, that to me, the crowning of going into 11, do we have the intestinal fortitude to go over turn 1 flat and hold it flat the way those Formula One guys that Mario and Mika were holding? I couldn't believe that. Did you hear how deep they were going to 2 before they were even beginning? That was like when I used to drive the track, and that was a whole different corner. I mean, it was scary. So all of that will remain.
Yeah, and good. That's good to know. I also noticed, tell me a little bit about the plaque about the foundation, because when you leave Laguna, there's a plaque on the wall about the foundation and some of the members over the years.
Yeah, that's
drivers and so on.
Yeah, that really needs to be updated. There's been a lot of talk about what's going to happen here in the paddock. There's been talks about Laguna Seca Village, City of Laguna Seca, things like that, where there's a whole plans for redevelopment. What does that do with Cruising Cafe? What does that do with some of the semi-permanent, permanent buildings? How are we going to integrate the Newman building into everything? So unfortunately, I call it the plaque of champions, those great guys that have donated, the late Dan Gurney, Bruce Canepa, and many others that I, unfortunately, my age can't remember all the names, but that hasn't really been addressed yet, because we're still kind of figuring out, well, do we do it and know that it's going to sit there for a year, or do we do it and it goes away in 3 months? So this is a really, really huge undertaking for the track, for the Norigi Group, for the County of Monterey to address the start-finish bridge and to do the paving.
Now, out on track at the moment, cars that I'm sure you'll be familiar with. These Porsches. There's even a Holden out there, but we've got some lovely cars from Group 9. But I wanted to make sure that we talked about the foundation. Is there any infrastructure? You mentioned the bridge being pulled down. Is there any more infrastructure, besides the track obviously being repaved? Is there anything else you plan to build around the track? You mentioned the karting or widening for the karts.
I think, there's a lot of plans for redeveloping the paddock, to remove some things, to add some things, to really make a lot of what we're seeing for our food groups, our sip and savor group, to be able to really turn around and make that a permanent series of structures. Again, going around the track, different things. We used to have what we called the steps of the corkscrew. We've talked about bringing that back online and finding the right kind of an installer. We still have a lot of the bricks for that, for the corkscrew. So there's a lot of the stuff that brings history back in it, but it's mainly to bring the experience here to be an experience like Coda, like Silverstone now is. Really bring it modern, because here, on this weekend, on Reunion and IMSA and things like that, we have not only participants, but we have spectators from every talking continent, save maybe Antarctica. And I'm not sure, maybe we have somebody here now from there. But, you have people coming from so far, and they're shipping cars in. I mean, we've had that one year where we had the Formula 5000 guys, all those guys from New Zealand and Australia coming over here, and we've had guys from the British Isles coming over here. So we need to bring our amenity level up.
Yeah.
No, I know what you mean. And it's funny because I spent many a year doing MotoGP and World Superbike on the two-wheel side, and we would do the live races from Laguna Seca, and we'd what, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
When it would kick off. But we were in wonder of this amazing place called Laguna Seca, and it was always packed to the gills when, you know, Hayden or Schwartz or anybody else would come, and obviously Wayne Rainey, who's been here this weekend. Yeah, Kenny Roberts, you name it. And that was my introduction, if you will, from afar, from England. And there's no question, I can assure you, that it is held in huge revere around the world. People want to come here. They want to see it. They love the topography of it, and the corkscrew obviously speaks for itself. But, it's got that iconic feel that it's very hard for anybody building a new circuit, Coda included, to kind of recreate.
Well, 3 real quick stories.
Go on then.
Road and Track did a survey of their readership. Give us what is your favorite racetrack in America?
Yep.
Number 1 was Laguna Seca. If you ask people around the world to name their favorite road racing track, Laguna Seca is always in the top 5.
Wow.
And one of our own county supervisors was on a trip in Italy, way out there, you know, I don't, somewhere where there weren't a whole lot of people. It was in a little restaurant, and they were asking, where is he from? Oh, we're from Monterey. Guy raises his hands and he goes, Laguna Seca! I mean, the cachet value of this place, there is not another place on earth that you have this track, a track like this, with Monterey.
Yeah. I was about to say, I know enough about the history of this place to know that while we're talking talking up Laguna, but there's a lot of, in the background, you guys have had to work with a lot of struggles locally with the housing and the council and getting the right time and the noise levels and so on. It's very strict. It's very important that is kept to. You've had your struggles over the years to make sure it stays open and make sure it stays funded. So I take my hat off and applaud you because, as you say, you are literally on top of Monterey, Pebble Beach, you name it. Not easy, but you've done it, and you've done it hands down. And as you say, I think the popularity speaks to itself that you're able to maintain that and being able to keep people coming.
Well, and one of the things that was really exciting in this year's reunion was going backwards to the way it had been, where the big race, the big event for Laguna Seca was Saturday, and it was a tip of the hat to Pebble on Sunday that we wouldn't compete. Now, we did throw a pretty interesting event in, which was the hill climb to run backwards from start finish up to the corkscrew, and that is going to be crazy next year because we'll probably have 400 entries just for that.
The hill climb,
Oh yeah, it was. I think the greatest one was the drifter who on his second run went down to turn 11, spun around a few times, and of course he was in smoke the whole way and smoked his way all the way up, and it was just this haze over the valley in here. It was crazy.
I tell you what, we could talk some stories all the time, but I want to point out some of the guys that are doing their qualifying race here in Group 9. Now, is that the same Juan Gales that is putting on the exhibition here?
I
don't know.
Don't know.
I'm guessing it will be. But George Grass is leading the way at the moment in the number 50 Chevrolet Corvette. And Zach Brown, obviously, we know that man very well. Zach in the number 2. And that is the Holden. Yeah. Now, that's interesting because that's part of his United Autosports venture in Australia, the Holden. And it is a true V8 supercar. And we haven't seen much of it on screen yet as we take a look at the number 8 Ferrari 355 Challenge car, Michael Claudio at the wheel. And that's a Ferrari Challenge Series from the 90s. But a beautiful car. Being passed a little bit by the Porsches. But it's George Crass in that number 50 Corvette leading the way. And we've got a 1-2 for the Corvette. Chris Hines as well. I've got them different cars, so we'll see. But the 50, the George Crass car finished
second at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and helped Chevrolet win the Manufacturer and Teams Championship in 2003 and 2004 in the ALMS IMSA Competition Championship. But these are beautiful sounding cars, aren't they? And don't you like the aspect that drones have brought to the circuits, to see racing slightly differently and to see the gaps and to see the corners in their real glory? Because onboards are great and so are camera positions, but I think the drone adds something.
Well, and I think there is a lot of talk about opening up some of the viewing areas, making it more accessible, especially the corkscrew. I mean, we've got these great view areas, start, finish, straight, turn, the Andretti hairpin, you can get up real close there, turns 4, turns 5, the grandstands there. But to enhance the viewing area, the corkscrew as it revs down to turn 9, it's just fabulous viewing as you watch guys try to figure out turn 9, because that's a crazy corner.
Yeah, and the car you're looking at the moment on track, the number 36 Porsche GT3R, driven at Le Mans in 2000, in the hands of Kurt Wagner and Shane Lewis, and did several European Le Mans events, including Silverstone, the Nürburgring, and ran a full season of ALMS in 2000. Each and every one of these cars has got some sort of history to it, and it's lovely to have them all out here as a collection, racing hard and pushing these cars to their limits. There's the car I was just talking about, that number 36 GT3. Clay Kovari at the wheel. Go ahead.
One of the important things to remember about this particular event, especially for our spectators that may be here for the first time, is every single car on the track raced in period, meaning there's no tribute cars here, there's no reunions, there's no wannabes. These are all in period race cars, whether it's a Formula One car, whether it's a Lister Jaguar, whether it's a Porsche, whether it's they are all in period race cars, and that's what makes this event really unique, perhaps in the whole country.
Well, David Lockwood's got Zach Brown locked on him in that hole. Look at this. This is great. David Lockwood in the 997, Zach Brown in the V8 Supercar. And it sounds good, doesn't it? I'd love to see we had the V8s at Coda. I'd love to see them here. I think they'd go good.
Well, they certainly would. And, anything V8 noisy, it drives the French crazy.
Absolutely.
And this year, Le Mans in garage 51, 52,
yes,
whatever that number is.
They're putting a NASCAR in.
They're bringing the NASCAR in. They'll go, that's like bringing Le Mans strap.
Oh, the French won't like that. The Americans have a habit of upsetting the French at Le Mans. I like that. So we're coming down to the closing stages of our Group 9 qualifying race. We're looking at Zach Brown in the number 2. In a very storied Holden WR014, driven by Garth Tander and Nick Percat. In 2010 to 2012, they gained 13 podium positions in the International V8 Championship in Australia, and were winners of the Bathurst 1000 in 2011. I think that's why Zach's got his eye on that car. He's got a really interesting and eclectic collection, of Zach, of cars. From Formula One to V8s, V8 supercars. Very interesting indeed.
Is the Holden supercar, is that a Bathurst winner? Do you know?
Yep.
Bathurst 1000?
1000 winner in 2011, yeah.
That's crazy.
Isn't that cool? And I would have argued, I don't know, but I would have said that's probably the first time it's ever run at Laguna.
Oh, no.
I can't think of it. Oh, no! Big off. That's a surprising off for the 59, sadly.
Oh, did he get touched?
No, I don't think so. I think it looked like he
just
either
got
touched
put.
the wheel. No, I think he put a wheel on the outside, yeah.
I think the right word is harried. He was harried.
Harried into submission. This is a car, the Chevrolet you're looking at, finished second at Le Mans and as I said earlier, it helped win the Manufacturers' Championship for Chevrolet, and also competed in the 2003-2004 ALMS. Well, I hope that car's okay. It can go out. We're on the final lap of this qualifying Group 9 race, and the checkered flag is waved then for the number 50 as Corvette take victory. In fact, it looks like a 1 and 2 for them. And Dick, thank you for coming in. Thank you for talking about the foundation. Feel free to come in and tell us more tomorrow, because there'll be a different audience, I'm sure, and I think it's always interesting to learn what's going on with Laguna. We can't come into your house and not learn how you're setting the table for the future. So thank you for spending some time with us, and feel free to come back and join us.
My pleasure. Thanks so much, Jonathan.
Anytime. So we get ready for some more action to come up. The sun is finally out here at Laguna. I'm delighted to say my thanks to Dick coming up here from the foundation here at Laguna Seca, and they are raising money for what is going to be a very special event next year as they get ready to repave the famous Laguna Circuit. So, packed car parks, packed grandstands, and a packed paddock. It's been a great day. Yes. Now, with cyber attacks on the rise, a weakness in one area of the business can be a risk for all. CrowdStrike's cybersecurity platform wins in the race to protect your valuable data by harnessing the speed and power of the cloud. CrowdStrike's cloud-native Falcon platform protects and defends your organization to identify and stop the most sophisticated cyber attacks. Gain the peace of mind to focus on your business momentum, not what's trying to stop it. That's protection that powers you. To learn more and to try CrowdStrike Falcon free today, visit crowdstrike.com. And I just want to bring in Michael Silverman. I apologize, I've kept you waiting today, sir, but I wasn't sure who was coming in when and all the rest of it. Welcome.
Nice to be here.
How's your day going?
Fabulous. Finished both of my races. No harm, no foul. Both cars returned in the same condition they started.
That's always a good day of historic racing. Well, tell us what you're racing first and foremost.
Well, I'm racing a 57 MGA, and the car we're talking about is a 1959 Echidna Sports Racer.
Now, what is an Echidna?
Well, an Echidna is actually an Australian anteater.
That's right.
But the cars were named after the spiny anteater because I think all the cool names were already taken. Why they didn't call it a python or a leopard is beyond me.
Yeah, it doesn't have that same kind of killer instinct feel to it, does it?
Exactly.
Why did you choose to race that?
It was up for sale. It was on sale. And it allowed me to go back and join what I call the Billionaire Boys Club race group in basically the cheapest house and the most expensive zip code at Monterey races.
Very wise man. How are you enjoying Velocity Invitational? It's unique. It's relatively new in the fact that this is only the third year. But as a local, what do you think?
Well, this is my second year racing here. I like the event. The amenities are great, and the driver behavior is quite good compared to some other places where everybody seems to have their head screwed on straight, which is always a good thing, especially in the crowd going into Andretti on the start.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, we've got an exhibition, and we're going to have Steve Rimmer from Dirtfish Rally coming up here, but we've got some absolutely exceptional rally cars on display here. I don't know how your rally knowledge is, but these are pretty special cars. We've got that GT3 Metro there, that all-white car, and then we've got a Travis Pastrana car, which is a Subaru, of course, World Rally car. We've also got some pretty handy drivers as well. Alistair McRae is here, a champion in his own right, and his son, Max, is now driving, and I can see Taylor getting ready. So let's head down to Taylor, who's with Alistair McRae.
That's right, I'm down here with Alistair McRae, a legend in rally, and you've got a really cool car behind us. Tell us a little bit about the history of it.
Yeah, this car was used in the World Championship in 2001-2002 by Tommy Mäkinen, so a pretty important guy in the championship with 4 championships to his name, so great to drive the car. The McRae name's pretty synonymous with Subaru, so we'll go out there and have a bit of fun.
And speaking of Laguna Seca, having a little bit of fun on this track, what's your favorite part of the track? The corkscrew, you guys are allowed to get a little sideways.
Yeah, I've not actually been round it yet, but from watching it on TV, I think the corkscrew will be the best bit.
Awesome. Well, best of luck out there. Have some fun, too. Thank you, Alistair. And if we want to just take a walk down a little bit, check out these cars. We've been seeing these historic cars, but now we're going to get a little bit different. We're getting into rally, and of course we've got Max down here. If I can get a quick word with you before you throw your helmet on. Max, have you been on this track before?
On a video game, yes, but not in real life.
On a video game. It's definitely going to be a lot different. What do you think your favorite part will be?
I'd say the corkscrew will be really cool, so we'll try to get it sideways down there for the fans and put on a show.
That's right, I was going to say, let's get a little bit sideways. And you've got a nice name right here on this car, Pastrana. What a legend, too.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy, and he's well known here in the USA, so it's pretty cool to be driving his car.
All right, well, you've got to get strapped in, so go ahead, have some fun out there. I think I've got the best seat in the house right here. I'm going to see if I can jump in one of these two-seaters. Probably not. But anyways, the Dirtfish guys are going to go out and have some fun. So, Johnny, let's go up to you and see what kind of show they put on.
I have no doubt that when you put McRae's together in rally cars, there's going to be some fun. They're only a little miffed that they're not getting a special section for themselves, but I'm sure they'll create a bit of fun. And Steve Rimmer's just about to join us, who, of course, runs the Dirtfish Rally School up in Seattle, who I've been very privileged to go out with. Stay with us, though, Michael, because this is Steve. Michael, joined you each other.
Hey, Michael, nice to meet you.
How are you?
But I was just saying, when you get the McRae's out there and they say they're going to put on a show,
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? Michael's been out in a sensible race car.
Okay.
For all day, but we were talking about this. Tell both of us a little bit about what we're seeing here and why it's special, because you've brought these cars here and they are particularly special in rally terms, right?
They are indeed, and to have the McRae's here with us as well to drive the cars is even more special. So the cars vary from the Group B days to the more modern cars. We've even got one car which is a little bit different, which is just pulling away right now, which is the Pikes Peak car, which is actually started off life as a rally car and was run by Ken Block for a while. And then it was turned into a Pikes Peak car, and Marcus Gronholm ran the car at Pikes Peak, and I think he finished second in 2009. Alistair, I think, is leading away in a Tommy Mäkinen car, Tommy Mäkinen's Subaru. And that Subaru, oh, here we go. He said he promised me the Outlap was going to be sedan.
Quiet.
But I'm sure he's going to put that down to warming the tires up. But Tommy Mäkinen car, although Tommy Mäkinen, multiple world rally champion, but in a Mitsubishi. This is a an S8 2002 car, which Alistair's driving.
Who's he got in the passenger seat?
He's got John Hill, who you've seen racing here in a 911, as well as a Lola earlier, and finished 3rd and 4th. But John is also a rally addict, and he's got a Group 4 Mark II Escort, which he runs in the ARA Championship. So, you know, I put the old guy out first, thinking he would have a little bit more sense. And what they're going to do is they're going to take an out lap here. As you know, these cars are not necessarily made for the circuit life, so they're going to bed them in a little bit, warm them up, and then we're going to do 2 or 3 hot laps. And then what we're going to do is bring them in for a very short time, just run them through the paddock here just to make sure everything's okay. And then we might see a couple of driver swaps between the cars and go out again for a little longer. I think we've got up to 40 minutes out there on the track.
Oh, wow. Michael, why don't you tell Steve what you've been driving? Because I know he's an Englishman like myself, and he's a study of all cars.
Well, I am driving an MGA, God Save the Queen. And that's an easy car. The other car I'm racing is called a 1959 Echidna Sports Racer.
Wow.
It's basically a home-built special. They built 3 of them one deep, dark winter in Hibbing, Minnesota, in the frozen north. 3 racers said, we can build a car with hot rod parts that'll beat Jaguars and Listers and Ferraris in the Midwest. And I'll be darned if they didn't. Now, they built 3 of these home-built specials, and they're pretty primitive blunt instruments. They're built on a 56 Chevy sedan chassis. Why, you might ask? Because in 1958 winter in Hibbing, Minnesota, you could buy wrecked Chevrolet sedan chassis for $50 a piece. They then chopped and narrowed them. They put on primitive drum brakes that they made in their own foundry from cast iron. And then you had a live rear axle and a fiberglass modified Devon body and a T10 4-speed. So it has a small block Corvette injected motor, Rochester fuel injection, making about 350 horsepower. It'll go like mad, but it does not stop. So it's terrifying. It's what we call a hairy-chested He-Man ride, but very period correct. You know, it's got buggy springs in the back. The front suspension is 56 Chevy sedan.
Wow.
So
I
just saw my first turn 11 handbrake turn.
Oh yeah, that could well be Max. You know, Max, all of 18 years old.
Yeah,
he's the guy who's running on rally tires, and he purposely jumped in the Travis Patrón and the Subaru because it's got rally tires on it, and he thinks he can make some things slide like he would do. Some of the other cars are running on slick, so maybe a little harder to do that. The MG Metro 6R4, the white car that you're seeing on track, is actually Austin Rover's attempt at the Group B car, and they didn't know how to do that, and so they recruited Frank Williams. So Williams Formula One actually designed the 6R4,
which
and
took
what was a real shopping car into something that has a lot of in-the-day F1 aero on it, and it's 4-wheel drive, and it's got a V6 Rover engine in it. It's the same engine that's in the XJ220, actually.
And who's wheeling this absolutely splendid Italian car?
The 037, the Lancia 037. We, for Dirtfish, for quite a while have worked with Benjamin Peterson.
Yes.
And Benjamin has just got his first Indy ride.
AJ Foyt, right?
AJ Foyt.
Whoa! Hey.
But Benjamin is driving the 037, and he was looking forward to it. We put him in that first just to, it's probably the most like a race car, but I think everybody's fighting for different cars here, and if we do driver changes, there might be some fisticuffs in the pit lane, I think.
Well, I want you to remind Benjamin to come up, because I want him to talk about AJ Foyt, because it is exciting news.
There you go.
That's beautiful. That's how you take the corkscrew.
Yeah.
Try that tomorrow, Michael.
On skinny, cold tires, it's possible.
Yeah. And it looks like they're playing a little bit of a game of letting each other past and doing different things. Otherwise, there may be actually a problem with one of the cars. I'm not absolutely sure, but with the of course at Dirtfish we like people to come up and we show them how to drive. We have Subaru BRZs as rear-wheel drives, and we've got the STIs on the four-wheel drive side. So maybe not some of the more powerful cars like these, but certainly cars where people can come and enjoy and have it. There you go. That's what a young Max McRae does. We teach them to drive on with Subarus, and all people come out with a smile on their face. As I said, these cars aren't necessarily designed for the circuit, but the guys are out there trying to put on a little bit of a show.
Yeah, and I can attest to that. I have personally been up to Dirtfish and was given the royal visit. Absolutely loved it. It was a fantastic trip, and I would absolutely, whether you are Mario Andretti or you are just a mere wannabe like me, go up to Dirtfish, because not only will you have a time of your life, it's a beautiful part of the world for one, but two, you'll learn a lot about cars, you'll learn a lot about racing, you'll learn a lot about the dynamics of what a car can and can't do, what the brakes can and can't do, and you'll learn the rudiments of racing, and you'll get a very good instructor that will be patient with you, however good or bad you are.
Yeah.
And you'll come away, as you say, with a smile on your face, because I think anybody who drives a modern car should learn a little bit of this. David, Michael, have you ever seen anything like this?
If I do, someone made a terrible mistake in front of me.
Well, what I would say also is Dirtfish, they're bringing the cars in just for a little bit of a check, nut and bolt check on the wheels and stuff, and then they'll go back again, maybe a driver change or two. But at Dirtfish, we started a Women in Motorsport group. So in March this year, we had a whole month for Women in Motorsport. We ran women-only sessions, and we promoted a whole, not just rally, but across the whole spectrum. And we held a forum, a women's forum, and we're going to do that again March next year. We were fortunate to have Michelle Mouton, probably the most famous woman in rally sport out there. And she guest edited for us, and I would like to say watch this space for next year. But we'd love to be all-encompassing within the motorsport world and get more women involved right across the motorsport world. So it looks like there has been a driver change. Alistair is maybe not. Maybe he can't kick Alistair out. Maybe he likes that Subaru too much. But I know Alistair was...
Hang on, let me hold you there, Steve, because I just saw Taylor popping in front of that Subaru, so let's head down. Taylor, what have you got?
That's right. I just am able to catch Alistair after that track. You told me this was your first time. How was it?
Yeah, no, it's great to drive round, and for sure that the corkscrew is definitely the bit for these cars. The rest of it's a bit wide and fast. We're used to narrow roads and a lot twistier, but yeah, great to be here, great fun to drive the car, and big thanks to Velocity and Dirtfish for bringing rally cars here.
Absolutely. And you got a little sideways, right?
We tried a little bit.
That's what we like to see. Well, I'm glad you had a great time here. How are you enjoying the Velocity Invitational?
Yeah, it's a tremendous event. You know, a lot of amazing cars and people here. Great to see the Formula One cars going round. That's impressive, and just a real good fun event. Great, bring the people along. It's awesome.
Well, thank you for coming. Let's see. All right, let's see if we can head down the grid a little bit further. We're gonna walk on back, if I can grab my cameraman to come on with me. Max is all the way at the end this time, so we've got some great cars. You guys have a good time out there?
Oh man,
Lots of fun. Yeah. How was it?
Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah.
First time driving this thing out here, and first time being on track in a very, very long time, and it's just it's unbelievable.
Awesome. Well, let's see if we can hop back to a couple more drivers down here. These guys are all smiles, all excitement. You definitely have a lot of adrenaline going after a race like that. If I can grab you for a second, how was it out there?
Oh, it's fantastic. Laguna Seca is a fantastic track. You know, this car was built more for hill climbs, but you know, you have enough elevation here at Laguna that you can really feel what it was made for. You can feel the aero start to work. It's a ridiculous car overall, so we just feel really lucky to be here with it.
Awesome. And when are you planning to come back to Laguna Seca?
Well, absolutely, we're planning on coming back next year. Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to see you had a great time. Let's head on back. We want to talk to one more guy if we can. Let me see if I can, open this door. Well, hello. How was it out there? You were getting sideways. I definitely saw you.
Yeah, that was definitely the plan. Yeah, it's slippery, but yeah, it's loads of fun, and I can see a lot of people smiling, so it's good to see.
You've got a passenger. Were they holding on tight to their seatbelts?
She's just jumped in, so I don't know what she's in. She doesn't know what she's in for now, but
she has no idea. You're gonna get a little more sideways now, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Well, you guys are gonna head out one more time then. Have a good time out there. Be safe. Close the door, and we're ready to roll. Johnny?
Good stuff, Taylor. I don't know whether that's a very informed and ready to go lady who knows all about rally or doesn't know what she's just walked into, because let me just put this in perspective. We've been waxing rhapsodic, Michael, all day about Mario Andretti and a bit of history that was caused today. But I want to just look to this man here to my left and say, if you know your rally, Steve Rimmer has also pulled off something pretty damn special today, because Colin McRae, as we all know that name, his father, Jimmy McRae, was a 5-time British rally champion. Colin McRae, the 95 world champion of World Rally, and his brother Alistair here, and now with Max, his 18-year-old son, about to go into the World Junior Rally Championship. So to get the legacy that is McRae on a track in one day is also a first in these absolutely amazing and iconic rally cars. So well done.
Well, thank you, and it's really the McRae family we feel so fortunate to be close to, and they've been so supportive. And Alistair, you know, the British Rally Champion, Asia Rally Champion in his own right, is a fabulous driver and a fabulous ambassador for us to have. Max is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and we've been proud to support him up to now, and we'll continue to support him up through the WRC Juniors. I have to say, though, I think there may be a bit of friction actually arising between father and son here. So I'm hoping it doesn't come out
doesn't overflow.
You know, who's the fastest? That could play out on the track. But also, there's a little bit of friction in a fun way, because Alistair saw Tanner Faust in the McLaren F1, said, you know, Steve, I've never driven an F1 car. And so I saw Alistair heading towards Tanner. So if people don't see Tanner for another 24 hours,
there's a helmet swap. The Sting is in town,
or he's been he's been kidnapped,
and
Alistair may have the helmet.
Michael, jump in.
Speaking of friction, can you explain the difference between road racing tires and rally tires?
So, of course, we're dealing with very changing conditions. So tires are always something of a compromise for us. If you look at the rally surface, we do recce's to go through, and we're allowed to go through, and the co-driver takes all the notes and notes all the ground conditions and surface conditions. And,
gravel, mud, ice.
Yeah, exactly. So, but if you take the Monte Carlo rally, for argument's sake, it happens in January, it's elevation, and you end up with saying it's a compromise, because on the top you're dealing with snow. As you come down into ground level, you're dealing usually with pretty dry conditions.
Right.
And so I was talking with Alistair the other day, and I said, well, what's the compromise, Alistair? And he said, the snow, you just bite your tongue and get on with it, and you go in slicks and snow.
So essentially compromise. Compounds are important, especially in the snow and on the loose surface stages. It's a game. Some rally cars actually carry spare tires and wheels in the car,
like the original Le Mans 24-hour.
Yeah. But again, compromise is the word, I think.
Well, they certainly seem to be, it's almost like a drifting exhibition.
Yeah, and they said they wanted to be a little bit more exciting. I don't know what's going on. We've only got the 037 on the car. So the Lancia 037 that's on course right now, the 037 Type was the last two-wheel drive car to win the World Rally Championship. Everything since then has been four-wheel drive.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's a Lancia.
That's a Lancia 037. Basically, they took the tub of what's known as a Lancia Scorpion
or a Beta
over here,
Scorpion,
a Beta, or a Beta Monte Carlo in Europe,
right.
And then they put together something that worked for rallying. And Walter Roll won the World Rally Championship in the car. One of the challenges we've had here, to be honest, is there's not much room in the car. So even Alistair fitting in the car, if you actually look at the car, the roof has two bubbles on it, so you can sit in there and have a helmet on it. So it's pretty cramped,
right.
But it's the closest thing to
almost like a Zagato.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually have a model of the Martini liveried Scorpion.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lovely piece.
Yeah. I don't like the sign of the Pastrana car with the hood up, but hopefully a minor issue. But then Max was driving that, so I don't know what's going on there. But I think they may just be putting one car out at a time, because I think we've got a little time out there.
I haven't seen this many Scotsmen since Fireman's Funeral.
And you won't see too many at the bar either.
Yeah. And they bring in the bagpipes.
Hey. I love the accent. Him and Colin have such a distinctive voice. It's almost like they have their own accent.
Yeah.
And I love the way Max gets in the car and he says, "Have you seen Laguna Seca?" He said, "Oh yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it on the sim."
Yeah.
Typical 18-year-old.
Well, that's what Max says. You ask Alistair, he just says, "No, I've not seen it." They're different eras, different generations. So.
And no fear.
No fear. No fear. But hopefully, rally is. It's a little bit more challenged in the US. Rally cross has become more of a core. We got crossover athletes like Travis Pastrana. And Travis's car that's out here, the 199 car, is actually the car that he ran in the X Games.
Yeah.
And so we're hopeful that rally, and maybe rally cross, it brings rally back. It's likely that a round of the World Rally Championship will return to North America in 2024. It's not official yet, but there is an award of where that will take place. Unfortunately, not the Pacific Northwest, even though we pitched for it. And the Pacific Northwest is pretty legendary in terms of rally. But that's where the Audi Quattro actually made its debut at the Olympus Rally. But we're hoping that it's a little bit like the Netflix Drive to Survive.
Right.
You want something that's a catalyst to get rally noticed, and hopefully a round of the World Rally Championship would be a stimulus for that.
Now, let's head down once again to Kev. Kev Harris is down with Ken's Automotive Decor. Let's join Kev. Over to you.
Lovely, thanks Johnny. I'm down here with a young man who has a whole range of products that are an absolute must-have for anyone who is an automotive fan. Ben Harvey. Ben, great to get another English accent on the show. You're from Devon, England, right?
Yeah, that's right. I've been in America for about 10 years now, but Devon.
And you started out as an automotive and mechanic on the shop, learning the spanners and the wrenches and the welding, under the bonnet of some pretty classic and nice historic cars?
Yes, I used to work on British cars once I came over to here in America. And one day we had an Aston Martin V12 engine just lying around that was done. So I made it into a coffee table. and the rest is history.
Well, the rest is history, and now we've got a beautiful display along here as well. Everything from, spark plugs that become bottle openers to the piston clocks. But just tell us about this as well, because you've now changed from being a mechanic to, we've got radio-controlled cars hitting me in the foot as well. But you've now changed from being a mechanic to doing this full-time. This automotive furniture and memorabilia and kind of souvenirs and gifts, this is now your full-time job.
It is, and I love it. There's something about the beauty of these car parts. You take them out, and they're so beautifully made. A lot of the branding on them with the names on them, whether they say Chevy on them or whatever it is. So they just become beautiful pieces of art that people can enjoy in their homes, in their offices. There's nothing says I'm a car guy like a piston clock on your desk. So, yeah, it's really cool.
That's absolutely right. And also, as well, your business, which is now your full-time business, for yourself, your wife, and your employees, it came about as well. You're something of an entrepreneur. It came about really in 2020 when the rest of the world shut down. You started to realize I can invest some more time in this, and that's how it sort of grew.
Yeah, I was a mechanic, and that was my source of income, and I loved it. But when the shop went quiet with COVID, I saw that as an opportunity to really dive into this and see what I could make of it, and we're still going now, so it's been fun.
Behind us as well, there's a coffee table behind us. I'm just going to sort of move this way, and then we might get a shot of it. Talk to us about this coffee table, because we've got a huge engine block on here that's turning around. It's an incredible piece, this, but there's a great story to the engine block of the coffee table that's moving around under there.
Yeah, that's right. So there's a YouTube channel called Daily Driven Exotics, and on that channel they were driving their McLaren 720 GTR, and their engine blew up, and it caught on fire, and it's a really cool video. So I saw that, and I thought, I've got to find that engine and make that into a table. So I chased it down, found out who had replaced the engine, went through a bunch of hands. Anyway, I got my hands on it, and here it is now as a coffee table. So it spins around so that you can see every angle of all the damage, and on a framework. Troy took the lead on building this one in the shop, and it came out fantastic. It's a really beautiful piece.
It really did come out fantastic, and the ingenious thing is here, you've done the great thing of making it turn around, because you could have just obviously put it on a mount and put the glass on top. You've been quite ingenious with how you've made that physically work, haven't you? So, good bit of an engineering gone into that.
Yeah, trying to get the speed right. Like I said, Troy took the lead on that one, and he did a fantastic job making that frame and the motor work. Yeah.
The clever bit for me, Ben, with this one is the power system that you've used with this. Just talk to us about that.
Yeah, so it's powered off of a Milwaukee battery. So no one wants a cord going across their living room to the cockpit.
It's like an 18-volt battery that you put on your drill, basically.
Yes, exactly, a drill battery. So you can just charge it back up, and it will last forever. That thing's been running all day on one battery, and it's a really trick little system.
And you do have a competition running here today as well, but sadly not to win the coffee table. But tell us about the competition.
Yeah, so if people can guess the weight of the coffee table as it is with the glass top, the engine, the framework, then they can win one of my piston clocks. So,
well, I think that's great. I think that's what you got to do. You got to come on down and speak to Ben Harvey here of BAD. Ben's Automotive Decor.
That's right, Ben's Automotive Decor. Thank you.
Right, well, come on down and speak to Ben, enter the competition, and you might win yourself a piston clock. Johnny Green, who is our race announcer, in fact, well, he would love one of these clocks. I'm going to have a chat to you about getting him one. But before we go back to Johnny, we're going to take a short break. Ben, thanks ever so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, Kev.
And we'll be back right after this.
I'm down here for the race that I think a lot of people are most excited for, Minis versus Mustangs. I'm here with one of our co-drivers, Steve. Steve, are you excited for this race? He said he hasn't been in a car on this track for 18 years. Does he have what it takes?
I think so, yeah. He's got it. He's definitely a good driver. He's got a lot of time, seat time, not here, but up north. So I feel pretty confident we should.
He's ready to take on the Mustang.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
They'll get us on the straight, but watch out in the corners.
All right. Let me head over to this Mustang really quick. The Minis think they have it, but let's see. We've got the John right here, and I talked to him, and he seemed ready to go. What do you think, John?
It's going to be fun, just like it was last year.
It's going to be fun, but who's going to take it, Mini or Mustang?
Oh, Mustang, of course.
Mustang, Mini, who knows? We're about to find out on the track. These cars are rolling out, so Johnny, let's go racing.
Great stuff, yes. The race we've all waited for the day. We did it at night, actually, at one point last year. It got dark, and I thought the Minis had it because they had the headlights, and the Mustangs had removed all their headlights, so they were at a bit of a disadvantage. Now, this is the day where I stand up and say, I'm British, here we go, let's show those muscle car Americans how to go racing. But, as always, you've got to have both sides of the tape, and I've got Tim Moser here, who's going to talk about Minis, but also talk about the rivalry. That is a real rivalry, because in a serious way, what we're watching here is the evolution of the British Mini, the small displacement cars that were very competitive, oddly, both in rally and on the track, up against the mighty muscle cars of the Mustangs. But they are competitive.
That they turn nearly the same lap times, they just make that lap in a completely different way.
And that's motor racing.
That's motor racing. Yeah, the Minis only have about a 1275 cc engine versus the 4700, 4800 engine of those V8s in the American cars and the Mustangs. I think there's one Falcon out there, maybe.
Yep. There is one Ford Falcon, yeah.
But they just make their speed in such different ways. The Minis are so fast into the corners and the braking zones, and the big V8s are fast on the straightaways. So it makes for super challenging racing.
That's great. It really is David and Goliath, isn't it? You've driven lots of different cars.
Yes.
Tell us, really, just so the audience who don't know understand, that there is such a big difference. Wheels, wheelbase, horsepower, everything.
Yeah, I mean, the Minis only have 10-inch wheels, right?
Right.
The Mustangs, I think they're probably on either a 14 or a 15. I don't know for sure. But even the width of the amount of rubber touching the road, the Mustangs, their beauty is the power. When they get into the corner, they are sluggish and slow compared to the Mini, which only weighs like 1,200 pounds or something like that, right? Versus the 3,000-pound Mustang. So that's where that David and Goliath thing really stacks up, and being able to be aware of that during the race and take all that into consideration with your race strategy is going to be a big part of what these guys have to do.
Now you're going to throw yourself in one of these Minis. How do you like driving it? Because this is very different to what you've driven as well.
You know what? It is hard work. I mean, in the big scheme of cars, these are not super fast cars, right?
No.
But I am working harder to drive this car than most cars I've ever driven. The only thing they're lacking is G-force, but as far as, just physicality, front wheel drive with all those forces coming through the wheel is just a hoot.
I once asked a Mini race car driver, I said, what is it about Mini that attracts you so much? I mean, it doesn't even look like a race car. He said, it's the most fun you can have at regular speeds or, law-abiding speeds in a car.
Totally.
Trust me.
Yeah, they are super fun. I just did a race 2 weeks ago at Sonoma, and I don't think the thing was ever straight. The rear end is, even though it's front wheel drive, the front's glued and the rear end is just dancing all the time. So you're just working your butt off trying to keep this thing going fast, and it's a momentum car, so it really punishes you if you're not, thinking ahead and planning your run.
For those who don't understand that, because I'm trying to bring some of the fans that aren't familiar with that kind of term. When I think of momentum, I think of cars that need to keep that speed mid-corner. I think of the MX-5 Cup, for example. Miatas, smaller displacement cars
need, if they slow down too much, it's too hard to get them, and that's what you mean.
Exactly. So it really, you can't make a mistake, because once the car goes sideways, you scrub off all this speed, and then you don't have the power to recover from it. Whereas that Mustang can get a little sideways, and he just gets out of it, collects it, and back in the gas, and he's gone.
Yeah.
The little minis really have to be tidy in the way they drive. They got to be slow in, fast out. They got to maximize the amount of time that they're on the throttle, but they also have such an advantage under braking. I happen to be driving a car that's got a brake sponsor on it, which is kind of cool. But yeah, the braking is just amazing. Again, it's just maths, right? It's physics. This is going to be a lesson in physics when you watch this race.
Well, certainly coming down the corkscrew, it must be quite an experience in a Mini.
It is. The Minis actually get a little wheel spin right at the top, and then they just rocket down out of the corkscrew through turn 9, and they're coming around right now to get a green flag in probably about 30 seconds.
I love the view we're getting as well, looking down on the rather foggy and misty Monterey Bay, but it's down there somewhere. But we're up here in the hills of Monterey at Laguna Seca for another fantastic run of Minis against the Mustangs. David and Goliath, the Mustangs of America take on the British Mini.
Yeah,
Who's it going to be this time?
So the start will be really interesting. Watch the Mustangs gap on the start. They'll take off, but going into turn 2, the Minis are going to be swarming them like angry bees.
Here we go then.
This is going to be fun.
Tim Moser alongside me, and looking forward to this, and as he rightly points out, off go the Mustangs. But for how long? Over the crest they come, down towards Andretti and those busy bees, 3 of them at the moment. 4, I should say, chasing that one Mustang into turn 1, and it's Mini who take the whole shot effectively, and I would say a whole shot because I know it's turn 2, but it still counts as turn 1 for me. Out of Andretti they come, and it's a Mini, Mustang, Mini, then another Mustang. So we've got population now.
A lot of M's in there to pronounce.
Yes.
Yeah, so watch this Mustang coming out of turn 4 here. This is where he's going to be able to stretch his legs. Out of 4, up into 5, and then up the hill through 6 and up into the corkscrew. He's going to take it easy first lap. It's a long race. The Mustangs are going to suffer more from tire degradation, right? Tire wear than the little Minis.
This is great. I love it. Surely the Mustangs will pull up the Rahal straight with ease, won't they?
Yeah, we ought to see a pass going up into the corkscrew here out of this first-second duo.
Now you really see the size of those tires. They're tiny. Oh, off goes a Mini. Self-preservation society. Look out. It's the Italian job all over again. Down the corkscrew for the first time.
And, of course, the Mustang is in the lead. He got the lead up that hill using all that horsepower. But watch him into turn 10 and into 11. That Mini's going to close right up on him. He'll probably start planning a pass into 2 is his goal.
Yep.
He knows he can't do anything on the straightaway.
And it's great to watch it from the drone because you see where the Mini catches up under braking, and now you'll watch the see, he's almost alongside him, but now watch the Mustang get away. Slip sliding, as you mentioned, but they can recover it well. But the Mini's more precise, tiny wheelbase, trying to defend against the muscle cars, actually getting in the way of them to try and stop them, slow them down. It's all fair in love and war. Ford Shelby GT350, the blue of John Linfesti, going hard and strong around the outside of Andretti curve.
Yeah, that image of angry bees is so appropriate here, right? It's like, you know, hornet's nest all over these Mustangs trying to figure out how to get through.
So, 12 minutes to go. I'm keeping an eye on Tim Moser because he's actually got to go and do a swap, right? When have you got to get in?
Well, it kind of depends. It's open, right? If we get a yellow flag, then we're probably going to pit and switch turn yellow.
Well,
otherwise, we'll run to the midway point.
I've got some good backups coming in there just in case you have to leave. But I'm watching the 177 Mini Cooper S of Don Rancine and Dennis Rancine. Now they're together. 2 drivers that I really want to see how they get on in that number 177. That's a 1967 Mini Cooper, and that's the other part of it. We haven't mentioned the historic factor here. These cars are very old, 50 plus years old, and still going strong.
I think all the minis are 60s vintage except for one. There's one 1971 mini that's a Leyland mini. It's got a little bit different grille. It's the white number 51. That's actually the car I'm driving. Otherwise, they're all 60s vintage minis.
So, Mini versus Mustang, David versus Goliath here at Laguna Seca. This is a bit of a tradition that Jeff O'Neill has begun last year, and we absolutely applaud it. It's a bit of fun. And, once again, the Minis showing their strength. Look at that. Paddy Hopkirk, eat your heart out. Here they come.
Yep, there goes the Mustang flexing his muscle. And here comes another Mustang moving up into second.
Nice
car
move.
26.
That's the Ford Shelby of Linfesti, as I mentioned.
There goes that
you
mini
go.
right down the
it.
inside again. So this is just the way this race is going to go the whole time. It's really going to be interesting to see who keeps their head and who gets frustrated, and who's able to keep cool under this sort of pressure.
When you see it that close, you just see it's like half the car, half the metal. I love it. This is really good fun. Into turn 4 they go then, and opening up now up the hill. Surely the Minis have a massive disadvantage up the hill. If they flatten this track, actually, they'd have a better chance.
Yeah, they would. They would. This is the Minis' last chance to sort of close here through turn 5, and then up until they come out of the corkscrew, that's where the Mustangs have a pretty big advantage.
So at the moment, Mustang leading the way. The headlight's not on though yet on the lead Mustang. Although I noticed this year they've kept some of their headlights this time, because we did go into the night last time.
Yeah, I think they learned their lesson last time.
Yeah.
This year we're not in daylight savings time, but they definitely suffered last year in the dark.
So it is Mike Boccaccio and Don Racine, Chris Hines in 3rd place, Andrew Waite, Steve Phillips, Matt Johnson in 6th place. I think he took part in last year's race, and a lot of returnees, I'm sure.
Yeah, and then, the big thing that'll come into play in this race is the driver change, because not all drivers teamed up are of the same speed and the same capability on the track. So that's going to throw a whole nother wrench once we start cycling through those driver changes. And there again, in turn 11, another lead change.
Got him again. So they really are timing their passes perfectly here, but they're going to lose out again. Up the straight they come. Over turn 1's crest. And a little indication from one Mustang to another.
Yeah, he's probably saying, hey, let's not battle. Let's run to the front together and keep these Minis behind us.
Now, in terms of period, they're all very much between 63 and 67. All 60s cars. So that's another part of this, is you've got Coopers, Austin Mini Coopers, and the odd Falcon, Ford Falcon out there, as you mentioned. You've got the Shelbys. We've got a Mini Marcos GT Mark II out there from 1967. That's a little bit of an anomaly, but I love it. So we've got quite a smorgasbord of both the British manufacturer and, of course, the American muscle.
And, it's really cool to think back in 67, right, or in the late 60s, when, the Minis probably weren't raced here much in the U.S., but they were obviously massively popular back in England and, in the UK.
Twiggy would often get both legs out of a Mini. to star in a photo shoot,
and these big giant Mustangs, and over the over the other side of the pond, they're racing these tiny little cars, and now they get to come together and have some fun. It's really a cool concept.
I think we should swap drivers for race 2.
Yeah,
like the Mini drivers
drive the Mustangs. Totally,
because I don't reckon the Mustang drivers would be able to hold a candle.
That would be funny.
Tim Moser about to hopefully get in the car, but we'll see. We'll just see if there's any yellow flags. Have you got to go?
I think I'm okay for another 5 minutes or so. Yeah, so this race is a 1-hour race with a 5-minute mandatory pit stop. So everybody will pit. They can kind of pit leisurely because it's a 5-minute window. So they got time to put fuel in, check tires, change drivers, not worry about getting a seatbelt not clicked in or something like that. And then we go back and race again. They can pit whenever they want. So there's no window other than no pits in the last 10 minutes of the race. So the last 10 minutes will be pure race to the finish.
Yeah, I've done enduro races in New Zealand like this. Yeah, you've just got to make sure that you pit within that last period, yeah. You can pit any time you like. But
so right now we got 2 Mustangs up front and a great battle for third with 3 minis swapping places.
Don't forget, there's a lot of camaraderie and a lot of fun. I remember last year going down and talking to the minis. They're all sitting there jabbering away with their beers in their hands, enjoying a night of racing. And there's a big competition in between the minis for who gets the best laurels.
Oh yeah, these guys all know each other. You know, a lot of them travel the race. We broke an oil cooler yesterday, and by morning somebody had presented us an oil cooler. So
there you go.
There's great camaraderie amongst all the teams and drivers, and that's part of the fun of doing these events.
Now our clock tells it like it is. 41 minutes to go in this 1 hour. It's like a mini enduro, isn't it, really?
No pun intended.
Yes, exactly.
All right, well, I think I'm going to head down to pit lane and get my race face on. So
you
thanks
better,
for having me up here.
Absolutely. Tim Moser, thank you so much. He'll be taking part in the second half of this race, we hope. But thank you for sharing with us. I'm going to get a couple of racing drivers up here if I can. That's Max McRae coming in. And who else? Oh, I don't recognize this other fella. Benjamin, come on in. The pair of you, please do. So, if you remember, we just saw the rally exhibition. But boys, get your eyes around this: Mini versus Mustang. So I've got a Brit in McRae, and I've got a Dane who's probably seen a Mini or two, but certainly knows what he's doing when it comes to rallying and when it comes to single-seaters. He is, of course, Benjamin Venison, just signed for AJ Foyt in IndyCar next year. Can't be more excited for him. And Max McRae, who is hoping to do World Junior Rally Championship next year, son, of course, of Alistair McRae. Welcome, boys. How was your experience out there?
It was so fun. I've never driven a rally car to start with around Laguna, and then to drive
I don't think anybody has.
Yeah, true. And then a Lancia 037. I mean, it's such an iconic car, and
yeah, you look like you were being careful in that one.
I was, yeah. We had there was turns where I knew it would be safe and I didn't have to push the brakes too hard. So I was kind of careful there, but otherwise, we were pushing. I hit the limiter for fifth gear on the front straight. It wouldn't go any faster. So,
but Max, you were abusing Mr. Pastrana's car. You beast.
You could say that, but I was just having a bit of fun.
Did you scare the bejeebers out of the female driver, the female co-host? Yeah,
I was on my own actually when I was out there,
okay.
But it's probably a good thing, or else
Yeah.
you would have been a bit afraid. But no, it was good fun. I love down the corkscrew sideways. It's just I don't think many people have seen that
No,
before.
that was. I had a driver who. Looking at the corkscrew going, what is he doing? And the first thing he said, what are they? Has he got rally tyres on? What are they? How different are they? But hey, good fun.
Yeah.
But you guys come from very different disciplines. But what is your overall take? Got an IndyCar driver and a rally car driver here. Fantastic to have you here, first and foremost. And it's great to be part of an event like this, which the pressure's off. I mean, most of the time, when you go racing, you know, you've got a target on your back for whoever you're working for, or in your case, certainly a very famous name that you're rallying for. How is it to come to an event where pressure's off?
Yeah, it's definitely cool to just kind of relax a little bit, take in all the cars that are here, and there's a massive amount of iconic and pretty crazy cars that are actually here this weekend, and it's really cool to just kind of relax and obviously just have a bit of fun out there, throw the cars sideways, not worrying about a bit of tyre wear. But yeah, it's a lot of fun just being able to just be here in general and see the amount of stuff that they've got here, and then also watch some racing and watch some F1 cars go around. It's definitely nothing I've ever seen before. So yeah, definitely have a blast.
And Benjamin, you'll be hooning around here in an IndyCar next year, but it's quite a different experience today.
Yeah, it's so different an open wheel versus a very old rally car. But you know, I think Max here left me a little bit of tread from the Pastrana car, so maybe I'll try that tomorrow, or the Pikes Peak car. But just a super cool event. It's my first time here. Big thank you to Dirtfish for the invitation. Longtime sponsor of mine since I started racing in F4. So soon enough we'll come back here for winter testing in IndyCar, and then the race next year will be in IndyCar.
Gotta love this. Every time this Mini gets up there, he gets past the Mustang, and then the Mustang just floors it, gets the big power down in the big muscle car, leaves them for dead. But watch these two as they come over this crest.
I bet you one of them will be ahead of that Mustang because they've got so much power mid-corner, so much momentum mid-corner that they catch right up. And by the time we get to turn 5, they've caught right up again. It's great. But it's a good example of the different kinds of cars and how they fight each other. And we've had a lot of fun with these. So we got these guys out here last year to do this as the same event, but it was at night, so it got a bit more interesting. But see how much they've caught up already? And they start to lose it as they go up the hill. But it turns out to be a good battle.
It's like watching cat and mouse.
It is cat and mouse, yeah.
Especially
David
the
Goliath
size
cat and
difference.
mouse, yeah.
Especially the size difference. The minis are tiny.
What are you looking forward to next year, Ben? Because it's a full season. You're going to get to do the 500. Can I hold your bell helmet and be there with you?
Absolutely. Just super excited. I mean, most of the Indy Lights events this year we shared with IndyCar.
Yeah.
But obviously the big new events will be the Indy 500. We'll go to Texas. We'll go to Long Beach. Events like this that are super cool. So looking forward to that. Honestly, just looking forward to everything IndyCar. Long races, fuel-saving strategy, pit stops. The tire day here is massive this past year for IndyCar. So it'll be a lot of new things, but at the same time, it'll be a lot of things I've been exposed to, and just ultimately really looking forward to winter testing.
Yeah, and talk about being with an iconic team like AJ Foyt. I mean, the history there, AJ, I mean, you know, still the greatest. Scott Dixon's chasing him down, but it's pretty amazing. We've had Mario here today, but you know, you're in rarefied air, aren't you? Look at this. Here we go. But yeah, what about working with AJ? You looking forward to that?
Absolutely. I mean, this whole past season, in conjunction with Indy Lights, I was kind of shadowing at AJ Foyt Racing, so I got to know AJ as well, and it's really nice that I already know everyone on the team. And yeah, living in Indianapolis, based out of the Indy shop as well, so they've been very welcoming, which is really nice.
I had a question for you. Before you were born, this little Mini in the hands of Paddy Hopkirk was winning Rally World Championships. Now, as a McRae, can you believe that?
No. But,
I mean, literally.
But also, it is my uncle Colin McRae. He was it was his very first rally car. He started off in autocross events in a little Mini, just stripped out with a single seat in it, and that was his very first car. So that's pretty cool.
Very cool. I wonder where that is today.
At his house.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I bet that's wonderful. What a great little accolade. So Colin McRae started off in a Mini, but yeah, Mini had some great accolades as a rally car too, but it's an amazing piece of kit because you get in it and you see a tall person, you think there's no way they're going to get in there, but they do. I've seen 6'2" guys run Minis. Quite easy.
Surprised.
Well, that was almost a sideways moment for the Mustang there. So are you going out again tomorrow, and who's driving what?
Yeah, we'll definitely be out tomorrow. It'll be a bit of a fist fight to see who's going to get in the Pastrana car.
Well, that was what Steve was telling me, that there's a little bit of fisticuffs going on as to who drives what.
I'll happily drive the Pike Speed car. That thing looks
I'm
cool.
sure you would. I'm sure
you
would.
might get rid of your dad because he wants Tanner's drive.
Yeah.
He wants the Formula One car. So
kick him out.
Kick Alistair out.
Yeah.
Get him in the Formula One car. I think we need to do something. You need to go and try out.
I'd drive the F1 car, but
I bet you would.
I have to talk to Zach, do a little bit of convincing.
Will you make me a promise? Will you come back tomorrow when Pato is in the car so we can have a good laugh at Pato in his McLaren?
Yep. Deal.
He destroyed a Trans Am car here last year, and I gave him a hard time about it. But we've got to give Pato a bit of grief. He's good fun. Have you spoken to anybody from the Formula One today?
I spoke to Pato earlier. We see each other quite a bit in Indy. We have the same trainer.
Oh, right.
So a lot of times we've seen each other. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty special to watch him drive that Senna car earlier today. And
how special was that for him? Because I don't know if he's a study of Formula One, but that's pretty special.
Super special. And he wasn't taking it easy, which was nice to see. So yeah, just an awesome event to be able to see cars like that being pushed.
I think Mini leading, but I think we just had a Mustang go bang. So yes, you're listening to Max McRae and Benjamin Pedersen, who is here for the rally side of things here. Very rare to have rally at Laguna Seca because obviously this is a street circuit. I mean a road course circuit. So the rally, of course, used to either the streets or rally cross. And
Like I said, I've been myself up to Dirtfish, and it's an absolute fantastic. Have you been up there yet?
I was there just earlier in the week. Also,
pretty cool, huh?
It was really fun. We got to drive some cool cars. I was in Mark to Escort, taking some people for some laps, and yeah, got a good first time at the business as well. So it was real cool to see. They've also been backing me since I first stepped into a rally car. So it's really cool to just see what they're all about and see the passion that goes into their work. And yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Now, as we watch the British flag emblazoned on the top of that Mini, I've just been told that the two leaders are now in the pits for their mandatory pit stop. So they leave the track as the 132, the Morris Mini from 1960 of Bill Weisskopf, picks up the lead. But thanks, boys. Thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. Do you know what time you're out again tomorrow?
I think it's 12 something. Yeah. Midday.
Midday, yeah.
Yeah.
And I want you to come back for some Formula One so we can have
Deal.
some fun. Well, you can come back too. Just come back. You guys come back whenever you want.
I'll be here.
So mandatory pit stops going on. The Mustangs are in, and that's the 26. So these are the leaders, and they are doing a driver swap. Pretty basic stuff. I'd fancy going in one of those, though. That looks fun.
It'd be good fun. Good fun to be sideways in.
Yeah.
A lot of power.
Well, I had Tim Moser in here, as you saw just before, and he was explaining that the beauty of these cars is they've got so much power that when you get into trouble and get sideways, you just floor it. And it goes. Yeah. A little bit of fuel. Old school. Where's the rest of the team? The Minis will take less time, I would have thought, in the pits. Less fuel. Burning up. Look at those 10-inch wheels. Brilliant. I used to have a teacher who used to pick it up and hide his car places. It was so light. You get the whole class when he was not looking. He'd just pick it up and hide it somewhere. In come the Minis then. Quick chat. How's it going? Not so bad. Off we go. It seems an inordinate long time to go racing with a pit stop, but hey, Don Racine now picking up the lead in the 177. Some problems here on one of the Mustangs. I don't know what's going on here. So we were looking at Don Racine leading the race now. What they're looking for under there. Very odd. What's he doing, do you think?
Maybe checking tyre wear.
Yeah, it looks like the bodywork may be stuck on the tyre wear. How was the track conditions today? Because it's been cold most of the day. The sun hasn't really been on, so Laguna not in its usual nice and warm way. I know you're new here, but what was it like?
I mean, I wasn't really pushing the car to that kind of limit to where we're talking about rubber on the track, but all I can say is there was a bit of sand on track from Max doing these big slides with right up on the sand. But you know, there's lots of talks about this place getting repaved, which would be really exciting. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is, and it's just a beautiful track.
Well, listen, I know you guys are still in your overalls. If you want to go and relax and go and get beer time, feel free. I'll finish this up because I know you've done your bit for the day, but you can happily stay here with me. I've got Kev behind me. He might join me as well. I can see James Rimmer. He might join me too. So I'll let you boys head off, get out your overalls and get relaxing. I'll see if I can bring Kev in. Maybe he's coming, and James Rimmer's coming in.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, boys. And I'll see you both tomorrow, hopefully. Good luck. Be careful. Thanks for coming in. Thanks, man. Now, talking of Dirtfish, we've spoken to Steve. James. We spoke to
Green.
Steve Rimmer. James Rimmer's with me. Delight. I haven't seen you in ages, my friend.
It's been a little bit. There was a handshake through a fence earlier today, but I think that was it.
About it. How are you? What were you up to? Who were you giving a ride to? How much frightening scariness did you do?
A little bit of everything, you know. My girlfriend is here. She's never been in a race car before. I said,
is she the one in your rather oversized overalls?
She might have a pair of Dirtfish overalls on with my name on the back.
I can see that.
And I told her, I said, you're never going to top your first race car experience being at Laguna Seca in a Pikes Peak car.
No, that actually is love right there, babe. That's absolutely. If you're showing that kind of love to your girlfriend, she doesn't understand what she just got.
That's birthday and Christmas, Valentine's Day, all combined.
Did she like it?
Yeah, she had a blast. That's a wild car. No matter how tightly you're strapped in, you're getting thrown around a bit. So
what is how do you create a Pikes Peak car? What is it about? I mean, I know it's an uphill race, but what makes it unique?
Yeah, so this one specifically is really unique. It's an X-Ken block car. It was used for Gymkhana for a bit. And then it was made for Pikes Peak while it was still half gravel. So they had to design it to be tarmac and gravel. So you see the huge arrow on it. You see everything like that, and it works on both gravel and the tarmac. But if you want to make it simple, it's throw a bunch of aero on something and put 1,000 horsepower in it.
Well, I've just been joined. Kev Harris has just joined us, but tell us what you've been doing. I haven't seen you in a few while.
It's been a bit, yeah.
Last time I saw you was probably Kota Rallycross.
It probably was. It's been a while since I've been racing competitively. I've found that the racing costs money, and I needed a job.
Yeah. Reality, huh?
Yeah, reality hit very hard, but I take advantage of weekends like this, so I can't complain whatsoever.
Kev, I know you're just meeting James, but he's a competent rallycross driver that just hasn't had a ride for a bit.
Oh. And you know what?
He hasn't been sponsored by Dirtfish, which Max has.
Oh, come on.
I got last year's colours.
You got last year's colours, but tell me, were you just out with the Dirtfish cars on track? Because I've been running around the paddock.
Yeah.
I'm so annoyed. I missed it. I've been lining up chats. What was it like out there with the rally cars on this circuit?
It's good. I was just telling Jonathan, it's so much fun to be able to bring some a different flavor to a very historic road racing track and event historically. Yeah. So it's fun to be able to show people that, it's not just road racing, off-road, and drift. There's a combination of all of it.
Yeah.
So it was cool to show everyone else.
It really was. And that Metro 6R4 there, 2.9 litre V6 engine. I think chatting to Steve Rimmer earlier, he said to me that's the same engine that was in the XJ220.
Correct.
And when you look at that and you think, wait a minute, how did they squeeze that engine into that car? I really need to see that thing running tomorrow.
I didn't realise that Frank Williams and the Williams F1 team basically had a hand in developing that car.
Yeah, that was a Formula One developed car in terms of the thinking at the time. It did come out of Williams, and it's a unique car just in general. You never ever see stage rally cars with a 6-cylinder in it.
No, and that thing just looks absolutely terrifying. Obviously, Group B car from back in the day, but put it here today and it's getting as much sort of, court time and excitement from the people that are looking at that as they are looking at some of the more modern cars.
No, you're absolutely correct.
How about a mini race around Dirtfish?
Yes.
I think that would be fun.
Well, you were talking to Max, those are winning World Rally Championships.
They were. They absolutely were.
I've just also, as well, just as I'm on my running around, Johnny, you'll be pleased to hear I was up in the Taylor Farm Sip and Savour Pavilion. I got up there too late. The wine has stopped being served. It was last call, which is terrible. But the view that all of the spectators and the drivers and the hospitality they've got from there is incredible, absolutely incredible. And they've got the screens. We're watching the live pictures on the screens and your commentary. And then a moment later, the cars are coming around the corner, just off the bottom end of the pit straight there. And then they're seeing it for real. And that car that we just saw on the screen, the 177, that was having a great battle with one of the sort of sky blue looking Mustangs, and it's happening right in front of the people's eyes, in front of that Sip and Savour Pavilion. It's a fantastic setting and a great place to sit and watch the racing.
Oh, no question about it. James, you've been to a lot of circuits. What do you like here in America? Where do you like to go?
I'm a little spoiled because I grew up in Seattle, so Laguna Seca was closed, Oregon Raceway was closed, Pacific Raceways was closed. You might go there on some of your Trans Am journeys.
Yep, that's right.
But when we were doing Rallycross, it was a lot of repurposed tracks. So, for instance, Circuit of the Americas, we carved out the infield there. We used part of the actual F1 track, and then you go inside and go on gravel. So I had the weird experience of a place like Coda, but not how everyone else does.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, you did 2 turns. You did turn 12, 13, 14, and then came back onto the dirt.
Yeah, back onto the jump. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big jump.
Awesome.
And your sister's now racing, I hear.
I've passed the torch a bit, yeah.
Wow.
You know, I took about a year off and finished out school and got into the working world, and she picked up right where I left off. I think she saw it was a pretty good gig, and she's taken it. She did her first rally about 3 weeks ago, and she got a podium in her first rally ever.
That's awesome.
In class podium, so everyone's really proud of her, and it's really cool to see, you know, the younger part of my family really picking something up that we've been so involved with our whole lives.
That is
that's
really
pretty cool.
That is really cool.
It is.
And the world of work for you, sir. What are you doing now that you're not kind of like full-time racing, or what you're finding you're having to do?
No, I work for an interesting startup out of Denver. It's called Fluid Truck.
Yeah.
It's a peer-to-peer truck rental platform. It's interesting. Everyone's trying to revolutionize everything these days, aren't they? Even the most basic of things. So, great experience being in a startup. Denver's a great place to be. Pikes Peak out there. You know, there's thoughts of bringing the Pikes Peak car here that we just ran today to run it again now at Pikes Peak. Now it's all paved because obviously last time it ran it was half gravel. But, you know, I live for these weekends. I'm a weekend warrior these days. And, you know, everyone's making fun of me. I'm changing my flights around tomorrow night because I have meetings Monday morning and I need to get home. And everyone says, I told you this is going to happen one day. I said, I really hoped it never would. I was hoping my work would be like Mr. Green over here, you know, watching racing.
Yeah, but you're always welcome to join us here. I mean, you know, it's a little chilly out here in the open, but, you know, you're always welcome, James. You know that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Kev will take you on. He's always bebopping around. Can you do
100%.
go-karts? He does go-karts.
Come and join me in the karting. Karting's fantastic. Yeah, that's great. I mean, this is, you know, you're here, like you say, you've changed your flight. This really has been a great weekend. I've been running around the whole site all day, catching up with all sorts of people. We got another day of it tomorrow, and the overriding thing is that people are loving the weekend, and they do want to come back, and, you know, they'll be back next year as well. They'll stay for all of tomorrow, but people are already thinking about coming back next year, because it's been a great event.
Yeah, and it's really interesting as well, because I'll be cautious here making a comparison, but I'm going on my 12th year of going to Goodwood Festival of Speed. We go every year. We bring cars every year. We drive on the rally stage and the hill. And every year we've said to ourselves, there's nothing like this in the U.S. And there needs to be. And then we found out about this just this year, and you know, Velocity was obviously nice enough to have us down here and invite us to bring some cars. And we thought to ourselves, so this is a fantastic opportunity to get our foot in the door and show people how cool these cars are.
Yeah, I think, and you've taken that opportunity. People have really responded and really enjoyed seeing those cars. And you're dead right to kind of put this in the same grouping as like a Goodwood Festival of Speed, Goodwood Revival. People are talking about that. I was just over there with the guys from the Miller Collection cars there, Bobby Green from the Miller Collection cars. He's at the Goodwood Revival all the time, and he's, you know, thrilled to be here and loving being able to show those cars to the people here at Velocity Invitational. You know, Jeff O'Neill is doing a great job with this show, and it's only going to get bigger and better, I'm sure. Every year it's like, you know, it's 3 years, 2 years here at Laguna Seca, and it's going to make it better every year, that's for sure.
Well, I'm sure if you went back into the depths, Goodwood, their first few years, probably, you know, I think you guys are probably on a good track here.
I agree. Well, we're back to green in our Mini versus Mustang, David versus Goliath, and we believe that the number 62 of Andrew Waite, the all-orange number 62, is leading the way. And we have, 18 minutes on the board to go in our Mustang Mini. I think they should be sponsored by M&M's.
I think they should.
Because that would sort of work it perfectly. The M&M's Mini Mustang
Extravaganza.
Maestro Extravaganza.
Exactly. And you know what? The numbers of these cars here this year, I think it's grown a little bit from last year. It really is quite something. Looking at the cars just going up the hill away from us there on that camera shot. These cars are not hanging about. I'm just looking at the screen there, Johnny, trying to pick up the number on the yellow Mini that's just making its way through the pack and down the corkscrew there. The 02 car. There's no 62. It's 62 there. Whoever's at the wheel of number 62, Andrew Waite just put himself into, it says first place on those graphics.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, he has just absolutely threaded the needle through about 6 or 7 cars to get himself in that position.
How about
right
this
now?
How about this for an idea tomorrow? If the Minis and the Mustangs go out again, I'll get Taylor a Mini and you a Mustang.
I would be all over that. Absolutely all over that.
What do you reckon, Taylor? Are you in?
Oh, it's on.
It's on.
It's on for sure.
Now listen, I got to ask you. This is your first time at Velocity.
Yes.
What do you think?
I am so impressed. Obviously, I'm a car person at heart, but this is to another level. You know, I've never really seen all of these vintage cars in one place. So seeing them all together is just something else, truly.
And it really is a festival, and it's a very different atmosphere to a motor race that we've all been to many motor races. And it's a lot more serious, and that was part of the whole reasoning, was to have fun, but obviously to take people through what's going on, but just sit back and enjoy it. Not so much giving every detail about every piston and every car, but just enjoy the festival. That's what Jeff O'Neill's remit was, and he certainly created that in the paddock, and we hope to continue that and grow that. What stood out to you today, both of you?
Oh gosh, to pick one thing, I was sitting on the grid all day. I had a lot of fun, but what stood out probably was the drivers. Usually at a race, the drivers are a bit of they've got anxiety, they're focused, they don't want to talk to you. They're in race mode, the mist comes over, but these drivers were smiles all the way, and it's so fun to talk to them right before they're about to go out.
It's infectious, isn't it?
Yes,
you actually realize how much they enjoy it when you actually see them in this environment.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're absolutely loving it. For me, Johnny, I would have to say that the buzz and the hubbub and the excitement around that McLaren garage this morning at 11:30, when Mario got in that, 2014 or what it was, that hybrid era modern Formula One car, there was an incredible buzz of excitement down there. I don't know how many iPhones and cameras and things were being pointed at that garage, but what a setup. And then Mika Hakkinen, the coolest guy in the world, just stepping up, having a little chat with me before he gets in the car. I mean, just absolutely incredible. Getting, I think it was an Alain Prost McLaren up there, just cool as you like. Another day at the office for him. And then Pato went out and gave it beans. And then who else did we have? Tanner Faust as well. So all four of them. What a highlight. What a highlight. And you're fully in the mix with that. And as were all the fans and the paying customers who've come to see it. Yeah. They weren't held back. They were right there as well. It was brilliant.
Talk about living the dream. I know Tanner Faust has ticked off a bucket list. And we know that certainly Mario has, because he asked to do it. Yeah. So here's the 110. We think leading the way now for the Mustangs.
Yeah, the 110 car in the Mustang really going for it. And Johnny as well, you've been sat here looking at these screens all afternoon, and some Chrysler.
Side by side. Go on, Minnie. Come on, Britain.
Johnny, how does this race compare to what we've been seeing this afternoon? Because some of the cars that are going out, fair to say, are priceless. They're out having fun in them, but they don't want to bend them. I think we get to the point of the day now with the Mini versus Mustangs where these guys are prepared to take a few little bumps and hustles to get the win. These guys are properly racing.
Oh, yeah. There's pride at stake here. These guys are serious about their... they've been waiting all year for this. This is a great bit of fun. Obviously, no one's really looking at the competitiveness of which is the better car to have, because it's, I tell you, on a flat track, the Minis would stand a better chance because of the grunt up this Bobby Rahal straight here. But no, I think it's a bit of fun, as the whole event is, and I think it epitomizes what Jeff and Ryan are trying to do here, which is a little bit different. But it also has a serious side to it, which is that in the day, the European smaller displacement cars came here to America to take on the big muscle cars, and to much effect early on, and that actually led to the likes of Carroll Shelby and Dan Gurney then designing cars like the Cobra and so on that were smaller and were still powerful,
but
smaller.
Putting a huge great engine in a small car, suddenly we've got something that was just winning races like never been seen before.
If you like, the motor racing compromise that is horsepower versus weight to ratio, power ratio is all played out here. Yeah. Perhaps exaggerated because of the David and Goliath effect of it, but it actually gives you a better demonstration of how the physics works. Tim Moser, who was in earlier, said you're getting a lesson in physics here.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And this car that's on the screen right now, the 177, I think Don Racine in that one, he was racing here last year as well. I remember calling him. Just when we were watching, moments or two ago before he was in the pits, he was absolutely wowing the crowds that are on the balcony of the Sip and Savor Pavilion. There's one man who is thrashing that car, wanting to put his name on the timesheets, I'll tell you.
Oh, yeah. Gilbert Hakim in second place in the 110, the one we mentioned a moment ago. Lights blazing then on the Minis into 5.
There he goes. There's the... you've been all day. We've been kind of separated, but I don't know whether you managed to get up near where the minis were all sort of lined up and had a look at some of these cars at all.
Oh, absolutely. I had them out going, you going to win or you going to win?
Yeah.
And they're minis, no, Mustangs. So there was a pre-grid battle going on before they even hit the track.
I'm going to give you a hard time, though. You've missed out. You can't come to an event like this and not force your way in to a ride around the track in the pace car, in a McLaren. I mean, there's so many opportunities here where all you need to do is, I need to do this for TV.
Yeah.
Hey, there's still one more day.
Ragtime races.
One more day.
Ragtime races. Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, though. I was just on the pit wall when they were doing their driver changes, and before they got to the driver changes, seeing those passes, there's still people up in the suites over there. They're cheering their heads off. It's still a great time.
Good for them. Well, 11 minutes to go in our final race of the day as we look at Andrew Waite in that number 62 resplendent orange Mini with his Velocity Invitational sticker. All the events he's been to on the back.
That back window is full of event stickers, isn't it? The side window there. And he really is going for it. He really is going for it. Out on his own there on this camera shot on the aerials, and full credit to Greenlight Television, who's done a fantastic job of bringing us these pictures. There's a drone shot that we get looking out across the sort of like the California hills at some point. I don't know whether we'll see it again shortly, but it just makes Laguna Seca look absolutely fantastic in this sort of early evening light, which fair to say is a little bit chilly this evening. We could do with a bit more of that big ball of fire in the sky tomorrow if we can, please, California.
I might bring my heater tomorrow, Nah, it's been a fun day, and to be part of a little bit of history too.
There we go. There's the shot.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Look at the setting. Look at the backdrop there. As I think we're still with Andrew Waite, the 62 Mini racing along. We've got a Mustang coming in hot behind him at the moment.
How long's that going to last? Now watch the Mustang down the hill. He'll catch into him, but then he'll pull away. So this is where the Mustang can catch up.
Yeah.
You'll watch him come out the trees. Here he is. But here is where the Mini will take advantage. Slow in, fast out.
Yeah.
Look at him pulling away here. And again, the Mustang, look at the Mini that's caught up behind him. Look at that.
Yeah. Again, real visual representation there, Johnny, of sort of like gives you that, doesn't it?
Now, watch these three Minis. Oh, we didn't know. They're going back onto the Mustang here. Now, this is where the Mustang pulls up. Uphill and across the line here. That's the 26. I'm not quite sure where that's Chris Hines. Says he's in 5th place at the moment. Now, he had led early on. Ooh, that was a mistake going into Andretti.
He was having it. This car 26 there, Chris Hines, he was having a great battle with the 177 of Don Racine earlier. And it's at the end of the pit straight where they make that left and come back around those opening first couple of turns that the fans and the people in the Sip and Savor Pavilion switch from watching TV screens to the live action in front of their eyes. And it really is a great view that they're getting up there.
You know, one of the things that, I haven't really given you my kind of highlight, but to me, the highlight of the day is watching the juxtaposition between, if you like, a 1936 Bugatti and an absolutely state-of-the-art Czinger right in front of you, or a Hennessey or a Zenvo. That I really appreciate. And I had Jeff O'Neill come in here, and I said, I think that's really unique, because I don't think anybody's tried to do that. Even the autonomous vehicle was quite unique to do a backwards lap, because I think that's important. People need to see the technology, and like you said, I want to show off 100 years of the automobile.
And that's exactly what he's doing. He is bookending the whole of sort of automobile racing history here at the Velocity Invitational. You go over and chat to Ed Archer and Brian and all the guys, the Ragtime Racers, and you look at those. 100 years ago, those things were doing 100 miles an hour, and then you come right up to date, like you say, with the Zembos and the Zingers and the Hennesseys, and you look at those cars, and it's another level. We've got either end of the spectrum, cutting-edge technology of the day there, cutting edge of the technology of the day today. It's incredible. And I think the fans can appreciate both. You don't have to just simply love one era. Come and see both and be like, oh, okay, it's not quite my thing, but I can appreciate that. That is pretty awesome.
One thing I found interesting is we all wax on about the electric car these days, but some of the first cars ever made were electric only.
Electric cars have been around for much, much longer than people realise. I think it was in the early kind of 1900s, something like that, 1920, that electric cars were around. The only reason that they weren't kind of like put into the mainstream was simply infrastructure. They didn't have the range, they didn't have the infrastructure for charging, and here we are now, and we're still talking about the same things, but those things are changing, and it's being put into place, and it's happening. I'm talking about as well, wow, what is that? The 76 Mini has just come right past our commentary position off the track.
Loud and proud, both in the paint scheme and his drive through the paddock. Well, he wanted to make sure everybody saw he was coming.
Talking about electric vehicles, he said, no, come back.
Yeah, exactly.
He interrupted my chat on electric vehicles.
There you go.
Come
probably
on,
heard you.
gasoline. No, but last year I was lucky enough, as we see, what is a 1960-something Mustang on our screen there. I mean, last year I got hot laps in the Mustang Mach-E GT. With a race car driver who took me around. That's, the pinnacle of road electric race cars that you're going to get right now. 0 to 60 in a shade over 3.5 seconds. Incredible torque, incredible acceleration, incredible braking. And that was my hot lap last year, or hot sort of 2 or 3 laps, and it was, quite something. Coming down the corkscrew, Johnny, in that thing was a treat. So if I don't get out in one this year, well, I'll just have to bask in the glory of last year, because I remember it really, really well.
So, Taylor, if you picked a car you'd like to try out to drive?
Oh, I would really like to take my Tesla Model 3 on this track.
Yeah, there you go.
Why not take your own, right?
Yeah, exactly. So just 5 minutes to go in our Mini versus Mustang. 1 hour mini endurance race with the pit stop, of course. Some drivers staying in, some swapping with their either owner or coach, whichever. We had Tim Moser up here earlier, and he will be at the wheel, I'm pretty sure, right now. But it's Andrew Wade, Gilbert Hakim, and Don Racine leading the way in the top 3. Frank Zucchi in the 86, and that's going good in 4th position at the moment.
Looks like our man there in the 110 car there, Gilbert Hakim, has found himself on some open road and enjoying it. He's probably got himself, he's in 2nd place according to the graphics on screen right now, and enjoying that. But I would imagine from a race car driver's point of view, Johnny, you wouldn't mind having 2 or 3 cars around him. It's all well and good racing out on your own like there, but the fun comes when you've got to sort of duck and dive a little bit and make a few maneuvers and make a few passes. He's enjoying the open road, but I wonder if anyone can pull up on him, or he's going to come up on some back markers to give himself a little bit of a dogfight, a little bit of fun here in the closing stages of this first Mini versus Mustang of the weekend. 4 minutes 20 on the clock as he comes down through the corkscrew.
Yeah, I'm just looking.
Yeah, here we go then. Here we go. It's the 177 again. That's our man Don Racine. I tell you what, if Don starts to get him in his sights, he's going to try to reel him in, I'll tell you.
Oh, no question. Don Racine then in that 177 in 3rd place, a 1967 Mini Cooper S. And we were looking at Hakim in that other Mustang, who is doing good, and that's why we're focusing on him, because that's what we're coming down to. Hakim in 2nd place, Racine in 3rd, and Andrew Wade out front in the Mini, the number 62, 1965 Mini Cooper. See, they've still got the registration. They could race, they could go right back to Europe now.
A great journey home that would be. Let's go on a road
trip.
A long journey home.
Might have to get the roof rack out for that one.
Yeah, I reckon. That'd be quite something. It just looks fantastic. Who'd have thought when that car rolled off the production line that here in 2022
I know.
It was going to be giving it beans round the Laguna racetrack here.
And at 57 years old.
Yes. Utterly insane. Utterly insane. And I love it. It just looks so good. The juxtaposition of that car on this track in this day and age is incredible.
Yeah, and I wonder what BMW must think, because of course they own that brand now.
Yeah.
And it's, we should get them involved. They could sponsor it.
They really should. They just look so good. I mean, I don't think, we probably won't be here, but in another 30 years' time, we'll be seeing Minis of the 2022 era in 2052 on this track. I doubt it.
I know my niece is here, and she drives a Fiat 500, and so she rushed out to see the Mini. She's like, I'm all in. I'm all in for this. She's picked Gary Dreen in the 424 Gold. 1966 Mini Cooper S.
Tomorrow, as I'm bobbing around the pit and paddock area, myself and Terry have been doing that all day, but tomorrow I'm going to have to make sure I head on over to the Minis, because I'm just amazed when you get a look at them up close. And I do recommend, if anyone who's here today or coming tomorrow, if you get yourselves over there and go and have a look under the hood, look under the bonnet of some of the engines, the carburetors and the exhaust and the manifolds that people have put in these Minis to make them go the speeds and run at the performance they're doing. It is an incredible bit of engineering. As we see this Mustang put one up the inside there, the 110 of Gilbert Hakim really going for it. Out and out power winning the day there on the straight away. But yeah, get yourself up close to some of these Minis and go and see what they've done under the hood. It's quite remarkable. It's a credit to the owners, Johnny, that they've kind of looked after them in this way, but then also modified them to be able to produce these speeds.
So the closing stages of our Mini versus Mustang, and as anticipated, the British mark has come through here in America as expected. And Taylor, I'm afraid your muscle cars from America have come up short.
I thought you were putting me in a Mini. We talked about this. I'm
but
Team
that's
Mini
only
all the
because
way today.
He likes the Mustangs,
I
so
do
do
like
I.
the Mustangs, yeah, I do like the Mustangs, I have to say.
Well, you're
I
the
like
American,
both.
we're the Brit. Now we're winning, we're going to claim everything. Here he comes, he's got to circumnavigate this next. Look at him flashing the lights.
This is brilliant. This is
the Mustang.
brilliant.
Get out of the way.
What racing.
You mighty Mustang.
What
this is
racing.
great.
What a shot that is.
Look
He's
at
going
that.
up the inside. Put it up the inside.
Go on,
Go on, sir. Look at this.
Have it.
Look at this.
Whoa.
He is. He's going for it.
Go for it. The 62 goes through.
Andrew Waite taking the tight line up the inside. Great
He won't
maneuver.
wait for anybody, I'm
Oh.
afraid. Andrew Waite with lights blaring here in the dying light of Laguna Seca takes the white flag, and we are on the last lap. Back comes the Mustang, a little bit peeved, I'm sure. But it's going to be a win for Mini. They're going to do it. You laughed at the beginning of the race. I know you did. You said it can't be done. It can.
Final lap graphic is up, and Andrew Waite is going to be beaming from ear to ear when he steps out of the car at the end of this one, leaving that Mustang in his wake, by the way. Look at that.
Yeah, I know.
The more manoeuvrable point and squirt of the Mini winning out on some of the turns here at Laguna Seca.
Wait, I can hear the music. It is the Self-Preservation Society. Oh, yes.
Oh, God, look at this.
I told you,
Glorious scenes,
I told you
glorious
the
scenes.
Minis. I told you the bloody Minis would win.
All right.
It's a better car.
It's simply a better car.
It's simply a better car.
It's all the gold that's in the back.
It's all the gold.
counterbalance.
That's right. You've just got to give it some up the hill and round the corners. Michael Caine, you'd be proud of this one. Up the hill he goes. Awesome stuff. Down the corkscrew then for the last time. Whoa. Go on, Andrew, give it some.
I'm gonna make a point of going finding Andrew tomorrow to have a chat with him. I want to say to him, Andrew,
Bring him
just
up.
talk me through those last few laps, will you? Because you were loving that. And let's not forget, these guys have been out for 50 minutes. This has not been a short little sprint.
No.
He is not holding anything back. Last
not.
lap, doesn't care.
And the Mustang is
do we know who that is in the Mustang behind him? We got a back marker there.
Yeah, I think it is a back marker. Gilbert Hakim is in the 110. Here he comes then.
Yeah.
For the checkered flag, and Mini win against Mustang, and David beats Goliath once again here at Laguna Seca. I think the first Mustang across will be in second place. That should be Gilbert Hakim in the 1966 Ford Shelby.
Don got him.
On the 110.
Don Racine, has he got him?
Oh, yes.
It's a race to the line. It's a race to the line. Oh,
in the drag race. Yeah,
he gets him. Hakim gets second place. And try as he might, Don Racine almost gets that 1967 and he waves out the window. That was good.
That was really good. That was really good. And unfortunately for Don Racine in an out-and-out drag race like that, coming down the straight, sadly he was never going to do it. His foot was flat to the floor and he was never going to do it, sadly.
That was great. Awesome. Well done, Andrew. In the 1965 Mini Cooper. He is our Lucid race winner. And I reckon he'll be holding court tonight.
He will. He is going to be grinning from ear to ear when he makes it to the bar and pours himself a cold one.
Yes, I'll bet. It's been a good day, folks, and I hope you've enjoyed joining us here at Velocity Invitational.
And our thanks to the sponsors that make it happen. We'll be back again tomorrow to do it all again. And as the sun sets over the Monterey Peninsula, what a wonderful sight to be here in California at this iconic circuit built in the late 50s. For days like this, for celebrating motor racing at its finest. And it's an iconic circuit, and it's certainly seen some iconic history pass under its famous asphalt today. They're changing the track next year. They're going to repave it and make a few improvements to it, but long may it continue. We had one of the foundation members here earlier, but Laguna Seca is a special place without a doubt. Well, my thanks to Taylor and to Kev. We'll be back again tomorrow. I don't know what time, but it'll be early.
It'll be early.
Join us, look at the live stream. But we'll have all the group races once again here at Laguna Seca. My thanks to Velocity Invitational for putting this amazing event on. We saw history today with Mario Andretti driving a Formula One car with 10 groups in all in action, and we do it all again tomorrow. My thanks to Greenlight Television, and my thanks to my research team of Murphy, Eric, and Aaron. And just a quick reminder of what we've got coming up tomorrow. We start at 8:45 with Group 2. That's 1948 to 1955 sports car races and production cars from 47 to 56. The O'Gara Motorsports, that's one of the big race and car preparers and sellers here in California. They're putting on an exhibition of mainly McLarens. We'll have Group 3 after that. Ragtime races will be back in action, and I'm sure my friend Kev will be down there at 9:55.
Oh, yes.
Group 4, demonstration of the collector's car, another demonstration at 10:40. Then Group 1, McLaren Formula One, so put that in your calendar. The McLarens will be out again at 11:30. Group 6 follows at 12:25. The rally cars from Dirtfish will be out again at 12:50. And a little further down as the day goes on, Group 7, 66 to 72 historic Trans Am. That's one you don't want to miss. Demonstrations on track, another exhibition at 1:30. And then Group 8, 66 to 79 Trans Am, and that's the smaller sedan, B and C sedan cars. Then the Hypercars out at 14:20. That's one you should look at too, with all those great names coming out on track, the future of the sport and of supercars. Group 9 follows, then Formula One will be out again. Group 5 will finish off the day, and then McLaren Ultimate Mini versus Mustang once again at 1700. That's 5 o'clock local time. My thanks to everybody involved here. It's a beautiful evening here on the Monterey coast. Until tomorrow, goodbye for now.
Checkered flag. Celebrate like never before at Newman has.
To design a house that becomes a monument, start with an architect who understands greatness.
Carl was totally involved in the team because as a team owner, his business was motor racing, period.
To build this house, surround yourself with the finest craftsmen.
The one thing that we both agreed on is arming ourselves with the right people to do the job.
Newman Haas was always the dominant team. They brought over Mario Andretti, who spent his IndyCar career at Newman Haas, and then Michael Andretti and Nigel Mansell, and then the later years with D'Amata and Bourdais.
He would leave nothing on the table if it was available, no matter what.
Remarkable day under beautiful blue skies, and definitely blue skies for Nigel Mansell.
He could reach for the top as well when it comes to drivers. And it's only championship caliber that works.
To give this house integrity, demand excellence from all who enter it.
I always felt like I have a chance of winning every time that I was on the racetrack with a Newman Haas car.
Mario Andretti is at this moment the national champion.
Everything is focused on the driver, but it's the team. I always say team with a capital T. There's a way of forgetting or overlooking the performances, but when you start looking at the record, all of a sudden you can start appreciating what the team has accomplished. You start thinking, oh yeah, these guys were at the top of the game, a force to be reckoned with for so many years.
And understand that no house is ever complete, that success is a process, not a destination.
You look back, how fortunate am I to be surrounded with people that have given me equipment that's so capable. Because you can't do it without it. You can't, I don't care how good you think you are. You need to have the equipment that's capable of that performance.
Indy cars are undervalued as far as collectibles. You have the biggest names in the world that have raced in IndyCar, Mario Andretti, Nigel Mansell. The cars are very sexy and very powerful. There's a lot of exciting cars in there.
Each one has a valid history to be proud of, to be able to brag about. Some of the best drivers that we know have been turning the steering wheel, so there's something very precious about these cars.
Because great houses, like great legacies, are built not by accident, but by one day of excellence after another, decade after decade.
Bourdais caps off his 4th consecutive championship season with another race victory.
The architecture of success is easy to define. 5 drivers to win 8 championships. Can you do it much better than that? I don't think so. It speaks volumes for the structure of the team as a whole, and that's the beauty of it.
Thank you to Carl Haas for yet another great and successful championship season.